shouted at to pass. The boy is sitting on the steps. He looks down. Even when he was a child, instead of playing with friends, he preferred to read comics and novels. The hero is holding a comic book in his hands. The guy looked at the main characters and dreamed of becoming one of them. The warriors are standing against the background of a red sky. One day he became addicted to one game. The young man looks sideways. The guy looks at the gray-haired man playing on the computer and asks if this is a new game. Esports players are sitting on the stage. The hero thinks that after he demonstrated his talent in it, he managed to achieve good results as a professional player. A man raises a cup above his head. He is congratulated on his victory. The hero looks at the sign with the inscription 2 and thinks that no matter how hard he tried, he could not become the main character. On the 2nd of February, 2022, the sky turns red. A blue spark appears between the clouds. Lightning falls on the city. Jean thinks that a cataclysm has occurred. The guy looks at the pink light. Reality has become more like a game than the game itself. An interdimensional rift appears near the park. A bunch of monsters come out of the portal. The hero thinks that dungeons have sprung up all over the city, and monsters have erupted from there. The guy sees a group of people and explains that in protest of this, those who use sword and magic have appeared, and adds that they call them as those who use mana. He looks at the billboard and thinks that in this era they get more attention than any celebrity or sports star. The young man puts his hand on his chest and states that this is the most correct definition of the protagonist that he dreamed of. The man with the sword points at himself with his hand and declares that the most important thing is how carefully he studies the dungeon. The hero looks at him and declares that he will be the one who uses mana. 8 years later, the high-rise building is illuminated by the rays of the evening sun. Jean holds the bottle and thinks that the dream has been completely destroyed. The guy drops the bottle. The young man clutches the paper in his hand. He looks at her and states that he only has the 7th mana, and his talents are communication, play, and tenacity, and adds that they are all useless in battle. The hero straightens out the statistics. Jean bangs on the door and resents that he went through all the suffering just to get such useless skills as there. The guy looks down and declares that he is a jerk, and orders himself to wake up from his fantasies, and adds that he is not destined to become the main character. He dials the code in the intercom. The young man takes off his jacket and states that he has no work for tomorrow, so he will sleep all day. The girl looks at him and greets him. She stands up and claims that she has been waiting for him. The hero comes out, saying that he is very sorry and he must have made a mistake with the door. He throws out his hand and asks what she is doing in his house. Winry bows and declares that she is an agent with the universe, and has come to pay her respects and give a gift to the one who represents the miracle. Jean rubs her eye and asks if she is a cult member, and then adds that didn't she say that he is the embodiment of some kind of miracle, and does that mean that his skills are so bad that it could mean a miracle? The girl stretches out her hand and claims that of course not, and that he is a very valuable person, and since he is the second to awaken level 3 communication since the birth of the universe, she asks to accept the gift that the universe gives him with its boundless respect. The guy looks at the yellow sphere and asks not to touch him. Winry looks at him and uses the skill of providing skills. The golden waves begin to diverge from them. A bright light comes out of the screaming youth. Golden rays fly out of the house. The hero sits in the dissipating dust. He looks at the floor and asks what happened. Jean sees a notification that new skills have been gained. The pupils dilate. The antagonist is surprised that the girl gave him new skills. The guy looks in different directions and demands to explain everything to him. The agent comes out the window, saying that it was an honor for her to see the first miracle, and the young man asks not to leave because he has a lot of questions. The hero sits down and wonders if it could be that he hallucinates because he has drunk too much. Jean remembers what he was told and triggers a status window. The guy looks at the table and is surprised. The pupil dilates. The young man reaches for the button and argues that he seems to have gained other skills. But what does info gacha mean? A machine gun appears in the air. The hero presses the button. Balls begin to spin in the gacha. Jean is frightened. There is a golden capsule on the tongue. The gacha sucks the tongue back. The guy looks at the capsule and asks if he should open it. It opens. Inside there is a leaf. The young man flips through a piece of paper. A notification appears about the receipt of rare information. He tenses up and clarifies that this is not a dream, but madness. On the information window, it is written that in the second week of April, 2031, the winning numbers will be 17.11.139.37.27, the bonus number 23. The notification informs you that the first info gacha does not use mana. The events took place 1 day ago. The building stood lit by the sun. Guild leader Choi Chalin looked at the crowd and announced that everyone needed to concentrate. Guild leader Choi Chalin looked around and reminded them that everyone should know that their guild is competing for a high-quality mana gem dungeon with other guilds, and reminded them of the seriousness of the competition. The leader pointed his finger at Jean and noted that thanks to Jean being able to convince Seeker Yoon, their guild had gained an advantage. The staff began to hug, and the man announced that their guild would sign a contract for the identified dungeons. The guild member looked at the protagonist and asked in surprise how Jean managed to get him, and then added that they say that the Seeker Yoon is so influential that the guilds lend him large sums of money. He complimented Jean, saying that he had done a good job. Joe turned his gaze to Jean and sarcastically remarked that he was just a huckster, and added that it was so easy to get a confession just by drinking with someone. The guild leader pointed his finger at Joe and sternly asked what was wrong with his tongue, and the man reminded him that he was the only one who went to the dungeons, risking his life. Joe narrowed his eyes and said that the main character could do nothing but drink and talk nonsense. The protagonist looked into the frame, and his opponent said with irritation that everyone was complimenting him, but he did not deserve them. The guild leader raised his hand and exclaimed that hunting is an important part of the guild's functioning, and the character replied that he was really a bad guy. The leader stood next to the protagonist and remarked with annoyance that he was a bastard, and if he didn't have the skills, he would be the first to be kicked out, and added that he felt sorry for him, to which the protagonist clarified that he had always been like that. The guild leader handed the money to Jean and told him that it was the incentive he had promised if he signed the contract. Jean held a wad of money in his hands and replied that he had managed to collect everything. An image of magical characters appeared, and the guy enthusiastically announced that now his lifelong dream of becoming the owner of mana would finally come true. Jean stood in a crowd of people and stated that the fee for waking up was 300,000 won. The protagonist looked up and firmly stated that he would become awakened. The hero was standing in front of an elevator, and the narrator reported that this mechanism turns people into users of mana, while determining their predisposition to talents. Jean turned to the man and asked why everyone had come if he and Seyun could handle it on their own. The boss smiled and said that today was a special day when two of their comrades, Jean and Seyun, would become mana users, and added that everyone who could had come. The employee of the Awakening Center pointed his finger at the door and turned to Seyun, asking her to enter, as it seemed that it was her turn. Seyun waved to Jean and said that she would go first, and the guy reminded him that he had asked to be called team lead. The protagonist turned to the guy and suspiciously noticed that he had come because of Seyun. The warrior watched the boy, said that he didn't like the way he looked at Seyun, and added that he needed to be careful. The fighter looked at the screen and stated that he had all 4 talents, but the mana level was only 11, and his talent was control, which was not impressive. The young man covered his face with his hand in frustration, and Jean remarked that this talent could be useful in battle, but nothing more. The guild member spread his hands to his sides and said that this is why awakening is called a lottery, because if you have a lot of talents and you are suitable for the fight, then you are lucky, and if not, then you are not. The girl turned to the bald guy and asked if even if she managed to get 3 talents, but they turned out to be not top, then the person would be left with nothing. The protagonist lowered his head, and the guy confirmed that if talents were useless for dungeon exploration, then it would just be a waste of 300,000 won. The lamp lit up brightly. The guy rushed to the door and marked Seyun's exit, and offered to look at the screen to find out her results. Jean looked up and asked what kind of talents Seyun might have. The system on the screen showed the results and reported that her name was Yun Sion, her mana level was 27, her talent count was 11, and one of her talents was a saint. Jean opened his eyes wide and exclaimed what that meant. People rushed to the heroine and exclaimed that it was madness, because even veterans with 3 years of experience do not always have 30 mana, and she already has 27, and the hero noted that she has 11 talents, and according to the data, there are only 13 people in Korea who have that many talents, clarifying that her talent is a saint, and asked if it was not the same skill, like the Messiah. And people said that a new star appeared. The guild representative stood between them and sternly stated that she was part of their guild, rebuking the audience for their lack of principles, and adding that they shouldn't even look in the direction of their guild members. A representative of another guild stood in front of Sion and approached her with an offer to join their guild. The girl turned her head to the side. The protagonist waved to Seyun and enthusiastically said that she had won the jackpot. The girl threw up her hands and exclaimed that it felt unreal, and the main character asked Seyun what she was going to do next, as she would now receive a lot of attention. The guy turned his head, and the staff member of the Awakening Center called Jean and asked him to come in, addressing him as the next in line, Sir Jinoto. The protagonist leaned forward and announced that it was finally his turn and he would go. Seyun clenched her fists and added that he would get results even better than hers because she could feel it. Jean turned to Seyun and replied that he was thankful. The guy stepped forward. The main character looked up and gasped. He entered the room and said that from the inside everything looked different from what he had previously thought. The protagonist put his hands on a magic ball, and the system told him to put his hands on this ball, called the Eye of Odin. The character was standing in front of a stand with a ball, and the system said that the process would take 10 minutes. The orb glowed, and the protagonist exclaimed that he would finally become a mana user. The pumped-up man put his hand to his chest, and the guy said that he had always dreamed about it. The system on the screen showed Jin's results, and reported that his name was Jin Jinoto, his mana level was 7, his talent count was 7, and one of his talents was communication. Joe looked up and sarcastically remarked that he had thought so. The protagonist leaned over the counter. Jin was standing in front of the screen, and the system reported that the Awakened had no talents for combat, so Jin Jinoto with a mana level of 7 and a communication talent was not recommended for use in the squad. The hero left the room. The man looked at Jin, calling him a team leader. Jin smiled and said that everything was fine, there was nothing to worry about, because there were failures in life. An employee of the Awakening Center handed Jin and Seyun mana watches and explained that they were released especially for them, as they now have licenses. An employee of the center stood in front of the heroes and explained that they contain information and identification details about users, so they must always be worn. Seyun looked at the guy and told him to leave early and rest. Jean looked at his friend and said that she was worried in vain, because his life would not be ruined because he could not become part of the squad. The man drank from the bottle. The guy staggered on the road and bitterly said that this meant the end of dreams. Jean tilted his head and sadly revealed that after being a player, his 8-year-old dream had been destroyed by these talents. The guy sat in front of the screen and said in bewilderment that he thought so, but this is madness. The display glowed blue, and the hero asked if it made any sense at all, specifying that it was 2031. The warrior looked at the screen and wondered what kind of person it was that had appeared and given him this skill. The person on the screen threw up his hands, and the protagonist reminded himself that the skill can be obtained at the first level with SP+1. The stones sparkled, and the character thought that this was also possible in the dungeon using the opportunity stone. Jean pressed the screen and admitted that he had no idea what was going on. His thoughts were confused, but there was one thing he was sure of. The hero widened his eyes and said that if he had the Gacha skill, he would be able to get information about the future. A screen was displayed in the protagonist's eyes, and he concluded that he needed to investigate it further. The guy clicked on the display. Gacha shook and reported that one attempt would cost 1 mana, and the protagonist encouraged her to start. The creature stuck out its tongue. The guy spread his hands to the sides, and the Gacha system announced that within 3 days, the character would step on the caterpillar, and also reported that in another dimension, on the 30th day of the 102nd year, at 22 hours and 17 seconds, it could rain in the apartment of 318, and specified that this event would take place for 17 days. After which it would drop 101 in the convenience store, located not far from it. She also pointed out that the hero has the following levels, such as Communication Level 3, Game Level 2, Patience Level 1. The man was lying on the floor and remarked with irritation that all these predictions were absolutely useless. The protagonist looked at the screen and indignantly said that he knew it was a talent that came from the game, but he didn't understand how a damn gacha could be such a fake. The character, opening the status window, stated his status and noted that the info gacha section indicated the observation of the status window, and the admission showed that he had only 1 point of mana left. The warrior abruptly rushed to the display. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked if this was a real date. The screen showed data. The guy looked to the side and clarified that the mana hours would only show stats after they received a status change from the awakened, and if he used the status window to find out what his status was at the moment of raiding the cave, it could help him with his strategy, and exclaimed that it was a huge advantage. The protagonist waved his hand and said with regret that if only he had more mana, and added that it was a real pity. The man was showing muscles, and the protagonist explained that an ordinary person could replenish his mana for 24 hours, and if people had 100 mana, then they could restore 100 mana, whereas he could only restore 7, and noted that even if he had a skill, he wouldn't be able to use it so often as he wanted, and would not be able to use the gacha as often as he wanted. The hero clicked on the screen and thought that this was too much of a limitation, but he could still slowly increase his mana abilities, and he should be grateful that he had gained such a skill. The creature expressed an artifact. The object began to emit rays of light. An information window appeared from the item. The protagonist recoiled, dumbfounded. The notification appeared before the protagonist and said that rare information had been received, because on April 14, 2030, at 5:07, a dungeon would appear in the vicinity of Mount Guanik. The name of the dungeon was the Treasure Cave. The coordinates were 639, 251. The man exhaled air. The navigator pointed the direction with an arrow and said that after 300 meters you need to turn right. The protagonist was walking on the grass, and the voice said that he needed to go straight, and the guy added that he should be there soon. The navigator said that he needed to continue going straight. The guy tilted his eyes, and the navigator confirmed that the hero had reached his destination and arrived at his destination. The fighter, having examined the place, stated that it was it. The character looked at his device. The warrior, looking at the time on the screen, noted that it was 5:06 on April 14, 2030, and recalled that it had been said that the event would take place today at 5:07. The screen showed the exact time. The protagonist spread his arms to his sides and thought in surprise that the last gacha was able to give such accurate information. The guy pulled off his hood and exclaimed that it was a treasure dungeon, and added that it wasn't just a dungeon. The dragon was lying in gold, and the fighter explained that only 2 treasure dungeons were officially known. The panda was sitting with a pipe, and the warrior reported that it was a treasure trove in the panda forest in China and a dragon treasure den in England. A bright aura glowed in the sky, and the guy said that dungeons disappear as soon as they are raided, so they don't have names, but there were times when dungeons were given names and gained fame in the world, even though they later disappeared. The city was collapsing, and the guy noted that at first there were dungeons in history that caused the disaster. The warrior fought monsters, and the guy added that later dungeons containing elements were discovered, and cited Excalibur as an example. The man was holding a weapon in his hands. The hero waved it, and the guy mentioned the dragon necklace. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that perhaps he would be able to get a weapon comparable to those used by Asian players. The figure of the man was smiling, and the guy explained that there were no monsters in the treasure dungeon, and added that it was possible to obtain his items if he passed the test. The protagonist frowned and reasoned that if there were no mobs in the area, then he had hope, and even if there were monsters inside, then didn't he have an advantage since he had gained the observation skill. He put his hand to the aura. The soldier was standing near the portal. The character looked ahead and admitted that in a scenario where monsters appear, he could die. Jean smiled and stated that this was a bet on life. The main character put his hand forward and stated that there was any idiot who wouldn't try when he had an ace up his sleeve, and added that he was going all in. The portal sucked in the protagonist. The hero covered his eyes with his hands and suddenly exclaimed. Jean pointed his finger to the side and was surprised that he had returned to the same place again, although he was sure that he was only going forward and did not turn anywhere, and added that he knew what was happening. The character leaned over and concluded that it was an illusion magic that could overshadow the eye. The warrior's eyes reflected the image, and he admitted that he was worried about spending mana, but still decided to use the observation. The room was covered with a scanning grid. The door was covered with a net, and the system reported that he had found the information, because the wall was riddled with illusory magic, and now it was visible through it. The protagonist rushed forward and exclaimed that this is what he saw through illusory magic, just a wall with the words, "You can see through it." The guy clenched his fist and thought that things could be complicated, but at least he had one skill, and added that if only he could do something with his mana regeneration. He opened the door and said that he had to take care of everything that would happen. The dwarves stood in the room and greeted the protagonist. The dungeon guardian looked at the hero and asked if he thought that the challengers looked weak today, and he remarked that even if he looked weak, he had broken through the illusion and reached here, and added that he was sure that this hero was definitely talented. The character, looking at the gnome, said in surprise that it was a gnome, and the man noted that this was expected from eyes that could see through the illusion, and added that he recognized their race in an instant. The protagonist stood in front of the dwarves and continued that no matter what they thought of themselves, they were dwarves, and said that the dungeon was called the Treasure Cave, so these dwarves were treasure, like the dragons and pandas from other treasure dungeons. Guys, standing in front of the guy, congratulated the hero on passing the first test, introduced himself and said that his name was Guys. The old man stared at the warrior and explained that the hero would have to fight him, and if he won, he would receive a reward and be released from here. The protagonist looked down at the creatures, and the creature assured that he would release it even if he lost, so there was nothing to worry about, and the guy asked if he didn't need to clear the dungeon to leave. Guys, looking up, clarified why the hero was so surprised, because before him there were 4 more who were thrown out for failing the test. The dwarf, looking at the hero, assumed that nothing was known about dwarves in his world, and remarked that this world must be much harsher than they thought, since he had not heard anything about them, and lamented that people were so greedy. The character, throwing up a finger, asked if he meant sparring when he talked about the battle. The dwarves, rolling on the floor with laughter, exclaimed that the fighter spoke like a child, asking about the sparring between Giz and himself, and the man advised them to go after him, adding that people from other worlds are so uncivilized and always try to fight with their fists instead of thinking, and lamented that the character was born 1,000 years earlier. Guys walked in front of the protagonist and explained that the previous guest had suddenly attacked him with a knife, only calmed down after Guys lightly beat him. The guy pursed his lips in discomfort, and the dwarf was surprised that in the hero's world it is customary to brandish a knife instead of a greeting, calling it uncivilized, and the warrior, indignantly, decided that he was tired of listening to them called baboons, and it infuriated. Guy stood with his back to the hero and said that he fought the man the way he wanted, but he got bored when he began to lose consciousness from one blow, and the guy thought that he was leading an unconventional existence, because he had only 6 mana points left after using the observation skill, and the dwarf offered to fight in his own way, which would give them advantages. The character put his hand to his cheek and wondered why Guys was bringing uncivilized people here, to which Guys said that they were not doing it because they wanted to, but because of the cursed Hayas they had created, and exclaimed that Hayas was a terrible restriction. The protagonist looked ahead and clarified that Hayas is a treaty that restricts activity in exchange for power, a thing that appears in legends. Guys turned around in the doorway and explained that this was the strictest contract, the violation of which leads to death, and hurried the hero to go inside. The guy walked through a small door and said that the hero was too temperamental, and he offered to look at their creation. The guy's eyes widened. Guys, pointing to the game system, proudly stated that it was a masterpiece that the 7 masters had to team up to create. The loading screen was lit up on the display. Game joysticks were on the console. The character looked ahead and exclaimed that it was a TV and a game console. Guys turned around and said that it would be strange if the fighter wasn't surprised by such technology, and added that they would fight with it. The gnome pointed to the screen and said that he would finish loading soon, and advised the hero to sit down and wait, and the protagonist ironically remarked that even if he is a player, what is the probability of winning a game that he has never played, and even created by dwarves? Jean sat down on a chair, and the man said that he would teach the hero how to drive. The hero pointed to the screen, and it said in surprise what it was. The protagonist scratched his head and quickly added that it was nothing, it just seemed that he had already seen it somewhere. Guys looked at the guy and said that this was impossible, because technology of this level was not common in any dimension. The character, looking at the game, thought that Guys could not imagine that he was from one of these dimensions. The guy looked at the screen and thought that the game has a niche character design and background. People shouted joyfully. A screen hung above the arena. The playable characters fought. The character flew backwards from the impact. The warrior struck down the enemy with his foot. The guy looked up and thought that it was identical to the game he had lost all his childhood Legends of Legends. Guys, turning to the guy, asked if the fighter wanted to practice, and he said that everything was fine, and offered to start right away. The man threw the remote control and was surprised that he was already giving up. The guy grabbed the joystick, and the dwarf added that people from other dimensions have no patience at all if the hero gives up before the start. The guy was sitting on a chair, and the system reported that the game was starting, the talent gain was activated, and all statuses would increase to 100% during the game. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The dwarves turned to the hero, and he said that it was not he who should surrender, but they. The character clutched the remote control in his hands and added that he was the number 2 professional player who, despite his skill, did not worry about strategy. A light shone into the room. The ceiling was lit by lamps. A horn lay on the table. Guys looked down and groaned. The man lowered his head and admitted that he had never been able to win. The protagonist smiled and remarked that this should be enough for the fighter to understand his victory, and demanded that they start counting his rewards, as he deserved a lot from the treasures of the dwarves. Guys, pointing with his hand, asked to wait one more round, and then added that it would be better to play 3 more, although the hero already knows that this is pointless. The dwarves, jumping behind, declared that the fighter had become too arrogant after one victory over Guys. The character raised his head to them and asked why he should continue playing, as they said he had to beat Giza, and added that he didn't want to waste time if there was no benefit from it, so they should just give him what he had promised. The dwarf scratched his head and remarked that the fault lay with Giza, who retorted that it would be the same if one of them had played against him. The old man came out to the protagonist and told him that if the hero defeated them all, they would give him something much more than they originally planned, not just one treasure, but several. The dwarf turned to his comrade and explained that those lizard men and bears had just given the heroes something from their stores, and they wanted to do the same. The character leaned over and realized what they were talking about, the dragon and panda, and added that the races could communicate with each other even across universes. The old man pointed his finger at himself and stated that if the fighter defeated them all, then all 7 masters would work for his benefit, and asked how he could make such a proposal. The dwarves, admitting defeat, exclaimed that they had not been able to inflict even one blow on him, and wondered how this could have happened. The dwarf, waving the control panel, exclaimed that this could not be, and asked the hero to wait, as he had to inspect him. The protagonist was in the crosshairs, and the dwarf said in surprise that you just need to look at his stats, because the hero entered a dungeon with such low stats, only 7 mana, and asked why he was so untalented. The dwarf, looking at something important, suddenly exclaimed. The dwarf, looking at the hero, muttered that something was wrong and asked the hero to sit still. The character turned and called Misha, saying that he could not figure out the situation alone, and he added that he was also busy, so Misha had to come up and help, since he could not cope on his own. The dwarf handed over the object and indignantly stated that he was called a master, but he could not even understand this, and advised Misha to look at the talent of this child. Misha, looking at the hero, asked what was the matter, and exclaimed that the fighter had the 2nd level of the character, and called him a cheater, and then corrected himself that it was not a level, but a talent nearby. There was a horn on the shelf, and the man clarified that the hero's talent was 3rd level communication. The hero, looking at the dwarves, asked if the 3rd level was really that cool, and the old man asked that there was no concept of talent level in his world. The guy dodged the blows and admitted that he had only just found out that talents have levels, and added that, of course, there was no such thing in their world, and the dwarf reported that he was the 2nd person to awaken Z-level communication since the invasion of the universe, and offered to accept the gift that the universe gave him with respect. The dwarf, stretching his face with his hands in disappointment, exclaimed that the hero's world was simply underdeveloped, and asked him to listen. An image of a warrior appeared, and the old man explained that if there were no talents and skills in the generation, it was possible to get the 2nd level. The warrior walked on the ice, and the dwarf said that the 3rd level was in a different plane, and if, for example, if the hero had a Z-level swordsman, then this skill would be considered the origin of all swordsman's skills, spreading through the universe. The tree glowed with an aura, and he reported that the originals were born from the true universe. Guys frowned and stated that it was the ability to create the concept itself, and meeting the hero was an honor for them. The dwarf looked at the old man and explained that he would normally do something to correct the hero's status, but the 3rd level is volatile, so he called for Mikhail, who can see the future and can handle such circumstances. The protagonist opened his mouth, and Guys revealed that with Mikhail's help, they would figure out how the hero fights and create a weapon for him, and the guy asked how Mikhail could see the future. Guys reached out and said that they had been chatting too long, and he was tired. Mikhail, looking at the hero, noticed that he had an interesting battle technique, and added that he had not experienced such a desire for a long time. The guy looked at the creatures, and the old man told the others not to stare and go to the workshop. The dwarf turned to the hero and said that he had better sit here, as if he went there, it would melt in a second, and added that it wouldn't take long anyway, and asked him to just wait. The door slammed shut. The character looked ahead and asked what they were going to do. The dwarf opened the door. The dwarf threw the artifact to the hero and announced that everything was ready. The protagonist was holding a bracelet in his hands. Jean looked at the bracelet and wondered if it wasn't too fast, and added that they hadn't said they were going to do anything specifically for him, they had just pulled something out of the workshop, and guys had said that they could manipulate time since they had a guy who could see the future. The guy put on the bracelet, and he replied that if the fighter was carrying treasure, he would have to deal with mobs, and added that if he didn't like it, he could just put it back, and that Jean had recovered that he hadn't said he didn't like it, and had noticed that all dwarves were like that. The old men were lying on the floor from exhaustion, and the hero thought that they would finish him off if he asked how to use this thing, and said that he was too tired to ask, and would just use observation to figure it out for himself. The dwarf gave an additional gift and stated that he had seen the third level with his own eyes, and it was his personal gift. The guy looked into the bag, and the dwarf added that the fighter could sell them or use them as he saw fit, and advised him to do as he pleased. The protagonist clenched his fists in gratitude and exclaimed that he could sell stones of this quality at a very high price. The chair was in the room, and the fighter said that it seemed that they were done with him, and asked the hero to sit opposite him. Guys, standing in front of Jean, added that the hero could come in again if the opportunity arose, and admitted that he had not been so grateful for eternity. The old man hit the guy on the head. The character was tumbling on the grass. The protagonist held his head and asked what he was doing. The sun was shining on the forest, and the man thought that he had returned. He looked at his hand and decided that everything was like in a dream, although the bracelet was on him. The bracelet glittered on his hand, and the guy decided to appreciate the efforts and skill of those dwarves who had lived for thousands of years. A screen appeared in front of Jean, and he activated surveillance. An image of information about the bracelet appeared. The character looked at the artifact and thought that increasing all statuses was a breakthrough, but they said that Excalibur and Dragon's Edge could slash monsters with a single blow, and asked if it was too weak compared to them. The screen glowed blue, and the fighter noted that the ability to shape a weapon into the shape of any weapon it represented was not an option for an awakened combat type, and wondered what old man Mikhail had seen in the future. The character looked ahead and asked what he was thinking. The forest was under the sky, and Jean stated that he had used observation twice, and it took 2 mana, so there were only 5 left, and if you added daily mana, he would have only 6 turns. The character looked at the flying Gacha and exclaimed that he had to go. The capsule shattered. The character, lying on the ground, cursed. The next day, the building stood under the sky, and the hero greeted him. The guild leader turned away from the hero and greeted him. The leader looked at the guy and explained that Siyun wasn't there either, since he worked yesterday and had a day off today, and added that both of them had woken up, but it wouldn't be fair to give a break to only one of them. Jean looked ahead and noticed that he couldn't see them either, and assumed that they had gone somewhere too. The chairs were empty, and the warrior said that he had given them a chance to recuperate before the expedition, as there were only 6 days left. The protagonist's eyes widened and realized that he had done this to distance him from Joe. The man was standing in front of the guy, and Jean thought that he looked stern, but actually thoughtful, and if it was any other guild, he would have already been kicked out when he pulled out the mana user form. But the leader was so tactful. The guild leader, looking at the hero, asked if he was going to join the expedition. The man turned his head and added that despite his lack of talent, a fighter still had to get his skill, and it was rare for anyone to get a skill and later become part of a fighting squad. The character leaned on the counter and replied that, of course, he would join, because this is the reason why he is a member of this guild. The bracelet vibrated on the hero, and the leader noticed that the bracelet looked bad, and wondered where the hero got it from. The character laughed and said that someone had given him the bracelet, and the guild master jokingly asked if it was his grandmother, to which the protagonist hurriedly replied that no, of course not his grandmother. Jean looked to the side and decided that no one should know that he was in a treasure dungeon. He stood in front of the monster and thought that he had a chance to test the king of all weapons. The guy held the zipper in his hands. The portal appeared on the street. The guild leader, pointing at Joe, sternly asked if he knew what the problem was, and Joe said that he had things to take care of and asked for forgiveness. The leader glanced at the protagonist and reported that team lead Jean should check with the analyzer to see if the information was the same as that provided by Seeker Genoto, and the guy confirmed that it was a D-rank dungeon similar to the information provided, and there were at least 10 people there. The guild leader, standing in front of the warriors, noticed that they were a little late thanks to someone, but they would still start, and apologized. He turned his head to the portal and reminded him that, as he had said before, this time it was a D-rank dungeon, and perhaps the goal was to collect mana stones. He added that they are here to help team leader Jean and Seo Yoon level up, and offered to let them kill monsters. Joe, approaching the protagonist, said that he was returning to work despite gaining talent after waking up, and added that if he were in his place, he would not be able to show up for work out of shame, and the protagonist remarked that he was not the kind of person who would prefer to be late even if he had to go to the bathroom. The antagonist turned to the guy and said that Joe was yapping too much for the salesman's assistant, and added that he seemed to be targeting the skill he had gained in the upgrade, and asked if it wasn't obvious that someone like him could do it. The guy turned his gaze and said that they wouldn't know until they tried. The opponent gritted his teeth. The leader stood in front of the warriors and announced that the battle squad would include Joe, Kim Taeshik, Lee Jin-so, Jengyun, Jean Jinagdo, and Yoon Se-woon, and clarified that only 6 members was too much for a D-rank dungeon. The man shifted his gaze and reminded them that the last time they had started a C-rank expedition with more people than necessary, but 2 of their B ranks had died, and only Joe had survived along with 2 C ranks, and stressed that no one had forgotten it. Joe smiled, and the warrior said that their priority was to follow the captain's orders no matter what. The leader looked around at his subordinates and warned them that they should never let their guard down. The warriors marched through the portal, and the man wished that each of them would return safely, after which he gave the command to start the expedition. The monster poked at the hero with his weapon. The guy with glasses, looking at the monster, shouted that he was a lizard man, and Joe told him that he should not get in the way of his feet. The antagonist cut the lizard. The monster fell, and the hero exclaimed. The character, looking at Joe, thought that he might be rude, but that's what A rank is, and added that he is still capable. Joe, looking at Seiyun, reported that he had almost finished off the monster and asked her to finish it off. The girl closed her eyes. The guy was standing nearby and started talking about collecting mana stones that drop from mobs. Joe looked around and said that Jean should take care of it and collect each of the stones. The protagonist silently looked ahead. Seiyun put her hand to her chest and retorted that as the youngest, she should be in charge of the gathering, and he said that the hierarchy didn't work here, and it wasn't worth weaving it when they were in the dungeon, because they were both equal fighters in the battle squad. The protagonist stood behind and replied that he understood. Jean smiled and confirmed that he would be responsible for collecting the mana stones. The antagonist turned to him. Joe, stepping into the distance, said that everything was fine, and they would continue to advance at the same pace, asking the others to keep up. He slashed the monster. The character, turning towards Seiyun, called out to her. The creature's body fell to the floor. The hero, opening his mouth, pronounced her name again. Seiyun, pointing with her hand, reported to Captain Joe that she had finished off 2 monsters, and asked him to let the team leader Jean finish off this and the other monsters so that everything would be fair. Joe scratched his temple and said that she didn't seem to be catching up with something, and added that there was no point in anything being honest. Seiyun looked ahead and asked what he meant. The antagonist spread his arms to the sides and explained that Seiyun had a total of 27 mana and 11 talents, and she was a rising star, a rarity even within their country, and on the other hand, Jean only had 7 mana and 3 talents. The antagonist stood in front of the pair and asked if it wasn't obvious who he should give a better chance to for the future well-being of their guild, and added that it was even unacceptable for the guild to reason in such a way. The hero looked at Seiyun and thought that of course she didn't think so, but who was the person who could make decisions during the expedition? The girl folded her hands, and the man recalled that the leader of the guard had ordered him to carry out his orders in the dungeon, and confirmed that it was correct. The guy in glasses looked at the frame and muttered that he never liked Joe, because he did not even form a formation in the dungeon and did not teach the newcomers anything at all, and offered to inform on him when they got out. The protagonist was stunned. The antagonist was marching on monsters, and the protagonist thought that this was strange, because Joe, of course, is a freak, but didn't he show respect to the guild leader? The warrior was smiling, and the boy wondered if Joe was so stupid that he didn't understand what would follow his actions, and asked himself what exactly he was trying to do. The corpses of the monsters lay on the floor. The guy looked into the distance, and said to himself that even so, Seiyun had gotten 10% of the experience she needed, and that was good, and the warrior suggested hurrying to the boss's room. The heroes entered a dark room. The monster closed its mouth and began to growl. The axe was covered with a magical aura. The monster stood in front of the Jean. The character, looking at the boss, noticed that he was definitely different from the rest. Joe swung his sword at the monster. The guy with glasses raised his hand and muttered how insistent. The monster fell backwards. Joe, walking away from the boss, proudly declared that he did it with one blow. The hero, looking at his girlfriend, thought that A rank was serious, but everything ended well, and admitted that he already thought that something could happen, and the heroine said that it was good, that everything ended quickly, and it was better than being on the alert and waiting for a battle. Joe opened his mouth and declared that this was not the case. The guy looked at the captain and asked if Captain Joe allowed himself too much, and reminded him that they were here to help the newcomers level up, and asked how he could give all the experience points to one Cyan SSI, since the team leader Jean also had to hit the boss to gain experience. Joe looked ahead and indifferently reported that he didn't care, and added that he couldn't let them leave the place. The guy looked ahead. The character, pointing with his hand, shouted everyone to step aside. The warrior lowered his head. The sword plunged into the guy. The antagonist stood in front of the guy and laughed. Joe, looking up, exclaimed that he almost died while he restrained himself. Seiyun looked at the enemy and said that he was a sick bastard. The antagonist rushed forward. He chopped off the heads of the guys. Blood dripped from the blades. Joe, standing in front of the protagonists, coldly replied that wasn't the first time they had seen someone die, and wondered how she hadn't screamed earlier, and Jean asked what the sick bastard had done. The bodies were lying on the floor. The antagonist raised his head and exclaimed that it was coming. Joe opened his mouth and laughed ominously that it was a wonderful feeling. The hero, looking ahead, muttered in surprise that this could not be, and summoned the skill of observation system, showing Joe's stats. Jean looked at the enemy and exclaimed that he had used corpse robbery, and asked if that time in Watson he was the one who killed those two, right? Joe went to the guy and laughed ominously that, as expected, he understood everything, and they would die at his hands. The antagonist narrowed his eyes and admitted that, to be honest, he didn't want to force things, but seeing Seiyun's awakening, he couldn't stay away any longer. The protagonists looked forward. Joe threw up his hands and exclaimed that those abilities, how strong would he be after killing this and absorbing her abilities. Jean was covering for the girl, and the antagonist said that it was so hard to hold back until that point. Joe took out his sword and admitted that, to be honest, he didn't hate team leader Jean, but it didn't matter if he had acted alone, because he would have looked like a fraud. He swung his weapon and said that he would kill them with one blow as an apology. The protagonist held back the blow and asked if he had blocked it. Joe looked ahead and thought that he hadn't used his full strength because he wanted to kill the hero after torturing him well. But in any case, the strength he used should have been enough to crush his sword and cut off his arm. The protagonist deflected the blow and noticed that it did not look like an item, and added that he had noticed the weapon king. The guy rushed to the side. Seon, striking the enemy, said who they had here. Joe fought the girl off and coldly informed her that she had to stand and wait for her turn, and added that he would kill her after tearing the hero to pieces. The girl flew back. Joe looked at the guy and said that he could barely hold back his tears. The guy ran up to the heroine and asked how she was. Joe, approaching the hero, mockingly said that they could relax. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that the difference in skills was so great that he couldn't find a way to win. The girl stood up and said that she was fine and had to survive. The character, looking at the enemy, muttered the word observation. The system showed data on the girl. The fighter, looking at Seon, exclaimed that her level had increased. The system showed a new window and reported that the ultimate shield skill had been obtained. The hero clenched his fist and quickly said that she should use her mana as if she were using a shield. Seon, holding out her hands in front of her, hesitantly pronounced the word shield. The guy looked at the ceiling. The man opened his mouth and gasped. Joe, looking at the ultimate shield, exclaimed that it was the ultimate shield, and it was used by a newcomer to the expedition for the first time. The antagonist put his hand to his forehead and laughed ominously. He struck the shield. The girl closed her eyes and screamed. Joe slammed the shield and exclaimed that it was getting more and more fun, and then offered to play. The character looked at Seon and said that she needed to hold out a little longer. The character glanced at the monster and added that there was very little left, because if he killed the boss, they would be able to escape from the dungeon. Joe gritted his teeth and swore that he now understood what they were trying to achieve. The antagonist, attacking the shield, shouted that they shouldn't even expect to win. The shield cracked. The hero raised his sword over the monster. The girl flew aside. The protagonist, having killed the boss, triumphantly declared that this was the end. The guy plunged his sword into the enemy's body. The monster opened its eyes. His pupils rolled back. Jean was standing on a dead thing. He shook his head to the sides. Joe covered his face with his hand and exclaimed that his heart almost stopped, and then sarcastically asked if they really thought they could escape after killing the boss. The antagonist put his fingers forward and mockingly remarked that their plan was short-sighted. The protagonist was sitting in front of the sword, and Joe said that you can't leave it immediately after killing the boss, you need to wait at least 10 to 30 minutes. Joe looked at the hero and added with disdain that it seemed that even their leader Jean didn't know about it, and Jean called him a fool. The enemy put his hand to his ear and laughed that he seemed to be going crazy from bad luck, and then asked what he had said. The character raised his head and firmly said that Joe miscalculated by calling him a bastard. Joe opened his eyes wide. Notification windows appeared, and the warrior reported that his goal was to level up. The guy clicked on the screen. The cards swirled around the guy. A map flew out in front of the protagonists. He pressed it. The guy showed the map to the enemy and said that now he would become a victim. The body of the main character lit up brightly. The antagonist looked ahead and asked what it was. He frowned and said that he wouldn't leave it so easy. The guy's body was glowing. The hero jumped forward and thought that before Jean could do anything, he would finish him off. Blood flew from the weapon. The enemy opened his eyes and did not understand what it was. The antagonist flew away from Jean. The warrior began to break on the floor. A celestial halberd appeared in the guy's hands. A status window appeared in front of the hero. The system showed the hero's stats, revealing that his status was that of Jean Junodo. The guy held the weapon in his hands and admitted that he did not know how to hold the weapon correctly, at what angle to use it or how to swing it quickly, but this is exactly what Luby used. The character, looking up, was relieved to note that his body knew how to apply these skills and called it a gacha. Joe, looking at the hero, stated with disdain that despite everything, the fighter remains garbage and is unable to surpass the limitations of his level and talent. He frowned and firmly replied that he would never give up. The guy looked away. The character, standing on the monster, briefly replied with a denial. The antagonist opened his mouth and indignantly stated that he had stopped fooling him, adding that he would not be afraid of such a scumbag as a fighter. He spread his swords to the sides. Joe, rushing forward, said that the target was determined and the opponent must die. He rushed at the protagonist. Joe, approaching the guy, exclaimed triumphantly that the hero was caught. The antagonist grinned and confidently stated that at such a distance, even A or S rank opponents would not be able to dodge, and again ordered the hero to die. The guy put out his weapon. He repulsed the enemy's blow. Joe's sword fell apart. The guy swung at the enemy. Joe's body halved, and Jean coldly said that he should repent in hell. The protagonist stood over the body of the enemy. The hero looked at the hand and said that even A-rank Joe wasn't his equal, and asked if that could mean he wasn't C-rank if he won by that margin. Jean put his hand to his chest and decided that he was most likely an SS rank, but added that there were only 9 people with that rank on Earth, and it depended on the conditions, and admitted that he would like to know more about the gacha, but it didn't matter now. The character ran up to Cian and simply called her name. He took her in his arms and asked her to wake up. The character, looking at Cian's body, anxiously remarked that she was in a bad situation and asked when they would be able to get out of here, adding that looking at her it seemed as if she had used up too much energy and had begun to show signs of rage. Lubu appeared in front of the hero, who exclaimed in fright that he had scared him and asked who he was, to which Lubu wondered why the character was so surprised, and explained that it was the fighter who summoned him to the current era. Jean, looking at Luba, only muttered in confusion what this meant. Lubu, smiling at the hero, said that his name was Lubunim, but you could simply call him Finxian. Lubu, pointing at Xian, remarked that the hero should probably be more concerned about her condition. Lubu, looking at Xian's injuries, explained that she didn't look injured on the outside, but was in that state because she had used all of her energy in a short period of time, and advised the hero to try to pour energy into the gate of the point. The guy held the girl and thought that the realizers call mana internal energy, and that the realizers are those who have awakened through their own enlightenment, not external awakening. The heroine sat down. Lubu folded his hands in a cross and announced that everything was done, and now she just needed to rest to recover, and the protagonist sincerely said that it was all thanks to him, and called him Finxianim, and he modestly replied that it was nothing, and added that he was grateful to the hero for freeing him from that place. Lubu, spreading his arms, exclaimed with regret that his time was running out. The weapon was lying on the floor, and he apologized that he might not be here long thanks to this object, but he had a great time and hoped that the warrior would summon him again. The character, smiling, replied that he would be glad, but it all depends on his luck. Lubu flashed brightly and confidently declared that they would definitely meet sooner than the hero thought. The guy looked up. He shifted his gaze. The bodies were lying on the floor. Jean lowered his head and remarked with annoyance that he wished he could be faster. A notification window appeared in front of him. The system showed notifications on the screens and reported that he had successfully managed to load the skills. Some of the target's skills had been transferred to the wearer's body, and added that as a reward he received +3 to mana, +5 to strength, +3 to stamina, +4 to reflexes, +1 to the mana level indicator, and that his dragon maneuver skill status had been obtained. The guild leader, looking at the portal, impatiently remarked that they had been absent for too long, and the guy officially informed the guild leader that they had confirmed the dungeon clearing signs. The heroes left the portal. The head looked at them in surprise. The protagonist walked with a girl in his arms. The guild leader looked ahead, and the guy behind anxiously asked where the others were, and added that if they weren't with them after clearing the dungeon, then something had gone wrong. The guild leader turned around and sternly ordered to check the condition of the absentees first, and asked if he had been understood. The doctor, holding a gurney with the heroine, warned him to be careful. The guild leader, looking at the main character, asked if he was okay. Jean looked ahead and stated that he had something important to report to the leader. The blue-haired man clutches his head and wonders aloud. Jean holds out a gadget and says that Joe was a hitman and adds that this recording was from a dungeon camera that a squad member who joined them had. As a support on the recording, a guy in red stabs a man. Someone yells to dodge. The blue-haired man makes an angry face and calls Joe names. The device screen shows interference. The man in blue leans against the table and states that it was his fault as he was blinded and took him to the raid. Jean replies that no one realized who he really was, as he was very careful to hide his identity, after which he asks the boss not to blame himself. Dark energy from corpses flows around Joe. The man reveals that it seems that he had a skill that allowed him to become stronger by killing people, then reminds him of the deaths of the previous expedition. The hero frowns and reports that this is the case and adds that he could have killed anyone and just hidden all the suspicious things inside the dungeon, then adds that they would not have been able to find evidence against him. Bluehair gritted his teeth and talks about the rule for mana users to always have cameras in dungeons, then adds that if it had been before, it wouldn't have happened. The protagonist makes a surprised face. His interlocutor asks what happened next. A gold bracelet glitters on the guy's hand. He notes to himself that it is better for a man not to know that he has such an object, and declares aloud that he and everyone around him can be in danger. He raises his hand and mentally apologizes to the guild leader, and tells aloud that the lizard warrior has mutated, to which he is surprised aloud. The blonde in armor and the monster form blue spheres in their hands. The chance of mutation occurs very rarely, but there are cases when monsters are able to use the skills of those who enter the dungeons. Bluehair touches his chin and says that there have been almost no instances of this since the great disaster has happened, and states that even if the D-rank dungeon boss gains the skill, it will still be difficult for him to defeat Joe. He looks at Jean and asks about the skill he learned through the mutation, to which Jean replies that it is correct. A monster with Lee in the background impales a red-robed guy with a sword. The hero reveals that it was the stealth ability of a young man with glasses and adds that the monster launched a stealth attack behind Joe while he was busy fighting the protagonist and Seiyun, after which he adds that the killer quickly cut off the monster's head, but was still injured. The head of the guild crosses his arms and states that it is karma, then adds that who would have thought that Joe died because of the skill of the man he killed. The office is revealed. The blue-haired man says that Jean will tell the details next time, then asks him to have a good rest, to which the hero agrees. The protagonist takes a heavy look through the glass. He watches Xiaon lying on the hospital room. He walks down the hallway. A purple sky is shown. There is a multi-story building. The young man lies on the sofa and sighs and tells that he is very tired. He points his finger at the blue screen in front of him, saying that he must now take a close look at what he has not been able to get his hands on before. On the blue hologram there is a button with the inscription about the binding gacha. The young man says what this arrow is for. Behind the surprised guy there is a window that says about the info gacha. He notes that categories have appeared. The screen began to light up after pressing the button. Gene states that he knew it. He sits on the sofa and talks about what a guaranteed gacha means. A lot of signs fly out in front of him. The hero looks at the mana user cards in surprise and states that he has seen them all before. The protagonist scrolls through the list with his hand and asks aloud what it might mean. A card with Lubu is shown in front of the guy. The young man is surprised by the price of 99 mana. He scratches his head and states that this is too much for him, and adds about the remaining 3 cards. Windows pop up with the names and images of the guide and Mikhail. Gene informs that if they need so much mana, then people will never have enough of it to summon them. Many short men with beards stand nearby. The hero wonders aloud why he does not see the rest of the dwarves. He opens his eyelids in amazement. Many images of mana users are shown. The protagonist notes aloud that in order to put them on the list, he must meet them in person and know their names. With 3 cards flying over the naked guy, he reveals that the real value of this ability lies in the ability to download a unique talent or skill for different situations whenever he pleases. He looks at the monitor and says that in order to make full use of the skill, he needs to meet low-level and familiar mana users. Gene looks at the cards and says aloud that the last one is somewhere here. An image of Winry appears with a huge value. The hero makes a shocked face. A window appears with the mana indicator. The protagonist notes aloud that he urgently needs to increase the tank, then says that he must increase his level to increase stats or try his luck with the next gacha. He touches the blue sign and states that he will use the gacha binder tomorrow. An info gacha appears in the air. Gene tells her that she needs to use it first. The machine gun glows. The hero shouts loudly. Balls from the device fall on his head. He cries and is indignant that he is damn unlucky. The protagonist stands under the bridge. At 0.05 the area opposite his house will open. The young man looks up and says that the time and place are right. He presses the gacha button and shouts that he has full mana. A lot of maps fly over the Gene. He looks up at them and says that it looks great time after time. One of the cards flies out. The rectangle hovers in the hands of the hero. The protagonist is surrounded by blue energy. He opens his eyes in surprise and states that this is the coordinate but is different from when he summoned Luba. A stat plate appears. The protagonist calls the status window. He claims that this cannot be. The guy dispels the blue scoreboard and talks about his eyes. The man in red raises his sword. Gene reveals that it is Shang, who destroyed the Han dynasty, and who erected Dubei. A man strokes his belly. The hero talks about a sample of incompetence. The protagonist makes a startled face. Someone reports that these words were not respectful. Gene turns around and asks who it is, says out loud from a mile away that it's Shang. The spirit smiles and replies that he is the one and only second emperor of the Han dynasty, and the chief of all. The hero twists his gaze, which the ghost asks what is wrong with his facial expression. The protagonist stands in front of Lang. The young man takes out his phone. The emperor says that it looks disappointed with his ability, but adds that the worthy is not defined by strength. The guy turns around to ask when it will return to normal. The spirit furiously demands to take a closer look at his talents. Gene looks at the status window and reads about the second level luck, to which the ghost happily asks what he thinks of his skill. The hero frowns and mentally notes that this means that he is just lucky. An infant cries against the background of a bridge with a warrior in front of the army. Shan's good luck does not mean that he was just lucky. He survived being surrounded by Cao Cao's army in the Battle of Changban. A guy in a black and red yukata is smiling. He was a prince of the empire and an emperor. Dark-haired, lying in front of a mountain landscape. He was the one who always got food and blood in other countries, after his empire fell. Gene looks at the spirit and asks what good it is about being lucky and adds that such a skill will be of little use in the dungeon, to which the ghost clatters and says that he does not understand anything. The hero makes a surprised face and asks Shan what he is trying to say and wonders if he is trying to make him gamble, to which the spirit says that he finally understands. The protagonist summons the info gacha. The guy frowns. A window pops up, which says that the first gacha does not consume mana during the day. The machine begins to work. The young man shouts that he agrees to start. The device holds out a golden sphere, a golden capsule. Gene raises his fists at a smiling Shan and calls out his name. The hero tries to kiss the ghost and declares that from now on he wants to see him more often, to which he replies so that the guy calms down. A window is shown that says where the dungeon is formed, as well as that it is possible to receive a skillful stone as a reward. The protagonist says that this will happen in 3 months. Jewelry and elements of nature hang above the young man. He says that he does not know what the skill will be, but this way he can get several million for it, which sounds great. The spirit coughs into his fist and asks if Gene has forgotten something about him, to which Gene says he was about to ask questions. Pigeons sit on the bridge. The hero wonders why the ghost gave him so much luck, because he forced him to get out while he was resting. Shag smiles and replies that he isn't, and he's glad the guy got him out. The young man raises his eyebrows and notes to himself that Lu also said something similar, then asks what the emperor did before he was summoned. Shan smiles at the other ghosts. Gene says that he was unlikely to have been to heaven or hell, to which he replies that he is not the real Shan who existed in the current universe. The hero looks at the interlocutor, who says that he is just a fake personality that was created on the basis of an existing personality in reality. The protagonist asks what he is. The young man opens his eyes in amazement. A huge red ray comes from planet Earth. The abilities of one of the figures recorded in the real universe will be loaded. The hero says that he understands what this means. The spirit smiles. The protagonist says that not only abilities but also information about the personality will also be uploaded, and it is used for an individual who will think and speak for themselves. The young man clutches his face and talks about the third level, then declares that the more he thinks about her, the more he realizes that she is amazing. The ghost smiles and informs the guy that he is literally its creator and adds that he cannot help but give goodwill, to which he replies that he still does not believe in it and adds about the reincarnation of the personality. Winry hands Jean the golden light. Shan says that it is likely that an agent of the universe said it was a gift. The ghost flies away from the interlocutor and tells them that the gift will contain goodwill and asks them to think about it positively, and adds that if he calls someone else besides him, they will also do everything in their power to help him. Jean smiles and thanks him. The spirit disappears. He states that time is running out and adds that it was great to meet the boy and asks to call him again, to which he replies positively. High-rise buildings appear in the middle of the city. Bluehair lowers his eyes and states that the Justice Guild will be disbanded in the future. The hero sadly lowers his head. The leader says that due to the death of the combat squad, it will be impossible to clear the dungeons. The guy next to the protagonist is surprised aloud. The boss adds that he tried to recruit mana users, but to grow out of the price because of the user bubble. A white bouquet is lying at the workplace. The head of the guild adds that it's not only about this, but also about the rumors that say that many people died in a short period of time, then continues that, more accurately, now it is simply impossible to get new recruits. The boss bows to the guys and asks for forgiveness. A table with a name on a sign appears. A blue-haired man sits across from Jean. He raises his head and asks the hero if he is going to remain a user, to which he agrees. A furnished office appears. The leader declares that luck will not always be on the protagonist's side, as it was on that occasion, then wonders if the protagonist really wants to remain a user after going through this. The guy happily agrees and adds that he will continue to live as a user and adds that this is his goal. The man smiles and says that he knew that he would answer like that. He holds out an envelope and asks to take it. Jean takes the sheets out of it and asks what it is. He holds a document in his hand. The head of the guild says that this is admission to the Academy of the South Korean User Association and adds that, due to the fact that the guild can no longer help the young man with raising the level, he must gain experience somewhere else. After which he adds that the reception will be in a week and continues that Seyun will also be accepted, as soon as he gets here. The leader lowers her head and says that no one knows if she will want to continue being a user, to which the young man replies that she is more strong-willed than him, so there is no doubt that she will. The man turns his head and replies that this is true, then adds that they both do not even think about the people who worry about them. Bluehair places a metal object on the table, saying that Jean must know something else since he is involved in the subject, then reveals that they found another ingeniously forged mana watch among Joe's belongings. The hero makes a surprised face at the man's words that the killer was a member of another guild. Karma. Planet Earth is shown. The leader reveals that it is the largest guild in the world, which has countless members. The man's eyes glow red from under his robe. The head reports that the members of this organization call their leader the leader of the cult. A man with a gun furiously opens his mouth in front of a multitude of men. The blue-haired man says that they do not hesitate to do evil for the sake of the cult's well-being, and adds that they are a fanatical pseudo-group. The man looks at Jean and adds that he should therefore be careful, because no one can say what they will do after losing one of their weighty powers. The hero lowers his eyes and says that one of the reasons why the guild was disbanded must also be because of karma. The interlocutors sit in front of each other. The protagonist's boss says that he will inform Seyun about this, so they both have to be careful, to which the young man agrees and adds that they do not worry about him. The blue-haired man extends his hand to the guy and thanks him for being a part of the guild all this time, after which he asks him to do everything possible to achieve his goals. They raise their palms to each other, and Jean thanks the head of the guild for teaching him a lot. The next day, the open sphere emits tiny blue smoke. The hero stands with a sad face. Shang with a fist at his mouth says that luck is not a possession, then asks how Shu Han could fall if luck could solve everything. The protagonist raises his eyebrows in amazement and mentally notes that the ghost is right and the skill is still at level 2, and states aloud that there is no guarantee that he will win. The emperor shakes the machine. The guy notes aloud that the compatibility between Shan and the info gacha is good, to which the spirit replies that the young man is also trying hard. Jean says that he should spin up the device in order to increase his stats from tomorrow. The hero is on his knees in front of a flying gambling car and shouts that it has happened again. The ghost puts his hand to his forehead. The protagonist yells that he wanted something else to fall out. The next day, Jean stands under the bridge in front of the system screen and claims that he will knock out what he wants today. A huge number of desk cards above the praying hero. One of the rectangles shines blue. The protagonist says that this is it. The main character stands in the middle of the sidewalk. A huge complex of beautiful medieval buildings is shown. Jean says that this place is the academy. He looks at his watch and says that he has updated it to match the awakened one. On the screen of the device, the hero's characteristics are shown. He says that his characteristics are incredible for the second level. even if this is all due to the effect of the King of Weapons. The golden card shines over the joyful guy. He thanks her and notes that she fell in the next gacha. A blonde girl in medieval armor holds a sword vertically down with her eyes closed in front of many warriors. The young man mentally says that he imagined himself as one of the 12 knights of Charlie Magny. The girl asks Jean if he summoned her. The hero scratches his head and awkwardly asks who she is, and in his thoughts he declares that, alas, he does not know who she turned out to be. The protagonist twitches because of the voice that called him brother. Seyun waves his hand with a smile. The guy greets her and asks how she is doing, to which she replies that she is just fine. The girl winks and reminds the guy that he knows how hardy she is. A young sister Gina with glasses runs from men to the stands. She says that she used to always be in a hurry to take good places in her brother's gaming tournaments, to which he claims that this was indeed the case. Jean and his smiling sister walk together. The hero asks if it's time for them to go inside, to which his sister stops him. They look at each other. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He says to himself that, as expected, since he found out about her skills before she set the mana clock, she has every right to suspect the guy. The girl leans over to the tense young man, who thinks to himself that he must apologize. He opens his eyes to his sister's words that everything is ready. She holds a grain of rice in her hands and offers to move on. My sister continues to walk with satisfaction. Jean makes a happy face and declares that he is no match for her. The girl continues to smile. The hero notes to himself that she knows that he has secrets, but still decided to pretend that she did not notice. The protagonist stretches out his hand to her as he runs, thinking that she is older than he is, and asks her to wait aloud. User Academy. A large and beautiful building is shown. A young man sits at a table in front of a strict man with a pointer. In order to get into the dungeon, mana users must undergo mandatory training for a month. Several colorful flags flutter in the wind. Those who are part of the guild receive training from their organization. A medieval building appears. Those who are not members of guilds receive an education in the academy, which is registered by the nation. The sword parent stands in the center of the auditorium. The applicants prefer the individual training that the guild can provide, rather than the training of the academy, where several people study at the same time. A man with a scar on his face teaches a young man how to hold a blade correctly. A lot of people are standing in the center of the hall in front of a big toy bear. Another reason why people avoid the academy is because of the admission test. Jean looks around and says that it's quite crowded, to which his sister nearby asks him to pay attention to the fact that it's about to begin. Kim stands in the stands and declares that they are starting the admission academic test. The instructor, with a custom rank of B. A large teddy bear with a screen sits on the floor. The blue-haired guy reveals that you need to hit that sandbag behind him as hard as you can, then adds that if they get more than 30 points, then they pass. The glasses sit on the face of a young man, who asks Choi to go forward and start the test. The bald man comes forward with a smile and claims that 30 points is easy and he will pass this test on the first try. He swings his fist. A pumped-up man hits a bear. The number 27 is lit on the screen. Kim says that he fell through and asks the next one to proceed. The man states that this is impossible and shouts that this car is broken anyway, then demands to be allowed to hit again. A guy in glasses waves his fist in front of the indignant. The number 88 is shown on the large monitor. Jean opens his mouth in surprise and pronounces the result, his sister whispering to him that Kim is very strong. The blue-haired young man makes a serious face and reveals that the car is not broken and repeats the man's result, then asks the next candidate to step forward. A dark-haired guy makes a punch. He is informed that he did not pass. The girl kicks the device. Kim says that she did not pass. A young man with a tense face attacks. The blue-haired one says that he was able to pass. Seyun stands in front of the bear. Kim calls her name. She kicks a sandbag. The monitor shows a value of 67 points. She is informed that she has passed. Jean happily clenches his fist and says that this is incredible. A guy with glasses looks at a tablet. He holds the device in his hands, and information about the girl is visible on it. The blue-haired man states that with abilities like hers, the largest guilds in the country should fight for her attention, then asks aloud why she is enrolling in the academy in the first place. The hero gives his sister a high five and congratulates her, to which she claims with a smile that the protagonist will receive more than her. The guy turns to Kim's voice, who says that he is next. Seyun asks his brother to try. Jean climbs the podium. He frowns and thinks to himself that about 30% of the applicants passed, after which he declares that someone like him who has mediocre skills and talents would hardly be able to pass the test. The hero stands in front of a bear with a screen. The blue-haired man asks him to start. The hoop on the protagonist's hand sparkles with lightning. The guy says that he has an incredible buff item that increases his stats by 10. The young man swings his leg and shouts. Jin's foot is covered with fire. A window appears that says that the game's talent will be activated and all the parameters of the hero will be doubled. The protagonist wonders aloud what it is. He throws away the sandbag. Kim makes a shocked face. The number 91 is displayed on the screen. Seyun covers his mouth with his palms. The people present are amazed at Jin's result and say that the difference with that guy is 6 points, and this is the best result in the academy. The hero scratches his neck awkwardly. He is informed that he has passed, to which the protagonist laughs awkwardly. The sister makes a bewildered expression with the thought that she thought her brother was hiding something. The guy continues to touch the back of his head and curses to himself, after which he asks if he was too suspicious. A month later, The high-rise stands under the blue sky. One of the men in the suit raises his hand and begs the leader to accept any amount if he reveals the whereabouts of the saint, then desperately asks to know where she is now. The head of the guild sits in a chair with his arms crossed and calmly explains that he has already said that the saint is recovering from the wound she received during the expedition. A blue-haired man with his back to men who claim to do anything to at least find out where she is recovering. Documents are lying on the table. Someone is exclaiming about the academy. A man in a white jacket rests his hands on his hips and claims that the girl is not even part of the leader's family. A businessman in a suit confidently reports on the phone that he has found the saint, and adds that he has already sent scouts to the academy. The territory of the academy is shown. Training in it lasts 1 month. A man in white and red clothes points his finger at the screen in the center of the auditorium. In the first week of the academy, students are presented with theoretical knowledge about monsters and dungeons. The guy swings his spear. In the second week they study weapons and conduct training. 2 guys run away from traps, practicing measures during emergencies on the third, and join tactical training on the last. An armed group of people stand with their backs to each other in a circle, and on the last day of the academy, a final test is held. Seyun walks along the sidewalk and thinks about the fact that tomorrow is the final test, and she is sure she should be able to pass it, then mentally notes her brother's calmness. A man in a suit jumped out of the bushes at a frightened girl with a piece of paper, and stated that he represented the Eastern Guild, and wanted to take up some of her time. Seyun runs away from the sudden man, and shouts that he is not going to join, to which he asks to wait, and then adds that they can provide her with better service. The dark-haired woman huddled against the corner of the stone building. She looks around the corner with the thought that the academy's information was classified, but someone still found out about it, then mutters that it's problematic. A guy in a black suit with a red shirt behind her asks if she has a problem. Seyun turns sharply. The man said that they would help her. He holds out a business card with a smile and reveals that they are the Rams Guild. The girl runs away. The businessman shouts her name. She tries to escape from the crowd and on the way loudly declares that she does not need any guild, then adds that she does not need them. Several people knock on the building's door and call for Seyun, to which she replies that they should get away, then adds that there should be no strangers in this place. Jean looks at the businessman at the dinner table with her sister and tells her that the scouts have infiltrated the territory again, to which she replies with a hand on her forehead, yesterday they chased her all the way to the training room. The hero holds chopsticks in his hands and tells Seyun that she will receive special treatment wherever she goes, after which he asks about going to a guild that can offer something good. The girl folds her hands on the table with a serious look and tells her brother that she will do as she wants, because this is her life. The protagonist nervously agrees. He brings a spoon of food to his mouth, thinking that his sister is stubborn, even if she looks meek. Seyun puts his hands on his knees and is about to say something. Her brother chuckles questioningly. He invites him to go somewhere after graduation, just the two of him. Heshchik places his tray next to Jean and says this is where he is. The girl twitches from the blonde's greeting. The hero looks at a portion of a bright guy who asks if he is nervous before tomorrow's test, after which he claims that he himself has lost his appetite because of this, pronounces his words doubtfully. The blonde man points his finger to the side and says that when you are nervous, you need to move, then offers to have a friendly sparring later. Jean brings the spoon of food to his mouth and replies that Heshchik knows that he does not participate in duels, to which the blonde replies that they will never suffer in virtual mana. 2 guys sitting in chairs with glasses on their heads. This is a device created with the help of magical engineering, which creates a copy of the user's body in a digital space. 2 young men stand opposite each other with weapons in their hands. The device allows people to conduct duels without losses, as if they were in a game. Covered in red energy, Jean knocks his opponents away. He mentally notes that this is a game, and if his game talent is activated, then his stats will double. The hero smiles with lightning bolts all over his body. He says that if he feels the doubling of stats, then he will be upset by his real results. The protagonist sits sadly in the corner, declaring that he would prefer to fight. He chews food in his mind, regrets that the game talent responds only to mechanical devices, then adds that this is a shame. Heshchik claims that if the young man refuses, then he has no one else to fight. Seyun glows purple. She is surrounded by a purple aura, and a girl with a serious face invites the blonde to fight her. The blonde gets up from the table and wonders if it's serious, because she always refused. Sister Gina fixes her hair and replies that she's just really nervous. Heshchik opens his mouth wide and yells to wait. Seyun punches the young man in the face. His body is thrown far away. The blonde man gets up and asks the lady if she wants to kill him, to which she asks what he is talking about. The girl cracks her fingers and says with a smile that this is a virtual space. A relaxed Seyun and a nervous Heshchik are sitting in chairs with glasses on their heads. The blonde prepares for a dash, and declares that if she is in this mood, then he will also become serious. The blonde guy rushes forward. Sister Gina dodges the young man's fist. Her leg flies into the blonde's face. The girl makes a lot of kicks on his back. The blonde screams. He grits his teeth and asks his rival how she could have been called by the saint. The hero watches the fight and says that it is brutal, after which he adds that Seyun's attacks are one thing. Vein swells on Heshchik's forehead. The protagonist states that his grit allows him to withstand all these blows, which is also impressive. The blonde shrugs and shouts that he doesn't hurt at all. The girl swings at his face. She makes an uppercut. The blonde was about to ask something. Xiao tosses his body. Jean picks up the guy and declares that they have a winner. Kim walks past Heshik's chair. 3 young people are sitting in virtual glasses. The instructor says that they are probably preparing for tomorrow's test. The man with glasses looks away with the thought that there is a student among them from whom he expects a lot. Jean kicks the bear into the air, Kim mentally noting that it made a strong first impression. A broken pink rabbit with a screen is lying against the wall. The instructor says the same thing happened 3 years ago. Blue-haired looks at a guy with round glasses. Kim reveals that it is a monster who has exceeded 90 points. The yellow-eyed guy smiles. The instructor mentally explains that he had the largest number of talents, 13, then adds that he was a rare weirdo who entered the academy after refusing offers from all known guilds. A blonde man in a battle suit walks towards a group of people with rays of light in his chest. Kim states to himself that after graduating from the academy, this person became the 9th SS rank user. The yellow bear is lying under the monitor with the number 91. The blue-haired one mentally adds that the difference between the score of that monster and Jean is only 5 points. A large pink rabbit with a monitor sits against the wall. Kim says to herself that in those days, due to the smaller number of users of the candidates, the number of points was added. The blue-haired man makes a piercing look from under his glasses. The protagonist kicks a large pink rabbit next to a blonde guy with glasses. The instructor asks what the score would be if that device was used this time as well. A blue portal appeared in the middle of the green plane. The instructor says that the final academic test will be held here. This is the clearing of the E-rank dungeon. He points to the portal and says that once the students pass the final test, they will be reborn as true users who have the right to enter the dungeons. A warrior with yellow hair stands next to the students. Kim adds that the instructor of the A and B ranks will go inside with them, for their own safety and supervision. The blue gate glows. The teacher explains that as they always say, you should not lower your vigilance in the dungeon. A girl in a suit exhales. Her gaze swept forward. The man's eyes flashed bright red with a crazy grin. The girl trembles at the memory of her past dungeon. A man's hand touched the shoulder of the Seiyun. Her eyes opened completely. Jean opened the door and said that his sister should return home unharmed. The Heshchik said that they would clear something like an E-rank dungeon in an instant. The girl, smiling, explains that she is there and back. The teacher shouted for the team to come in. A group of fighters enters the portal. The hero, folding his hands on his belt, said that there should be no problems here. His partner said that Jean would have seen how his sister beat the Heshchik. There is definitely no need to worry about her. Blue energy streams from the portal. The instructor said that the signal has been confirmed and the support team is ready. A girl in a battle suit comes out of the dungeon and says that fortunately, nothing unusual has happened. The brother, opening his mouth, said that of course he was worried about the Seiyun. His brother confirmed. The warrior with the shield clenched his fist. Jean said that it was their next turn. The instructor ordered Team B to prepare. The interlocutor of the guy with the spear, lowering her hands, wished him good luck. He patted her on the head and told her that they would eat some treats when they were done. A man with blonde hair, entering the portal, asked the hero if they would take him with them. The partner confirmed. The commander, standing near the portal, reported that the confirmation was complete, 10 people or less E-rank destroying type. Kim, opening his mouth, said that he would go with the Team B. The protagonist froze in place. In his head he thought, let's go. A gate opened inside the dungeon. A group of students appeared at the site of the portal. The instructor, writing down the information, said that everyone reacted every second, plus 1 point to the student genie who reacted the fastest. The hero stretched out his hand forward, explained that now there would be a stage of security after penetration. This is a dungeon of the destruction type. They will follow the tutorial and enter the square formation. The warriors agreed. Kim froze in place, thinking that student Jean was exceptional compared to the others. His enthusiasm and ability more than anyone else's. The protagonist steps forward. The teacher adds that these factors are not supported by his talents. If he had enough talents, he could be promoted to S rank, or even higher. Jean, pointing his spear at the monster, warned that an orc was ahead. The green monster turned. It rushed forward. The hero commanded that the Heshchik needed to use his shield. He could block the onslaught of the monster. The warrior with the shield took the orc's blow on himself. The soldier gritted his teeth. Jean waved his hand and told the sub-tank to help the main one. 2 students restrain the monster. A guy with a spear jumps on an orc. He pierces the opponent's chest. Blood gushes from the monster's wound. A yellow light can be seen from the giant door. A monster with an axe sits on the throne. His eyes sparkled. The warrior with the spear lowered his weapon and said that he had misjudged. The defense fighter replied that the bastard was stronger than he looked. The teacher, looking at the student, concluded that it was strange. The Heshchik should be able to stop the attack of an E-rank orc with ease. The tutor frowned and said in his mind, could it be that this E-rank dungeon was close to D rank? He would have to intervene if the situation worsened. 3 monsters are attacking. The fighters are shouting that the orcs are coming. Several students with bows pulled the bowstring. The hero ordered them to shoot. Monsters are met with a hail of arrows. Heshchik shielded the enemy with his shield. The genie said that the orc should be blocked. The tank raised the opponent above his head. He did not fall on the stone floor. The tips of the weapons in the hands of the students shone. They hit the lying monster. Kim, writing down a note in a notebook, said that he was wrong to doubt. The portal began to shimmer with blue and yellow colors, at the same time outside the dungeon. The instructor with yellow hair grabbed the notebook from his comrade and said that this was the devil. His pupil shrank. He took the dark-haired guy by the throat. A teacher with a golden ring on his hand, holding a man in the air, asked which seeker he was bargaining with to find the dungeon. He replied that he didn't know much about seekers, he had met him on the recommendation of another guild. The warrior with bright eyes, frowning, clarified which guild he contacted. He understands what he has just done. The interlocutor opened his mouth. A hooded man appeared in front of two workers, a dark-haired man, saying that he was sorry, he couldn't get into the dungeon, no matter how hard he tried. The students, waving their hands, asked what was happening, if they had any problems. The instructor with bright hair threw the interlocutor to the ground. He, frozen in place, explained that he apologized. It seemed that they had been deceived with the dungeon. The students, surrounding the teacher, said that they had heard that there was a seeker with a special mana that could cheat the analysis. Never would have thought that they could be so fooled. Siyun put her hand to her chin and asked what the real rank of this dungeon was. The green monster's eye flashed in the darkness. The two students are facing a huge door. Jean says that they have finally reached the boss's room. They push the door. The hero said that they will get into trouble. The doors to the boss's room opened. Shadow silhouettes sweep through the guy. He thinks that where did such a creepy feeling come from? He didn't have this feeling. Not even in the lizard boss room of the D-rank dungeon. A red aura comes out of the door. The students say that the door is open and they need to enter. Heshchik, peeking out from behind the shield, asked if it was the boss. The orc looked ahead. The instructor twitched. He opened his mouth and said that they had an emergency. They were stopping the test right away. The dungeon monster rushed towards the students, the teacher saying that this dungeon definitely did not have an E rank. The monster raised the axe above his head. Kim added that it was a dungeon with an A rank boss. People in uniform blocked the portal to the dungeon with tape. The woman, opening her mouth, asked where the criminal was. The instructor with bright hair looked to the side and said that he had fainted, so he was unconscious now. The girl in the costume, taking the halberd in her hands, said that it was necessary to arrest the criminal as soon as he woke up. That about the guild Karma. The man from the organization replied that Karma said that they did not know where the seeker went. This incident was a deplorable circumstance. The worker, gritting her teeth, explained that the problem was that these freaks were allowed to deal with the affairs of the guild, the user association, the S-class team lead, the SEO Sungda. The portal sparkled. A man from the association stated that the dungeon was boss type and ranked not less. The guy in the suit, raising his palm, said that if the strongest instructor was rank B, Kim, it was possible with him. A huge monster is sitting on a rock. CEO explained that it is a destroying type. This is a boss type. A boss type monster dungeon of a rank. Its boss is comparable to an S-rank boss type, or even stronger. The instructor leaned back. The worker added that the B rank of the user may not even dream of defeating him. The hero's sister approached the portal. She leaned her hand to her chest and asked if there was any way to save the people inside. The woman, closing her eyes, replied that unfortunately, but there is currently no such possibility. As long as the people inside the dungeon, there is no way they can intervene unless they all die. The weapon sank to ground level. Its owner said that it was only possible to avenge the death of the students. An orc with an axe stands in front of an apprentice with a sword. He is shaking with fear. The monster's eye flashed. The axe is approaching the ground at great speed. Kim, putting his hand forward, said that he was using a mesmerizing ball. Red roots spread across the stone floor. They wrapped themselves around the green monster. The monster turned. The instructor, grabbing the scarlet circle, declared that from that moment on he would be at the head as the commander of the expedition. The students froze in place. The teacher said that the children should get together and follow his commands. The orc tries to get out of the red ropes. Kim explains that as long as he holds him, they must land as many effective blows as possible. Students are shaking with tension. The fang monster turned around. The blue-haired guy, opening his mouth, said that he couldn't. How could they resist the monster? An orc tears at the scarlet roots. Kim's gaze went forward. The red whips dissolve, Kim saying that the skill has already been destroyed. The enemy clenched his teeth. The blue-haired man, shaking, realized that they were all going to die here. The opponent's axe flies to the instructor's body. Jean made a dash forward. He attacked with his sword. Kim looks at the flying shards of the orc's armor. Heshchik pointed his finger at the battlefield. Pieces of the monster's armor fly off the armor. The hero took a fighting stance. Students standing in front of the dungeon boss, 10 minutes ago. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't try to hide his strength in such a situation. Please let him be lucky. Shan, flying up, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The monster restrains the boss. The hero's partner asked what kind of monster was here. The interlocutor replied that there was no time to explain. Jean, opening his mouth, said that he believed in Shan, who replied that he did not know how to fight at all. Several hundred cards levitate near the guy with the spear, the connecting gacha. The short-haired student froze in place and concluded that if the info gacha was available at the time the Shan was loaded, then the AI binder gacha would work. The system window froze in the air with the text that the 10th link had a guarantee a level higher than rare. The protagonist's partner, putting his hand to his mouth, asked if the hero was using his goodwill. The blue card is lowered to the ground. The hero clenched his fist in his hand. The card shown, the genie said it was a diamond card. He struck at the monster. The orc flew into the nearest column. The instructor, approaching the student, asked what he was doing. He, opening his mouth, explained that he was just a little lucky, but no, a lot. The hero stands with a sword, Jean Jiango, loaded with Siegfried, level 99. The protagonist, looking at the German warrior, thought that this was a great warrior from Germany. Just think, He loaded the dragon slayer who killed the terrible dragon farmer. The orc stomped his foot on the ground. His eyes sparkled. He clutched the shaft of his weapon. Jean, standing with a blade in his hand, he mentally said that the opponent had repelled the attack. D-ranked Joe Hakray could not even repel an ordinary blow. The green ring was aimed at the opponent. The protagonist asked what level the monster was in general. A monster's fang sticks out of his mouth. Orc Lord, you're 82. The guy with the short hair opened his mouth and wondered if the monster had a level of 82. Such a level should be one of the strongest S-rank monsters. The green giant gets closer to the student. Siegfried, dropping his hands, declared that the enemy was advancing. The orc swung his axe. His opponent attacked with his sword. The two weapons crossed. The orc saw a golden glow. The protagonist, clenching his teeth, stated that the monster was only S-ranked. He parried away the opponent's shot. The hero, raising his sword above his head, said, "I wonder how well it will withstand the SS rank ability." A system window appeared with the text that Siegfried, the awakening of the dragon's blood, had been downloaded. The monster slammed his axe to the ground. Jean strikes with his blade. 2 cuts reached the monster's body. His pupil dilated. Blood gushed from the orc's mouth. The green monster leaned back and let out a battle cry. The boss of the room raised his axe to strike. The protagonist blocked his attack. The genie clenched his teeth and asked all that the orc of this dungeon could do. His eyes sparkled. The guy with the sword inflicts leaves wounds after his swings. 2 fighters exchanged blows. The students froze in place in surprise. The protagonist, lowering his sword with the point down, said that it was time to finish. His opponent rushed into the attack. Jean lunges with a blade in his direction. A stabbing blow pierces the boss's body. The orc lord is bleeding. Jean put his sword aside. Siegfried levitates in the air and says that the master did a good job. He miraculously executed the enemy. The summoner says that it is all thanks to his partner. Heschik runs to his comrade. The students surround Jean. The archer says that if it wasn't for the instructor and the hero, then they would all die. The guy with dark hair replies that everything is fine. He is just glad that everything is fine. The main tank of the squad states that the protagonist was great. Kim, opening his mouth, says that he thanks the Jean apprentice for his work. He has a lot of questions for him. He needs to take care of the current situation first. The monster directed its palm towards the youth's necks. The hero looked at the orc's hand. Heschik pushes the protagonist. The monster hits a guy with blonde hair with his blow. He closed his eyes in pain. The body of the tank flew back. He hit the column. Jean opened his mouth and shouted the name of the Heschik. He looked at his boss. His eye glowed bright red. A student with a sword, jumping to the neck of the enemy. Tongues of red flames deflected the blade of the sword. The genie's gaze swept forward. The sword got stuck in a scarlet haze. The hero said that the orc had deflected his sword. Jean stepped back and asked that this was another of the orc lord's skills. Kim leaned forward and explained that it was common for an orc lord to use a battle cry to confuse his opponent, and then engage them in hand-to-hand combat. But he hadn't heard of this ability before. The instructor's lenses glowed white, and the instructor said that he thought he knew what was happening. The color of the boss's aura changed to blood red. Kim explains that this is one of the rarest situations when a monster, being on the verge of death, uses a new skill. The orc clenched his fist in anger. The teacher said that it was a mutation. His battle cry quickly filled the walls of the room. Black waves cut the ground under the students' feet. One of them says that he cannot move. The blue-haired man, frozen in place, said that it was a battle cry. The hero froze with a sword in his hands. The orc tries to convey his blow to the protagonist. A red wave flashed upwards from the monster's impact. Jean stepped aside. The orc moved after his rival. The man's gaze swept forward, and he thought that the orc had become faster. The guy's hair is flying. Siegfried exclaimed that the attack will be from above. The young man blocked the incoming blow. The gray-armored man pressed his hands to himself, and stated that the monster's skill he had acquired was the awakening of the dragon's blood. A black battle aura emanates from the hero of the legend. He explained that he acquired this ability after killing the dragon Ferner and drinking its blood. This is a technique that will render the enemy's attacks useless, as well as heal all the user's wounds if he is on the verge of death, and it also instantly increases all the user's stats. Jean turned around and said that the ability was cheating. The guy with the sword blocked the boss's fist with his weapon. The blade glowed. Rivals inflict numerous attacks on each other. Siegfried, opening his mouth, said that the time for which he could stay in this world had expired. The student was indignant at this. The German warrior, disappearing from this world, added that the protagonist needs to run away until the awakening of the dragon's blood is over. The hero stopped holding a weapon in his hands. Trying to grasp the hilt, he said that the sword was heavy. The orc's eyes sparkled. Jean, frozen in place with fear, said in his head that the monster guessed that the opponent had become weaker. The young man looked back and concluded that the others couldn't do anything either. The sword is shaking in the guy's hands because of its weight. He said that the mana has already been spent. He can no longer use the binding gacha. The shadow of the monster towers over the student with dark hair. He said what he should do. The young man looked at the monster's outstretched hand. The hero was dumbfounded, wondering that he would die like this. The guy imagined how he was going for a burst of energy, reasoning that he had just begun to become the mana user he had always dreamed of being. Tears rolled down in the girl's eyes. The young man remembered that Sion promised that he would return. Jean opened his mouth, saying that he should not die. Energy poured out of the orc's eyes. The young man grabbed his sword, swinging, exclaiming that he was not. The hero was shrouded in energy. Preparing for an attack, he began to speak. He opened his eyes wide, looking in front of him. Magic drew the trajectory of the sword. The guy, clenching his teeth, attacked his opponent. The monster held out his hand, trying to block the blow as the young man shouted that he would not die. The orc didn't budge, grinning. Rays of energy emanated from Jin's sword. The plot told that the king of all weapons succeeded in recreating the weapons of the ancients. A crystal sparkled on the sword. It was said that he could use all the capabilities of the weapons of the ancients. This sword was a dragon slayer, a bomb. The monster, on the contrary, glowed from within. The plot narrated that the blood of a dragon was found in the blood of his opponent. At the moment of impact, the protagonist's eyes were full of energy, explaining that when the user encounters dragon's blood, their stats will increase by 1000%. Jin attacked his opponent with a blow to the body. The enemy was broken. The guy exhaled, realizing that the level was increased. A notification appeared about receiving the reward. The monster lay with its mouth open when the hero said that it was finally over. The young man looked at his palm, noticing that the king of all weapons even provided the ability to heal. Jin held his hand, imagining the men, thinking about who they were. The system said that he had successfully managed to load the largest target. Energy erupted behind the guy's back. It was said that some of the target's abilities would remain in the user's body, receiving rewards and skill. There was a message that he had obtained the skill of awakening the blood of a dragon. The guy was happy that this was the second skill after the maneuver of the green dragon. A card was shown. The guy explained that for him, the only possible way to raise stats was a golden card. The rating of the blue card was growing. He wondered if it was possible to get a skill from a diamond card. The orc looked away. The young man said that awakening the dragon's blood is an ideal skill with a lot of bonuses. It is indistinguishable from getting a second life. Jin smiled as he decided to discuss with the boys what to do next. There were 3 characters standing in front of him as he was surprised to look at them. The characters clenched their teeth as they were asked why they looked so gloomy. The young man saw Heshchik, who was holding his hand, exclaiming that he was fine and thank God. The friend was surprised when he asked Jin if he was going to kill them. The young man's face changed, asking again. Heshchik looked away, remembering that the hero was a high-level user who hid his identity, clarifying if he wasn't thinking of killing them so that his secret would remain a secret. The guy replied that it was nonsense, asking who would kill innocent people for such a reason. The girls clutched their breasts, exhaling. Jin held up 2 fingers, saying that he was not a high-level user who was hiding his identity. Before he came to this dungeon, he was a level 2. The guys objected to why he was so strong then. Kim was angry, looking at his friend clarifying where he got these powers, wondering how he could ask about it so easily. The hero looked to the side, replying that his past skill was just a little special, and the skill was also a secret. Heshchik pressed his shoulder, boasting that if he got his first skill, he would also be able to scatter monsters. The young man wondered if he also had a 3rd talent level. A portal was opened in front of people. The young man looked at the watch, saying that it was somehow too long, said that if it disappeared due to fright, without clearing the dungeon for 30 days, a breakthrough could occur, and then all the monsters would come to the surface. The creatures crawled out from the bright glow. The young guy looked at the girl, suggesting that she consider the system of forced closure of the dungeon. She replied that Kim was there now, so there should be no problem. Seo looked at the interlocutor, explaining that he was one of those people who would do whatever it took for his mission. The guy would try his luck even if he knew that he couldn't clear the dungeon. The portal was brightly lit up with energy. The young man stood in front, shouting that the portal had given signs and that you had to be ready to enter the dungeon. The girl grabbed an axe, claiming that she would avenge them. The guys in suits grabbed their weapons. The first person came out of the portal. At the head of the group was Kim, who led out of the gates. Seo was stunned as she asked again. The instructor looked to the side, saying that Team B, the dungeon was cleared, announcing the end of testing, and that everyone did a great job. The girl shouted why he was so calm. Kim turned back. The lady crossed her arms when she realized that he recognized her, asked if he knew that this dungeon was not what it was supposed to be. Seo opened her eyes wide, clarifying how they had cleared the A-rank boss's dungeon. The weapon stuck in the ground. They asked if it was an orc war axe. The girl examined it from all sides, claiming that there were less than 10 of them in Korea, wondering where this rare object came from. The lady was concerned as she turned to the instructor, asking if they had defeated the orc lord. The man clapped his hands, laughing, saying that is expected from Kim, whom the academy is proud of. Minj smiled as he remarked that as long as they were in the academy, all their trophies belonged to the educational institution. Seo looked at the headmaster angrily, noting that just a moment ago he had been hiding somewhere, and now that the dungeon had been cleared, he was trying to claim the trophies for himself. The man reached for the axe, saying that he would take it to the academy. The young man grabbed his arm. The guy did not let him take it, explaining that it was his, and it had belonged to him since he killed the orc lord. Minj was surprised, saying that although the young man looked like one of their students, he was talking nonsense. Jin smiled, closing his eyes, asked not to talk to him in an informal tone. There was no mistake here, and he was the one who killed him. The protagonist put his hands on his belt, asked if he thought he was his subordinate. The man introduced himself as a representative of the academy, and the guy was his client, clarifying whether he should complain about him for what happened here. The director wiped his mouth with his fist, apologized, and said that even so, he shouldn't have lied. Kim put his hands behind his back, confirming that he was not lying. The young man crossed his arms as the instructor said that it was true that Jean had single-handedly defeated the Orc Lord, and he personally did nothing then. Minj spread his arms to the sides, exclaiming that it was impossible for a student to defeat an Orc Lord. There was no common sense in it. The guy opened his mouth, answering that common sense is not important in the dungeon. The headmaster was confused, listening to the question of whether this was not the beginning of training at the academy. The young man turned his head as he began to speak. He pointed his finger at the people behind, wondering that instead of taking the trophies, whether he should take care of them, those who barely survived. He thought it was his duty to explain the situation and try to make amends. The girls did not look at what was happening enthusiastically. Minj wiped the sweat from his forehead, noting that everyone had returned safely. Seo put her palm to her face, thinking that did she really look like that in the eyes of other people? What a shame it was. The girl waved her hand to the side, announcing that the emergency was resolved from now on, ordering them to escort the students to the hospital immediately. After all, they were subject to a war cry. There was a possibility of internal injuries, so let them make sure that they were thoroughly examined. The man spread his hands to the sides, exclaiming that he was the highest authority in the academy, and everyone should obey his orders. The tall building was illuminated by the sun. Seo held the glass in her hands, asking about the mutation. Kim stretched out his hand to the side, confirming, said that student Jean had defeated the Orc Lord, but the monster's body exuded crimson energy and healed from all its wounds, after which he looked much stronger than before. The instructor raised his finger up, adding about the young man, and cut the orc in two with one swing. The girl could not believe her ears. The hero held a sharp spear in his hand. Kim stated that this was just his assumption. The young man held the sword firmly in his hands. The instructor stated that when Jean entered the dungeon, he had a spear, but when he fought the Orc Lord, it changed to a two-handed sword with a golden hilt encrusted with a blue jewel. Seo thought for a moment, asking again. Kim remembered the moment of the blow, explained that when he cut the Orc Lord in two, the jewel shone, and after that disappeared. The anxious instructor watched the hero from the sidelines. He looked at the girl, suggesting that the student might have used a man-absorbing artifact. Seo crossed her legs, replied that an artifact that could kill an Orc Lord with a single blow, wondering if his skill or talent was creating artifacts. In a flashback, the character kept his hands in his pockets. Kim added that if this is the case, perhaps this ability is identical to that of an American white SS rank blacksmith. The girl tensed, declaring that then they had urgent business. She grabbed the instructor by the jacket, saying that she needed to go. He asked where they were. Jean looked at the system window in surprise. The message showed his status. He understood that in this expedition he had risen 2 levels. The young man sat cross-legged on the bed, saying that despite the fact that he had to kill an S-rank monster, the result did not look impressive, but accelerated leveling did not exist in reality. So he thought there was nothing to be done. Monsters of different levels were shown. When the hero reasoned that in order to develop productively, he needs to enter as many dungeons of his level as possible. The guy scratched his chin as he said that there was no guarantee that he would get information about the dungeon if he used Gacha, and there was a limit to how many dungeons he could do on his own. Wondering what to do, behind the door, Seo shouted, asking to come in. The girl came in with the instructor, asking how he was feeling. The young man replied that fortunately he was not injured, and they said that tomorrow he could be discharged. The lady put her hand on her chest, formally introducing herself as the team leader of the Korean task force that investigates such incidents, and calls her Seo, saying that she thinks they should explain the situation to him. The guy raised his head, agreed, said that his name was Jean, and he would like to hear their version. It was depicted how the criminal runs away from the warrior. It was said that the seller of the academy was deceived by a swindler, and the location of the seeker who made this transaction with him is not known at the moment. The guys said that they thought he was connected to the Karma Guild, but there was no evidence that it was the work of the Karma Guild, and there was a high chance that this case would be hushed up. The young man opened his eyes wide, imagining the man, wondering if it could be because of Joe. Seo stood in front of the hero after hearing the question of why the Karma Guild had replied that there had been some disagreements between this guild and the academy lately. I wanted to say that this fact could not be ignored. The young man clutched his chest, thinking that it was not because of him. He frowned, realizing that this was strange. They weren't even users who worked at the academy, wondering how killing just a few students could affect the institution. Kim put it in his pockets, noting that they were probably looking for him, not the students, because his father was the director. The hero looked at the instructor in surprise, thinking that he was from a wealthy family, who added that in any case, this incident was 100% the fault of the academy. Kim bowed, saying that CEO Minj would resign and they would financially reimburse student Jean as their apology, sincerely asking for forgiveness. The young man scratched his head, replying that as users, they should be prepared to face unforeseen circumstances, and since he had received an apology and would be compensated, he would not continue to blame them. Seo crossed her arms behind her back, addressing the guy. She raised her hand, wondering if he would be interested in working for their country. Jean raised his hand, refusing the offer. The girl was discouraged, saying that he should have listened to her first. The young man objected, saying that he was not interested. The guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that he already knew how he would be obliged to serve the country for 3 years, if he decided to work for them. In other words, a slave of the country. he would have to pay his debt to the homeland again. The soldier with the machine gun was tense as he reasoned that the last duty in the army he had before the great catastrophe was just terrible, and now they wanted him to join the lists as a user. No way. Seo pointed her finger, explaining that he misunderstood. This position exempts users from paying 300 million won to confirm their awakening, and since he paid 300 million won, he doesn't need to follow any orders. The hero asked again about what is even so. The subway, the building and the portal were shown. The girl said that there are several advantages for the users of the country. He will have free access to all objects managed by the country, and he can endlessly enter the dungeon of his level for free, and he is also exempt from many taxes. The lady showed 4 fingers, saying that in exchange for 4 times a month, the hero would have to clear the dungeons that the country asked for, and 70% of the trophies from them would be given to the government. The young man again refused. Jean looked away, dismissing in his head that he shouldn't join the constituency because he didn't know what kind of information he would get from the info gachi again, and he didn't want to be bound by any obligations to have freedom of action, no matter what information he had. Seo opened her eyes wide, offering to conduct an expedition in this case. The guy clarified about the request for an expedition. With the diagram depicted on pieces of land, the girl explained that due to the fact that the number of dungeons is rapidly increasing around the world, more users are needed for clearing, and so they would like to request a dungeon expedition for users in exchange for a reward. In order to help nurture users, they would take care of all the necessary fees to get into the dungeon. The lady held up 3 fingers, saying that all they were asking for was 30% of the magic stones he would get on the expedition. The young man pondered, scratching his chin, hearing that they would not force him to make a request. He could refuse an expedition that he did not want to participate in, replied that it had been difficult for him to search for dungeons lately, so it sounded tempting. Jean closed his eyes, thinking that the dungeons that the association found would be more stable. Even if they wanted to take 30% of the magic stones, there were not so many of them in small-level dungeons. The entrance fee was much more than the reward. The main character raised his hand up, accepting the offer, clarified whether they would sign the contract. The girl rubbed her hands together, overjoyed, said that the association would find him a suitable dungeon and contact him. He would be able to sign the contract when they contacted him again. Jean looked at Kim, clarifying if he needed to visit the academy after being discharged. The instructor replied that he had completed all the mandatory training, so he was free to attend it at will. Kim smiled, urging them to come to the graduation ceremony, and hoped that he would honor them with his presence. The hero smiled, understanding everything. The lady turned to Jean. He looked at her as she bowed. Seo blushed, saying that she would like to buy his axe, asking if he would give him a discount. A girl with an axe on her back was showing where the guy should sign. The guy was surprised, looking at her, asked if he was bulky, so she replied that everything was fine. This baby would not upset her for a second. The lady was happy, examining the axe. The hero said that he was glad that now he had a good owner. On the table there was a dungeon contract. Seo said that in 2 days, they were counting on him in the expedition. The hero in response asked to rely on him. The girl stood at the exit, asking if he would like to inspect the association building. She clenched her fists, saying that she would show him interesting places. The hero went out the door. The young people were working out in a rocking chair when the guy clarified that this was the training center of the association, and he had heard about it. Young guys with dumbbells paid attention to them. The soldiers saw the team leader walking forward. The man was throwing the pancake off the vulture. The guy increased his speed on the treadmill. Seo looked around, asking if they were giving their best. Everyone at once answered that they were. The lady looked at the runners, telling them that if they did not want to become a burden on the expedition, the path was trained as if it were the last time. Young guys paid attention to the girl, exclaiming that Seo is incredible. She works hard, but still dazzlingly beautiful and charismatic. The guys tensed, wondering what kind of guy was next to her. The young character bowed, greeting the team lead. She asked Hube if he had trained. The young man opened his eyes wide. He clarified that this man who defeated the Orc Lord in the dungeon incident, didn't he? The main character stretched out his hand, introducing himself. The guy shook hands, saying that he was Khan Sangshik. Seo put her hand on his shoulder, telling him that he had come to settle some business with the association, so she had decided to show him around the headquarters. And he was an important guest, so be courteous to him. The Khan tensed as he spoke of what was clear to him. The man gestured to the side, asking that since he was here, he didn't want to fight him. The girl showed her fist, calling him a jerk, asked if he had heard her. She asked him not to monkey around. Khan threw up his hands, asking about how a duel is not the fastest way for users to get to know each other. The young man silently stared ahead, wondering if he was trying to show his strength by defeating him, realizing that he didn't want to get involved in this. Jean turned around, raising his hand, asked for forgiveness, but he doesn't like such duels, and he'd rather walk around the association. Khan raised one eyebrow, asking if he called himself a man. The girl shouted out his name. The young man approached the guys who did not understand who he thought he was. Jean turned, agreeing. Seo raised her hand to the side, asking not to listen to him, since she was a C rank, and he had just received an E rank, and had been discharged from the hospital, and sparring was not very good. The young man explained that he would be fine. The hero began to stretch his hands, saying that they would work together, so let him put himself in an awkward position, not knowing what he was capable of, offering to show the guy. Seo raised her fist, wondering if he hadn't defeated the Orc Lord with his item. The virtual mana scans the user, and then creates an avatar with basic equipment. He won't be able to win. The young man sat down in a chair, putting on his glasses. Jean stared at the screen, thinking that perhaps it was a completely different thing when it came to a duel in virtual mana. The guy was holding a spear in his hand. The system notified that the talent game was activated. He pointed his weapon, blazing with energy, saying that as long as they were playing the game, all their stats would be doubled. The Khan held 2 swords in his hands, apologizing for being so rude to him, but he wanted to fight him. The hero remembered that guy with swords, thinking about a sword duel, and what an unpleasant memory. The warrior crossed swords, addressing the killer of the Orc Lord, said that it would be great if he could learn something from him, and indeed, he also took it as an opportunity to demonstrate his strength in front of Talid, and in any case, he would be in the black. The hero frowned silently. The Khan spread his hands to the sides, saying that apparently he was becoming malicious. The young guy rushed to attack Jean. He was furious, shouting that he was confident in his speed. A huge hole appeared in the enemy. Khan opened his eyes wide, not understanding how it happened. The hero got up from his chair, leaving. He walked past the girl, noticing that there was enough travel for today. The girl said that she would see him off. She stretched out her hand as she saw the door close. Jean said it was okay and would go alone. Seo clenched her hand into a fist in rage, shouted that Han was a bastard. The main character was walking away from the building, from which the girl's screams were heard. He reasoned that to think that he had fallen for his provocation so easily, and that there was still so much to learn. The moon was shining in the sky. The guy was standing by the stairs with his hands in his pockets, saying that since the last test in the academy, at the moment his mana is 23, and he has more than 20 mana, so he can use the binding gacha twice, but it seems to him that this is not enough. The young man looked at the window of information about himself, saying that it still took 4 mana to load Lu through the guaranteed gacha, and if he had another point of mana, he would be able to use the binding gacha twice, even after loading Lu Shan. The hero looked up, realizing that there was no point in worrying about what he did not have. Cards were flying upwards. He reasoned that since he could get a guaranteed rare card or higher, after spinning the gacha 10 times, he should use as many binding gacha as possible, not info gacha. The guy looked up, saying that it was best for him to slowly increase his stats, but definitely in that direction. The young man looked at the card, saying about the form, that he could already get used to it, but he still worries every time he turns this stupid gacha. The spirit of the man reported that he was Jonas from the Chromal Kingdom. The guy was stunned, asking again, wondering if such a place exists. The main character looked at him and asked him where he was born. He replied that he was born to Christia in 5.728. Jean was surprised, looking at the interlocutor, thinking of Christia, asked what Christia was. He replied that it was the goddess they believed in. The young man was dumbfounded, realizing that he was right. He was from another world, which meant that he could load someone not from their world. The grandfather was standing on a rock with a staff. A knight in armor was holding a sword in his hand. The main character was thinking about what he could load fantasy heroes, such as a great magician or a sword master. Silhouettes of famous heroes were shown as he spoke about superhumans from other worlds, wondering if they might accidentally know why the dungeons appeared. The guy clicked on the system window, commenting that it was cute, and really valuable information, exclaimed about the next gacha. He clenched his hands in anticipation, wondering if something good was going to happen this time. The card flew up in complete silence. A creature appeared behind the young man as he realized that he was a loser. Sean called out to the guy, wondering why he was depressed. The spirit clutched his face as he wondered if he was spinning a coupling gacha and not a warranty gacha. So why was he there? Jean opened his eyes wide, saying that this could not be. The guy clutched his head in hysterics, realizing that he had knocked out a card with his name on it again, among the entire number of named cards. He opened his mouth wide, covering it, shouting that he had Sean again, but he was already in his album and for 6 mana. The hero fell to the ground, wondering if there was anyone in this world more unlucky than him. Sean was in the air, asking his master if he thought his behavior might hurt him. The guy was on his knees when the system window appeared in front of him. He looked at the notification that he had successfully uploaded the same character as the first time. The spirit was shrouded in magic. It was said that Sean had become 1 stronger. A message popped up saying that he was getting the combo gacha skill as a reward. Jean looked out the window, surprised. He reached for the system window, asking for amplification. The guy looked at the message about the parameters, saying that Sean had indeed received a buff. He knew that the gacha worked like the one in the games. But just think, it could be realized in this way. The young man put his hand on his belt, asking if the stat boost was increasing, noticing that he had shitty stats to begin with. So even such a large magnification wouldn't change much. It was shown about talent. He said that it was sad, the level of luck remained the same. Shan's card flaunted in front of him. He summed up that stats should grow in proportion to the strengthening, not understanding whether he should hope for a future increase in the level of talent. He clutched his chin, wondering if it could be that something like destruction could happen if the reinforcement failed. Sean was behind his back when he asked the guy not to say any horror. He replied that he was just wondering why he got it again. The emperor put his hands on his belt, saying that because he was lucky and the favorite of fortune. The young man looked at the spirit, saying that of course, level 2 luck shouldn't be a common thing, but wasn't it too small considering the scale of the real universe? wondering how the Shang Emperor could be knocked out given the number of cards available. He closed his eyes, suggesting that perhaps it was their connection. After all, he took his first prize, and thinks that thanks to his skill, the characters knocked out earlier have a stronger connection with him, and for them the chances of being reobtained are higher. Jean opened his eyes wide, realizing that this was logical, said that in the info gacha he always extracted information from the future, which could relate to him and even those 12 characters. Powerful heroes stood with weapons, looking in different directions. He said that excluding one character from another world, they were all from the ground. The hero turned around abruptly, shouting what this meant. The Emperor began to disappear, suggesting that they meet more often. He shouted back that Shan should only come out when he called him. The guy kept clicking on the system window, saying that it was difficult to hate him, and he needed to test his skills. Jean noticed something, surprised. He looked at his stats, realizing that his stats had increased by 1, and it turned out that not only Shang's stats had been increased, but also his. The main character was glad, clenching his fists, saying that it was necessary to call him more often. The hero chose the button with his finger. A creature with cards appeared in front of him. The guy noticed that he could not get used to it. From there, a message came out that the gacha combo allowed him to choose 2 cards from the album to use. Jean opened his mouth of surprise as he listened to the fact that a character who has a connection to the 2 selected cards will be randomly loaded. The male warriors were holding weapons in front of them when the hero wondered what would happen if he combined Lu Bu and Shang, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang. He would be able to get them. There were several cards in front of him. The guy added that he would open the album. The young man flipped through the cards, continuing about what would happen if you pulled them out here. There were 2 hero cards in comparison. It was said that the possible mana cost is 40, and the first combo gacha does not cost mana. A choice appeared in the message whether he was pulling a gacha. Jean was trembling, stretching his hands, exclaiming to keep himself in control, and this might be necessary in a critical situation. The guy clicked on Buffet's map, wondering what would be the result of such a combo. Info gacha replied that the combination was impossible. He put his hand on his belt, talking about how it works. The gacha combo helps narrow down the range of what can be drawn, and if the hero connects Shan and Bu, he can only get characters from the 3 Kingdoms series. The young man smiled, saying that he understood everything now. The entrance to the portal was visible when he commented that they were in place. Machina was holding a joystick in his hands, informing that the dungeon was for 1 person, E rank. The destroying type was confirmed. Wondering if he would go inside, the guy asked to wait. His eyes were scanned when he thought that it would not be superfluous to check everything himself, especially since they had been deceived last time, he said about the observation. In front of his eyes there were messages telling him that it was a goblin dungeon, offering a list of monsters. Jean opened his mouth, receiving hidden information about mana, with the name Kamina, wondering if it could even do that. A man in uniform clarified whether something had happened. The young man denied. The guy was smiling, thinking that knowing what monsters would appear in the dungeon was a huge strategic advantage, especially since there was information about the hidden reward. A genie with a weapon began to enter the portal, notifying, received a response that it was accepted. He entered the dungeon at 10:17 in the morning, wishing good luck to Mr. User. The guy teleported to the dungeon. He looked around carefully. The little creatures were running to attack. They were goblins. The main character swung an axe. He struck exactly at the first goblin, finishing it off. Jean looked at what he was doing, frightened. With each energy blow, he punched holes in the heads of monsters. The goblin stood quietly, waiting for a blow to him from the young man. The axe cut off the head of the creature. The guy put his hand to his ear, shouting that yes, this is how it should be. He was ready to burst into tears just to think how he suffered in the expedition. He narrowed his eyes, saying that they had asked for a strong opponent. The remaining goblins stared at the enemy in horror. The hero jumped into the attack, calling everyone to him. He struck the goblin hard, calling them a stack of experience points. Jean smashed them with an axe, glad that the level was rising again. The young man ran after his opponents. He thought that it was so cute. The guy was very happy, finally realizing what happiness is. A huge goblin burst into the room. He shouted furiously. It was Boss Hobgoblin. The hero punched a hole in the monster in one blow. Jean was stunned, wondering that even the boss died in one hit, and he knew that his stats were comparable to C-rank users, but he didn't expect that he could kill an E-rank boss in one hit. The hobgoblin was lying on the ground, his tongue sticking out. A pickaxe appeared in the guy's hands as he wondered what about the bonus now. The guy struck not far from the dead goblin, realizing that he must be somewhere nearby. Precious metals could be seen from the ground. Jean, crystal in hand, walked out of the portal. The young man scratched his head, listening to the question that less than 2 hours had passed since he entered, and the dungeon had already been cleared, replied that yes, such pies. The guy asked the person if there were any other dungeons in the area, reasoning that he didn't look tired. The man approached the hero, clarifying that there were no more dungeons in this area that were run by the association. He showed him the screen of his smartphone, asking that if he wanted to go on an expedition, why not find a permanent team in the Manhwa, saying that he had heard that people from different guilds were gathering in teams for expeditions because the number of dungeons had increased recently. Jean stared at the screen in surprise, asking about the Manhwa. Looking at his phone, Jean asked if he should just sign up with the serial number of his mana watch and contact them, noting that he doubted there was anyone nearby. A notification appeared on the screen that outside of Ozan City, in Jiangxi Province, there was an urgent recruitment of one user. The rank did not matter. The puzzled guy asked if they were worried about rank and if they were just looking for a guide, because they already had everything that could relate to the attacking forces. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist said that he had seen their recruitment record and decided to call. An embittered MC heard the answer that they had already hired someone. Smiling, the guy assumed that Jean was unlucky. Standing in front of him, he replied that it was so, the place was already taken. Perhaps he had finished for today and would return to counting awards. Holding the bag in his hand, the protagonist said that these were mana stones that he received after killing monsters. Holding the blue crystal in his hand, he emphasized that it was a trophy he had found in the boss's room. The guy's eyes bulged in surprise. After removing the trophy from him, MC stated that according to the contract, all the trophies he confiscates from monsters except his mana gems, adding that he should be able to tell from his condition, but unlike the magic stones from monsters, this one went through primary processing. Smiling, the guy replied that it was true. Jean was not only a seasoned tunneler, but also lucky. It was not easy to find such a trophy in an E-rank dungeon. Holding the back of his head, MC replied that he was just lucky, after which he noted in his mind that it was all thanks to observation. Sunlight enveloped the building. The guy brandished his spear. He struck many blows at the dummy. Gritting his teeth, MC said that it was the 1,000th strike. He made another blow. Wiping the sweat from his face, the guy noted that he had enough for today. As he walked down the hallway, he noticed a television. Looking at the screen, the protagonist began to listen to the breaking news, which said that today at 12 o'clock in the evening, outside of Ozan City, in Jiangxi Province, there was a breakthrough of the dungeon. Fortunately, no civilian casualties were found due to the quick arrival of the user association, but the user Imo, who was nearby at the time of the breakthrough, died in the battle. Surprised guys began to discuss that the system screwed up this time. The puzzled protagonist thought that he had just been to the city of Ozan in Jiangxi Province. Imagining a portal, he noted that if the dungeon was breached around 12 in the evening, then the mana leak must have peaked before the breakthrough, so he didn't understand why he didn't feel it while being there, even he could determine it. Stunned, Jean wondered if it could be that the dungeon from that recruitment announcement. Shaking his head, he asked what kind of man would make a post about recruiting to a dungeon that was on the verge of breaking through. Standing in front of the projection, he noticed that it was time for him to wrap up. Sean flew up to him, saying that they had met again. Smiling, MC said that he went to the dungeon, so he has little mana. Today he will spin until there are 10 mana left, and then draw a card with a character. An info gacha appeared above them. The capsules fell to the ground. Looking at the upset assistant, the protagonist asked not to worry about it, because he already knows that luck does not always help in this bad game. With a satisfied look, he wondered if his luck could be so low that it even suppressed Emperor Shan's goodwill. The purple object fell to the ground. Looking at the capsule, Jean wondered why it was ominous. A notification popped up in front of him that he had taken possession of critical information for the first time. The info gacha would be strengthened as a reward. The info gacha's eyes began to sparkle. A blue aura surrounded her, after which a message appeared that it was possible to spin the info gacha while restricting it in relation to another subject. The capsule opened. A red light emanated from it. A critical information window appeared, saying that in 4 days there would be an artificial breakthrough of the underground in Seoul, Gangnam district. A dumbfounded MC clarified whether someone could deliberately break into the dungeon. He remembered the news he had watched and stressed that they would not wait 30 days to pass. Then the dungeon that had been breached in the morning would too. Looking at Sean, the guy added that the fact that he couldn't sense the breakthrough signal even when he was within its radius and the fact that no evacuation was announced, it all makes sense if someone destroyed the dungeon intentionally. He imagined the monsters running out of the portal. Looking at the phone, the protagonist said that the person he was talking to on the phone today was definitely related to this. The information about the dungeon breakthrough was coming to the surface because he contacted this person via a phone call that didn't last even 1 minute. Jean began to walk around in circles and say that there was a high chance that he would die if he tried to stop the breakthrough on his own. But if he tried to spread the word, they would want to know how he knew about it. The protagonist imagined being chained and emphasized that he would be turned into a vending machine with information. With a calm look, he thought that first he needed to become strong enough to defend himself. He would just hint at a breakthrough for team leader Seo. The guy paid attention to the projection. He touched the window with critical information. The sky was painted purple. While trying to capture the pods, MC read that in 4 days, there will be an artificial breach of the dungeon in Seoul, Gangnam district. If the story changes, he will no longer have the ability to get information about the future through info gacha. Looking at the comet, the guy received messages that he needed to prevent the destruction created by the dungeon breakthrough. If he succeeded, he would receive a reward from the real universe. Raising his head, the guy was surprised. He noticed that he had a little over 101 hours left, and wondered if it was a quest. He imagined the image of the girl and emphasized that it reminded him of how he first met Winry and gained his skills. Before that he wasn't sure why she appeared in front of him and showed such favor. Jean stood quietly and added that he finally realized that only through him could the universe communicate with their world, and it was trying to prevent changes in the future. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that they were equally dependent on each other. The next day, a portal opened in the city. Red energy began to emanate from him. The monsters broke out into the city. People sat at the table and shouted that 2 dungeons were destroyed in one day. Both dungeons are listed as unofficial, information about which was not reported to the association. Tax evaders cause big problems. Folding his hands, the man asked if they claimed that there were no users in the zone until the destruction of the dungeon was completed, after which the story introduced us to the president of the Korean User Association. Looking at the images of monsters, he noticed that it was not even somewhere deep in the mountains, but in the center of the city. Seo got up from the table and said that as the man and instructed them, they examined all the people who were in the area at the time of the incident, but none of them felt a sign of destruction. The puzzled president of the association asked if she claimed that the dungeon, which still had time, suddenly exploded. The girl replied with a calm look that it was true. The people present were shocked by what they heard. The frightened stranger suggested that this would happen more and more often. Frowning, the man remarked that this was unprecedented, and then asked if the dungeon pattern had changed. Turning on the TV, Seo said that she thought the possibility of this was low, after which she asked to take a look at the file. Looking at the images of injured people, she said that it was difficult to analyze because the monsters damaged the corpse, but it was confirmed that the death of both users was a wound to the chest with a sword. The president of the association looked at her and replied that these murders were committed near the dungeon in which the breach had occurred. Very suspicious. The girl presented the image of the monster and said that there was a way to make the rupture happen. The field team decided that this version was the most likely. All the attention of the audience was directed to her. Leaving the office, the girl sighed. Looking down, she wondered that the identity of the suspect and the motives for the murder were still unknown to her, so it was not yet possible to determine the exact cause. In truth, all they could do was strengthen patrols and keep civilians under control. She noted with a tearful look that it was difficult for her to return home without any success. She should increase the quest tasks in the dungeon. Seo was suddenly surprised and asked if she should give all these dungeons to Mr. Jean. She imagined how he slew the orc. There was a slight smile on his face. The protagonist stood in front of a man who said that this student set an example for others and graduated from the course with the highest scores. He handed the guy a document with the words that as a sign of appreciation, they were handing him this certificate. Closing his eyes, MC thought that he wanted everything to end sooner. After all, he didn't have time. Since the academy fee had been refunded to him in full, he couldn't help but attend. Kim kept his hands behind his back and said that he was looking forward to seeing his future as a user. Jean shook his hand and noted that he thanked him for everything. Going down the stairs, the protagonist heard him called. Seon said with an enthusiastic look that she heartily congratulated him on graduation. She gave him something. Looking at the bag, the guy asked what it was. The embarrassed girl said that it was a talisman. She made it herself. She remembered how MC fell to the ground and revealed that she had recently seen him depressed due to some bad luck. Surprised, Jean listened to the fact that with this talisman she had prayed for his good luck, so she was sure that something good was about to happen. Standing in front of her, the guy thanked her, noting that he would take care of him. Crossing his arms, he said that he was going to think about it when the dungeons were already passing. Khan raised his hand and called out to him. He bent down and tried to catch his breath. Khan shouted excitedly for them to go to the dungeon, as he had saved them one of the E-class. As the protagonist walked away from them, he replied that he was a little busy, and suggested that we go together next time. Holding his hands behind his head, the guy said that it was sad, because he wanted to have a duel with him. Dark energy emanated from the girl. Seon made her way to the guy while the protagonist reasoned that the two would help him without question, but he couldn't put unprepared children in danger because of him. After adjusting the bracelet, MC said that he would somehow be able to block the breakthrough into the dungeon himself. 2 days later, the guy lowered his head. With an exhausted look, he wondered why this time the information was without coordinates, noting that searching for every dungeon in Gangnam, one by one, was exhausting, and yet he was lucky, because public transport around the dungeon was now limited. Glancing at the guard, he added that he could find the dungeon anywhere there were no civilians. Looking at his phone, Jean summed up that there are now 3 dungeons in Gangnam. Imagining monsters, he reported that one of the A-class dungeons, on the way to the Seongsu Bridge. Imagining huge spiders, he added that the second A-class dungeon that appeared in Nanhyundong. The werewolf's eyes shone brightly as the guy reasoned that the third D-class dungeon was in Daechidan. He imagined stepping on the corpses of monsters and emphasized the fact that the best way to stop the breakthrough was to go to the dungeon and clear it. MC imagined banners standing next to the portals and informed him that the A-class and C-class dungeons were already reserved by other guilds. Sitting on the bench, the guy reasoned that the D-class dungeon was the property of the association, so for now, he was not allowed to enter everywhere. Looking down, Jean began to talk about this A-class destruction dungeon. Imagining a horde of monsters running through the city, he added that a huge number of monsters would come out of it in a limited time. Looking at passers-by, he stressed that if he burst in the middle of a big city. Seo called him. Bringing the phone to his ear, the protagonist noted that he was listening to her. Jean was taken aback by the question if he could help her with the quests. Getting up from the bench, he suggested that in this case she go to the dungeon in Gangnam. Going through the documents, the girl said that they had a D-class dungeon, but she didn't know if it would suit him. The enthusiastic guy began to shout that he wanted to go there. Lately the atmosphere near this dungeon has been extremely tense. Seo listened attentively that if they delayed clearing the dungeon in a densely populated city, there would be a big disaster, a breakthrough in a large area. She stated with a satisfied look that the protagonist was full of enthusiasm. Smiling, MC said that if possible, he would like to go tomorrow morning. Holding the phone in front of his face, he listened to her come to the entrance. The protagonist with glowing eyes began to shout that this is great. Standing next to the window, the girl asked if she should come in tomorrow after work. A notification popped up that the remaining time was 29 hours. The flow of energy struck the monster. The guy was standing over the corpse. With a calm look, he asked if this was all. Glancing at the remaining time, Jean reported that it couldn't have been that easy. Closing his eyes, he said that he could conclude that it was either A class or C class if he tried to estimate the amount of damage that would have been done if there had been an outbreak. His eyes widened. Introducing the portal on the bridge, he added that the A-class dungeon would have the most damage. A glow came from the portal. The puzzled guy noted that there were only 10 minutes left before the flash. But it was too quiet. Perhaps it was a C-class dungeon. The car drove up to him. She stopped in front of the portal. The man got out of the car. Lurking, the main character stated that he had no reason to worry, his uniform pointing to a user belonging to the States. Agents were inspecting the dungeon. While trying to get out of there, Jean emphasized the fact that he needed to go to C-class even if it was too late. He suddenly closed from the bright glow. The dumbfounded guy asked what it was. The portal turned orange. Turning around, the stranger asked not to pay attention to the protagonist, because anyway this place will soon turn into ruins. The man broke the seal. The agents teleported from there. Gritting his teeth, MC noted that he wouldn't have thought they were disguising themselves as national users. His eyes began to glow. He imagined the image of the stranger and said that he remembered his face well. Standing in front of the entrance to the dungeon, he noticed that it looked serious. He had to intervene. The dove flew up to him and asked what was wrong with him today. Stretching out his hand, the main character asked to take care of him. He imagined warriors. With a surprised face, Jean told me that he had saved this combination for a rainy day. It was the best thing he could do now. The object in his pocket began to glow. Examining the bag, the guy said that it was an amulet that Sion had given him, after which a message popped up that a significant bonus was awarded to the user's luck. The creature's mouth was full. A lot of cards fell around the guy. A dumbfounded MC stated that these are cards that are measured in the millions, and now there are only a couple of thousand. Inspecting the map that was emitting a blue light, he added that with Shan's good luck and Sion's holy blessing, he would succeed. The protagonist stretched out his hands to the map. Powerful energy began to spread. The monsters burst out of the portal. A whirlwind surrounded the protagonist. The guy pulled out his spear. Dark mana hovered around him. The monsters rushed at him. MC took a deep breath. With glowing eyes, he began to shout that General Zhang Fei had arrived. The creatures stopped suddenly. Their faces were frightened, after which a message popped out that the lion's roar had been activated. The target's attack power had been reduced by 30%. Jean imagined a man who shouted that there were hundreds of enemies in front of him, nowhere to retreat, bringing back old memories. A window appeared with the status of MC. Kobolds began to growl loudly. Zhang in the young man's body pulled out a spear and said that the world must be coming to an end. It was strange to see how a dog could walk on 2 legs. Even dogs could become dangerous opponents. The man with a mad look cried out that it didn't matter. They were nothing more than gnats to him. Watching the kobolds, he emphasized that it was time for the party. Frowning, the protagonist rushed into battle, after which there were notifications that the skill is invulnerable. When fighting alone, it reduces health consumption at the time of eliminating a large number of enemies. He struck down several enemies with one swing. The monsters were shocked by what they saw. They began to surround the guy. MC jumped at them with lightning speed. Rushing past them, he struck them down like a cyclone. Jumping over them, he was preparing to launch a devastating attack. The blue arrow surrounded the spear, and the system reported that the king of all weapons had perfectly recreated the ancient spear. At the moment of attack, he had a chance to deal damage in an area. Smiling, Jean listened to the fact that with these skills, he could handle millions of troops, after which he replied that it was cool. Frowning, he added that they didn't have much time. Watching the portal, the protagonist stated that there are fewer kobolds compared to the first wave, but the kobolds continued to arrive. Moreover, the monster boss did not even show up. Getting into a fighting stance, MC shouted that they needed to reduce their ranks. He rushed past the monsters, slashing them. After attacking, he read that he had dealt a few % of his damage with an AoE attack. Jean deflected the arrows flying at him with the hilt of his spear. Throwing his head over, he dodged the attack. The monster hit his leg with a blade. The guy lowered his gaze. Swinging his spear, he threw the monsters away from him. Puzzled, the kobold was preparing to draw another arrow. The protagonist stabbed the monster's body. He was attacked from behind. He managed to react to the attack and slay the creature. The kobold flinched when he saw the corpse of his comrade. MC punched him. The enthusiastic man said that looking at him, he was already inflamed. He was ashamed that he did not have a body. He shifted his gaze and said that he was being attacked from behind. The monster swung his blade. His head was cut off. Standing among the dead, the guy tried to catch his breath. With an exhausted look, he thought that as the battle continued, his concentration had deteriorated significantly, and the ability to assess the situation was lacking. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy emphasized the fact that he still had room to grow. Looking at the spirit, he concluded that someday he would reach this level through his own strength. Not loading. Looking at the monsters, the warriors said that judging by the energy they had noticed, it looked like it was going to be an interesting battle. But unfortunately, this was the limit. The man glanced at his hand. Holding the weapon in front of him, Jean said that he had no intention of backing down. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that this would be his victory. The warrior laughed, and cried out that he liked the way the protagonist thought. He was looking forward to the story of his victory. The guy was standing in front of a projection that said that some of the target's abilities would remain in the user's body. He looked at the screen with the awards and noted that it was time to drag the second combination. Looking at the spirit, MC thanked him for this time, adding that something told him that he would have to thank him again. Sean said with a satisfied look that he wished him good luck. The kobolds began to go after him. The surprised guy said that he wanted to use the fateful gacha. A lot of maps fell from the sky. With a calm look, he noticed that he wanted to take a swing at a rare card, so he set the number to 9 pieces at once. The demons charged into battle with glowing eyes. A golden light emanated from the map. Looking at the map, Jean thought that he was sorry that he had not been able to knock out a diamond one. A powerful whirlwind surrounded him. A blade appeared in his hands, after which the protagonist read that the level of the enemy's skill that enters the battle will be reduced by 10%. The rare skill Clarent is available. Mana emanated from the sword as MC said that Clarent was one of the 3 swords used by King Arthur, King of Britain, ironically, but he was killed by this sword. Imagining a knight, the young man began to reason that he was a rebellious knight who struck his own father with this Mordred's sword. A status window popped up, saying that Mordred's had been loaded into his body. A monster's hand came out of the portal. The huge beast opened its mouth wide and began to roar. Examining the creature, the protagonist read that it was Abyssal, the leader of the kobolds. Looking at the monster, the guy emphasized that the leader of the kobolds has the same level as Mordred's. MC calmly reported that this battle would drag on for a long time. Abyssal pointed his blade at his opponent. The knight placed his hand on his chest and gave the blade energy. Dark mana was in the air. Swinging his sword, he used Clarent's skill. The animals shuddered at what they saw. The protagonist rushed past them at lightning speed, inflicting attacks. He asked with a dumbfounded look what it was. Examining many corpses, he asked if one blow had the same force. The knight said with a calm look that, however, if he wanted to use it again, he needed to wait a while. This power was absolute. Abyssal pounced on him from behind. The main character jumped to the side. The kobold leader's face was furious. Observing the creature, Jean clarified if it was angry because he had killed his subordinates. He rushed into battle. Their blades crossed. They looked into each other's eyes. Brandishing their blades, they inflicted many blows. Frowning, the protagonist concluded that their skills were on par. Observing the movements of the enemy, he emphasized the fact that he is in trouble. He will not be able to fight him at the moment of reset. As he spoke, he added that he didn't have much mana left. The guy swung his sword from behind his head. He suddenly jumped up from the ground. Jean launched another attack and concluded that if he couldn't, he would die. His face was serious. Abyssal watched him intently. They continued the battle. The guy's eyes began to glow with a pink light. He began to take the advantage in the massacre. A cut appeared on the monster's shoulder. Several attacks hit his leg. The spirit flew behind the protagonist and shouted that he needed to catch his breath, and when there was a chance to strike. MC swung his blade. He began to run at the kobold. A smirk appeared on the beast's face. Mordred's, dumbfounded, called out to him. The monster also began to move towards him. Abyssal pierced through Jin's body. Stunned, MC began to scream in pain. Blood was dripping from his stomach. The beast looked at him with a satisfied look. He raised his sword above his head. The blade rushed to the boy's neck. Jean suddenly disappeared. Kobold was shocked by this. The protagonist moved away from him. A red aura emanated from him. With an enraged look, he stated that it was wildly painful, after which a message appeared that the dragon's blood had been awakened, all wounds had been regenerated, and the ability to cancel damage had been temporarily increased. Mana spread from him. Smiling, he said that he was worried that using this skill might cost him his life, but he shouldn't have been worried. Frowning, the protagonist said that the performance was a success. The dumbfounded beast watched him. He rushed into battle with an enraged look. The guy swung his blade. The kobold's body was cut in half. The fence was cut. The corpse of the boss fell to the ground. Sio ran along the embankment and thought that this impulse was definitely coming from the rift of the dungeon. She noted with a serious look that she hoped someone could buy time there. The corpses of monsters lay on the ground. Sighing, the girl paid attention to this. Jean stood in front of her. He calmly said that he had stopped the attack, after which he asked to take care of the rest. Holding up a finger, MC emphasized that there was more to it. Squinting his eyes, he stated that, to be precise, he had killed 311 monsters. All the laurels would be his. The guy fell to the ground. Sio watched him and wondered if he had done so much alone. She held an axe in her hands. The man began to carry the protagonist away, while the girl shouted to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Sunlight enveloped the hospital building. Looking at the projection, Jean wondered if he was blind. Looking at his stats, he wondered if his abilities had improved so much. He assumed with a surprised look that he had reached B rank. He had obtained another skill, which meant that he had absolutely all 10 skills. Remembering the battle, the main character emphasized the fact that it is difficult for some people to learn a skill, even if they pay 1,000 gold for it. He can't even believe that he got all 10 unusual and powerful skills in one moment. He clenched his fists with joy. The guy started jumping around the room and thinking that if it wasn't just the aftermath of awakening the dragon's blood, then he was the happiest person in the world. He noted with a joyful look that he was constantly growing stronger. The MC drew attention to the door, from behind which Seo's voice could be heard, asking permission to enter him. Sitting on the bed, he replied that she could come in. Folding her hands, the girl noticed that she was worried, because he suddenly lost consciousness, but she was glad that he had no scars. Her image was emaciated, after which Jean thought that she had not slept all night, trying to deal with yesterday's incident. Bowing, the team lead stated that the protagonist stopped the outbreak of the dungeon, and thereby saved countless lives. She is grateful to him for this. Smiling, the guy replied that he should not be thanked, anyone in his place would do the same. The girl was standing in front of him. Puzzled, Seo clarified if it was true that he had seen the cameras on the Seongsu Bridge, to which she was told that if she had any questions, she could ask. He would try to be as helpful as he could. She began to write something down and wondered if he had managed to identify the criminals, after which Jean said that it wasn't. When he arrived there, they had already used the teleportation scroll. Recalling the image of the criminals, MC noted that nevertheless, he is sure that both are men. Turning around, he thought that he had seen their personal details, but if he gave them away now, he would become a suspect. Looking at him, Seo asked why he was there during the incident. Because he was there minute by minute, she had the feeling that the guy was just nearby, waiting for everything to happen. Sitting in front of her, the guy noted in his mind that it was not easy to deceive her. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist suggested that this was his fate, because, as she already knew, he was going to take over the dungeon in Kannam that day. Stretching out his hand, he added that on the way back he came across a portal. If she checked the security cameras, she knew that he could not wait for someone. Closing her eyes, the girl asked to accept her apology for the interrogation. Smiling, MC remembered hiding behind the fence and stressing that she wouldn't have seen to prepare for this kind of situation. He stayed out of sight of the cameras all day. He asked with an enthusiastic look whether he could ask a question in such a case. Surprised, Jean wondered if she was sure that the Karma Guild was behind the breakthroughs. He imagined mysterious people behind her. Closing her eyes, Seo said that she did not yet have evidence, but she considered them to be the main suspects. Imagining monsters coming out of the gate, MC noted that those two previous outbreaks were just experiments, and yesterday's outbreak was a full-fledged terrorist attack. Remembering the army of kobolds, he heard that they were also considering this version. The girl stood quietly and said that because they were large and meticulous, while they were looking for meaningful evidence, the patrols had been stepped up to prevent this kind of terrorism and about the monsters it defeated. The dumbfounded guy imagined many corpses and cried out that he had things. Seo imagined a lot of trophies and said that all 311 corpses and loot are currently stored in the association. This is quite a lot for one person, so it will be difficult to sell everything himself. After which she clarified why he didn't hand it over to the auction company and continue working himself. Crossing his arms, the main character asked about the auction. Various pieces of equipment appeared in the girl's mind, after which she revealed that the corpses of monsters were ubiquitous, and they were so valuable that they would be sold out as soon as they appeared on the auction house. The additional fees would be paid by their association, so all he needed was to rest on his golden pillow. The enthusiastic main character stated that the team lead is very nice. He is grateful to her that she is worried about him. She closed the door behind her. Jean lay down on the bed and began to talk about the money pillow. Smiling, Winry said that she was glad to see him in good health and honor. MC was taken aback when he heard her voice. He jumped out of bed. Streams of energy surrounded the room. A portal opened above him. The girl went down to him. Looking at her, Jean asked what Winry was doing there. She noted with a satisfied look that she had come to reward him. Surprised, the protagonist concluded that he was surprised by the real universe itself. Folding her hands, Winry asked what reward he would like to receive, noting that she could grant any of his wishes, but he had to think it through carefully. The dumbfounded protagonist yelled to increase his mana to 1,000 or make sure that his mana would not be absorbed when he used the skill. The puzzled girl replied that his request was rejected, because even if she allowed him to reach the limit, he would still return to his previous values. The upset guy lowered his head and listened to what she understood, what he was hoping for, and then clarified if the reason he wanted a lot of mana was because of the gacha. Sitting in the lotus position, Jean replied that she was right. As long as he pulled out successful spins, his abilities were improving and he could use additional skills. Stretching out her hand, Winry said that in this case, she would allow him to take some. She held the ticket in her hand and noticed that she would allow him to get it. Looking at the ticket, the guy listened attentively that he could use it once on the connecting gacha and this ticket could be bought. Smiling, the protagonist asked how many mana stones he could be purchased for. The girl forced a smile. Spreading her hands, she emphasized the fact that MC would have to pay for him with her stats. Imagining a ticket, she said that for reducing the stat by 1 point, he would have 1 gacha ticket. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard. With a frightened look, he stated that he was pulling a gacha to increase his stats, and she wanted him to pay for the use of his own stats. Touching his shoulders, Winry noted that his luck in getting the gacha bind was very good. Placing her hand on the table, where there were many cards, she added that if he exchanged 10 points of his stats, he would be able to spin it 10 times, even though he would lose one of his stats. Holding the golden card in her hands, the girl wondered if the 10th spin would be a rare or higher ranked card. She walked around the room and said that in addition he drew 3 diamond cards in 30 moves, so he was born an extremely lucky man. Holding the ticket in front of her, Winry said that if Jean caught this opportunity by the tail, then his strength would skyrocket. Jean sat in the lotus position on the bed and said that it was true, but Winry asked if he thought so too. She clapped her hands and added that then she should give him a reward. An information board with his characteristics appeared in front of the main character. He looked at him dumbfounded. The guy turned to the girl and clarified if she would receive any incentives if he paid for his abilities. She seemed to be quite impatient. She waved her hand and replied that she had to go. She was very tired. He asked her to wait at the last moment. Sia knocked on the door of the room and said that it was her. She could come in. The young man sat down on the bed and allowed her to enter. The girl went into the room and noted that they called from the association. He was wounded. He replied that no, it was just overwork. Everything was fine. She put her hand on her chest and noticed that she was relieved. He asked if she wanted to work with him in a team, and she opened her eyes wide in surprise. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and added, of course, she is a talented girl and could well enter a larger guild. She happily replied that no, she really wanted to. She immediately ran out of the ward and finally noted that she was ready to leave right now. Jin drank from an aluminum can. There was an information window with his characteristics in front of his face. He thought he might give it a try. He poked at it and told him to click here. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. In front of him hung a new scoreboard with a proposal. He rubbed his chin and said that it was really worth considering that he would get 20 tickets for 10 stat points. But he also didn't want to become addicted to gambling. The toy mascot was holding a sign in his hands. He shouted in shock what it was. A new information window with a new offer appeared in front of his face. He stretched out his hands in front of him and said that okay, he would play start. An information window appeared in front of the protagonist's face. He held a large bundle of tickets in his hands and noted that there were 30 tickets of the binding gacha. He shook his head in different directions and added that there was no one nearby. Yes. The guy clutched the tickets in his hands and shouted that it was going. A map fell from the sky. He noted that okay, he had just begun. The guy rested his hands on his hands, and the belt realized that everything was fine. He still had a lot left, the 10th twist. He put his fingers to his chin and thought it was time for something cool to appear, the 17th twist. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He asked when the hell the diamond card would fall out. The young man fell to his knees and said there is at least some sense in this. How could he not get something in the middle, the 20th twist? He looked at the ground and added, to hell with this game and its gacha chance. He clenched his hands into a fist and shouted in surprise that he was finally on the 29th map. Sean waved his hand to the main character. The guy pursed his lips. He noted, boy, he looks even more rumpled than usual. He fell to his knees and said that he was just a loser without him. He asked what had happened. He clutched the ticket in his hand and realized that it was exactly, with the combination of strong luck and Sean, and the fact that the last spin out of 30 was guaranteed above the rare level. He got tired on his feet and shouted, diamond card, come. A golden card was floating in the air. The servant of the main character told the boy to wake up. Exhausted, Jean looked down. Seal looked at him and asked. He was sure he was fine. He replied that yes, he just didn't sleep well because of the nightmare. Sean held the protagonist's hand and shouted for him to calm down. The guy followed the girl and reasoned that what a relief that he could only buy 10 cards a week. Yesterday he was very close to using all his chances thoughtlessly. She told him to come in. They both walked indoors. Seo said that the bodies of monsters and loot are stored here. She held out her hand in front of her and added that they separate those that have no market value from those that have been severely damaged. The equipment is stored here. There were various weapons on the floor. The girl said that they had divided some equipment because it contained mana. The guy looked at the gloves lying on the table. She added that he could take a look at it and decide whether he wanted to sell it or not. The main character took them in his hands. He stared at her and clarified that this thing increases mana. It's very rare to find an item that increases mana on its own. The protagonist put them on and noted that they fit perfectly. He turned to Seo and said that he was talking just in case, he wasn't going to sell it. She put the phone to her head. The girl called to Jean, who turned to her with a questioning expression on his face. A torn standard fluttered on the mount, and she told him that the guild that owned the dungeon in which the breach had occurred had come to meet him. He pointed his finger at himself, and asked again what was wrong with him. The red-haired guy put his hands in his pockets. He looked at him out of the corner of his eye and asked him to show him his hypocritical face. Jean and Seo walked beside each other. He wondered why they thought they were looking for him. She replied that there was a possibility that they wanted him to join the guild, or were trying to claim their loot. He grabbed his glove. She looked at him and told him not to worry. She would take care of his rights even at the cost of her honor. He replied that he trusted her completely. The door to the room opened. She said that okay, let's go. The man with red hair looked at them and noted that he was glad to meet them. He held out his hand to them and introduced himself as Kim Sang-seo of the K&M Guild. Seo stretched out her hand towards the protagonist and replied that her name was Seo, and this gentleman, the user Jean, who was worried about the situation with the dungeon breakthrough. He looked at them and quietly noted that this guy. He clapped his hands. She clarified that he said that he wanted to get information about what happened at the time of the incident. He replied that yes, please, let them show him convincing evidence. The man held out his hand and added that they would like to be shown evidence that would satisfy them, such as a CCTV video that captured the moment. The girl looked at him and said that this was beyond her authority. There was a risk of leakage of personal information. They could not allow the transfer of video material to third parties without the consent of the user. The protagonist put his fingers to his chin and thought that he should avoid being exposed at all costs. But he thinks something is the way it is, or the situation will get worse. The man smiled broadly at his teeth and noted that he realized that it would be problematic to show the footage in which his secret technique was captured. He asked a question, then how about it? Jean was standing behind the girl. The red-haired man put his bent fingers to his face and said that they could spar with him. And if he found proof that his abilities could stop the breakthrough, he wouldn't say another word. He bared his teeth. The young man looked at him with displeasure and thought that just look at him. He stood in front of him and added that the guild scout wanted to fight, just to find out about his abilities. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and noted that something was wrong. He put his hands in his pockets. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He noticed that he had called another name. He pointed his finger at the exit and asked to give him a minute to talk to Seo, who asked them not to linger. The protagonist grabbed her hand and told her to take him to a soundproofed room. She put the card to the lock. Seo approached him and clarified what he wanted to talk about. He stared at her. The girl stood with her hands down. Jean looked at her and realized, here the principle of taijutsu was derived from Naruto. Rock Lee used taijutsu. But it could be argued that she uses mana instead of chakra, a talent where you gain the ability to be unfailingly loyal, and keep a promise made to someone with this. He put his finger to his lips and noted that everything he was going to say now was a secret. It was confidential information. She replied that she understood. It was always the duty of the guild to protect users' information. Her eyes widened in surprise. He said that he believed she wouldn't lie once she knew the truth. The guy folded his hands on his chest and noted that the axe technique, taijutsu, charge, trust, honor, cooking, sewing. She opened her mouth wide in shock. The young man put his hand on his neck and said that he had a slightly unusual skill, observation. It allows you to find out information about other users, their names, talents, and even skills. The girl, dumbfounded, put her hands out to the sides. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek, and she replied that it was too much of an skill. She stretched out her hand and asked why he was telling her this, and he replied that the man they had just seen was not Kim Sang-seo. The red-haired man smiled broadly as he added that his real name was Song, and he was one of those who had been present during the dungeon breakthrough. The main character looked at Seo and noted that, of course, he was not going to hide his data, but he could not react in any way while the terrorist was standing right in front of him. She stood in front of him and replied that he had a hard time. Jean was surrounded by the organization's employees, who added that in order to prove that he was a terrorist, he would need to report his skills to the organization. He definitely shouldn't do that. He looked at her and asked why not. She said that she was ashamed to say so, but recently she began to suspect that a spy had been introduced into the organization. 3 human figures stood next to each other. The girl was sitting at the table and said that it was impossible to remember at least a meeting at which no specific orders were given, even taking into account the fact that they had a force majeure situation, and the time of the breakthrough coincided with the time of the absence of organizational patrols. A black car was driving along the highway. She crossed her arms in front of her and noted, in any case, he can't tell about himself in the organization. If such a great skill is revealed, then he, Mr. Jean, will be in great danger. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked that then he just had to prove that this person was a terrorist, in a safer way, so he threw open the door and apologized for waiting. The man stood leaning against the table and asked if they had reached a consensus. The young man stretched out his hand and replied that yes, he agreed to demonstrate his skills, but without the need to participate in a duel. He put his hands out to the sides and noted that he had decided not to hide anything. He had made an excellent choice. He narrowed his eyes at him and thought, what luck, he wanted to see how strong he was. But now he could also learn skills. The protagonist pointed his finger at the screen in front of him and said that the guaranteed gacha, since they had been waiting for it for so long, he would show everything right here. Various objects appeared out of nowhere. Jane tossed the cards from hand to hand and noted that he looked better today. An image of 3 cards appeared. The guy thought it was one of the golden cards. He knocked out yesterday, Jane. Golden cards swirled around her. He added that her abilities were not much different from Shan's, but what made her special was her skill. The guy put his hand out and clarified that then he would show his skill. He replied that of course he could not wait. He folded his hands in a certain way and said that the conditions were met. The whole company was standing in the middle of the room. The red-haired man shook his head and wondered if that was all he had done. He leaned his hands on his waist and asked the girl to repeat the words after him. Jane covered her mouth with her hand. Jean reached out to the man and said something like this, "Let him try." He looked at him and asked him to say that he was Kim Sang-seo. The girl covered his mouth. The main character stretched out his hand and noted that his request for a duel with him was extremely rude. Can his request be compared to this? He stuck out the finger of his right hand and added, if he can, let him say it, and he will give him all the loot and information that he needs, or it won't be enough. The red-haired man opened his mouth in an attempt to respond to him. He looked at him and said that he couldn't say anything if all his words were lies, right, Mr. Song? Jane kept her hands on the man's mouth. He squeezed them with all his strength. Song jumped at him to attack and shouted that he was a bastard. Seo jumped out of her seat and objected that he should not dare. The man dodged the girl's blow. He took a knife in his right hand. The man in a business suit swung his stab knife and exclaimed that with his acceleration skill, it wouldn't be difficult for him to slip past S rank. Jean stood calmly in front of him. He opened his eyes wide to him to use the skill. The girl jumped and swung her leg at him. The man flew away from the power of the blow. With his body, he demolished office furniture. The main character looked at him in discouragement and asked if he was not dead. The lady tore off his mask. She got down on one knee and explained that as expected. He disguised himself. He fooled them by making mana for Sangseo's watch. The protagonist approached her and clarified what she would do with him now. She replied that he would go through the procedure of imprisonment and interrogation. He looked away and noted that he thought he could help her. Song was lying on the floor with his hands handcuffed, the robot confirming that the target was Song. Balls were bouncing inside him. One ball flew out of it. The girl rubbed her chin. He said that it was clearly stated that this person was from the Karma Guild. She replied that it was clear. He could use a skill that gave information. The guy turned his gaze to the man lying on the floor. Moonlight illuminated the city in the middle of the mountains. Inside the huge spacious room, there was a man in a robe with a hood. He opened his eyes wide and reported that they had lost contact with Song, the only one they had sent to the organization. A group of masked men shifted their gaze to him. He stood in front of them with his hands down and added that it looked like he had been captured. The organization was already trying to contact them. The tiger masked man stretched out his hand and said that he couldn't find out anything other than that from now on. Seo kept what happened an absolute secret. He shook his head. The guy in the black cape said that he was not the kind of person who was easy to let slip. The woman in the butterfly mask put her hand on her elbow and asked, by the way, what would they do with the guy who stopped the breakthrough? They had originally sent Song to gather information about him. The only information they got was his name and rank, Yi, and the fact that he had stopped the breakthrough alone. The main character stood calmly with a halberd at the ready. The man in the clown mask stretched out his hand and asked in bewilderment. E rank overcame the breakthrough of a rank, thinks he's S rank, but the organization hides it. Come to think of it, isn't he the same guy from the incident in the academy? The protagonist stood with a sword in his right hand in front of a huge goblin. A drop of sweat slid down Kim's cheek. The man added that he happened to be there during the incident when they were targeting Kim. It has nothing to do with these incidents. The bear-masked guy looked down and said that Song had told him that someone was waiting there, as if he knew that a breakthrough was about to happen. Song in a business suit was walking along the highway. The eyes of the young man with the bear mask burned with red fire. He added that there was a possibility that information could have leaked from their side, thinking they should prioritize protection rather than that guy. Two men near the woman stretched out their hands in front of them. The robed guy stood not far from them and resolutely stated that it was enough. His eyes flashed red. He said that Jean, they should put the questions about this person aside now. The man in the tribal mask exclaimed, nonsense, they put so much effort and time into this breakthrough. He was standing in the middle of the audience room. He announced that the meeting was over. He clutched his face and asked him again what to keep this guy. His eyes burned yellow. He added that when he had fallen out of favor because of him. The girl pulls her hand to the side and invites the user to enter. The young man looked at her and asked if something had gone wrong because she looked tired, and Seo replied that there had been no progress since Song Dongchak decided to remain silent, and that she had tried a more brutal method. She holds an axe in her hands. The protagonist shifts his gaze, and she continues that she was not allowed to use more brutal methods, apparently because they are spies within the organization, and the guy thought that she was not allowed to kill the suspect. The suspect is chained to a chair, and Seo continues to say that it should be left to her anyway, and that if they can get evidence from Song Dongchuk, then they can get rid of the roots of the Karma Guild in South Korea. Jean looks at the girl, and she says that she has to tell him something about the loot, and the guy asks that there are any problems. The animal is lying on the floor, and the girl continues that due to the fact that the drop is valued so high, a fairly large amount of tax was charged. She raises her hand and suggests that if that's the case, why doesn't the guy try to increase his user level, and goes on to say that the higher the level, the higher the tax benefits. The main character clenches his fists and replies that at least now. Seo points his hand forward and says that this is the place where users from rank B to S take their tests. Players sit in chairs. Jean points his finger forward, and the girl continues that he managed to clear the rank dungeon so he can pass the B rank final test, and the young man asks that the test is taken through virtual mana. The chairs are in the room. Seo replies that if the protagonist's abilities are recognized during the duel with the examiner, then he will have the opportunity to immediately increase the rank. The guy enthusiastically raises his fist and thinks that this is cool, and that in virtual reality he will have the opportunity to get the missing abilities with the game. The girl looks up at the man, and he asks if this is Tim Lead Seo, the pride of the organization. She shifts her gaze and says that she has not seen the teacher for a long time. The man puts his fists on his belt and exclaims that since his most talented student paved her way to success, she wouldn't have time to think about her old teacher. The man turns his head, and Seo says that if he wanted to see her so badly, he could visit her, and Seo replied that it would make him lose face as a teacher. The examiner crossed his arms over his chest, and Seo said that she wished he had disappeared, and he said that she spoke differently and asked what brought her to him. The girl respectfully pointed her hand at the protagonist, and said that an important guest of the organization wanted to pass the A rank boosting test, and that she was there to accompany him. The teacher opens his mouth in surprise and exclaims that this is the user who stopped the dungeon breakthrough on his own. He enthusiastically shakes Jin's hand and exclaims that he did not notice the young man, and it is introduced that his name is Young Chulson, and the dumbfounded guy tells his name. Yang looks at the girl, and she asks the man to call the examiner administering the B rank exam. Seo shifts his gaze and says that since Jin's dungeon clearing records have been estimated, B rank is the highest at the moment, and continues that of course his skills are above level A or B. The man furrowed his brows and asked why she rates someone so highly. A bulky man with a cheerful grin towers over the protagonist and assures that he will examine the guy on his own. Seo spreads her hands to the sides and exclaims that Yang is a prestigious S-rank examiner, and that he can't judge properly, and asks that he doesn't care. The teacher turns around and says that he is already bored. The examiner stands in front of the guy and asks what he thinks. The young man clenches his fists and declares that it will be an honor for him, and thinks that it is not often that he gets the opportunity to fight S-rank. Yang pulls his hand to the side and says that he likes the young man's self-confidence, and suggests that he start. Jin closed his eyes. The game began. Magic waves envelop the protagonist, the game talent is activated, and abilities are increased by 100%. The main character holds a spear. Access is complete. He raises his hand and remembers that he hasn't checked his statuses in VR for a long time. The guy shifts his gaze. A virtual table of his levels appears, and he wonders why his agility is level 99 and not 100. Jin brings his hand to his face and asks if it could be that the maximum level of the game is 2, and continues that there are probably other limitations that he did not find. He throws his spear forward, and tells him to focus on the upcoming battle. The examiner holds a sledgehammer, and says that a spear is a good choice. The man frowns. He swings his weapon and advises that the guy should use a club, that it's manly. He strikes a swift blow. The young man brings his hand to his face. Players stand opposite each other. The man bares his teeth and says that he gives the guy an advantage, and that he should attack first with all his strength. The main character attacks the enemy. He rushes to the examiner. A blow to the chest catches up with Yang. The man raises a sledgehammer to deflect the protagonist's blow. The guy is thrown back by the shockwave. He breaks his feet on the ground. Rage appears in the guy's eyes. The sand scatters to the sides. The man closes his eyes and exclaims that the young man has passed the test. Jin looks at the teacher, who says that with this javelin throwing technique, even an A rank wouldn't be able to react and deflect the blow correctly. The young man looks at the examiner, and he says that the guy will pass with this, and that it seems that he had training under the Supermaster. The protagonist states that they are great people. Yang throws his weapon over his shoulder, and the young man asks what they finished then, and the man replies that of course, it would seem, and asks if it would be a loss for them. He frowns. The protagonist looks intently at the teacher and proposes a duel. He gets into a fighting stance, and the man says that a real man should do this. The examiner brings in his weapon. A magical stream crashes into the ground. The young man's eyes widened. The shock wave threw the young man away. He throws his spear forward and declares that this is a green dragon maneuver. The man turns his head away from the blow. He looks ahead and thinks that Jin is faster than before. The examiner deflects the protagonist's attack. The young man grits his teeth and thinks that if the fight had not taken place in the game, then he would not have even passed, let alone wrestled. He clutches his weapon in his hand. The spear plunges into the ground, and the guy thinks that one day he will definitely reach such a level without playing. The man looks at the guy. He braced himself for the next blow. The main character strives forward. The spear flies next to the teacher. Streams of magic surround the protagonist. Jin clenches his teeth. The man opens his mouth and says that something is wrong, that it feels like the guy's experience is incomparable to his physical abilities, and that he seems to have suddenly gained tremendous power. The main character raises his hands up to deflect the blow. Yang leans over the young man and says that he has talent. He strikes with a sledgehammer. The young man rounds his eyes. The man bares his teeth and says that he has opened. Jin throws his hands up. Rage appears on his face. The guy is thrown back. The examiner raises a sledgehammer over the young man. The protagonist defends himself from the blow with his hands. The teacher rushes forward. The guy shifts his gaze to the sledgehammer and says that he lost. Yang shakes his hand to the guy and says that it was fun, but he thought it might take a long time, so he decided to add some mind games, and added that he would understand him correctly, and the young man replied that he learned a lot from him. The man turned his head, and Jin asked how the teacher did it, and he replied that there were other users in the game besides him, and that they had become strong only within virtual mana. A fat guy strives forward. The main character looks at the teacher in surprise and he says that unlike him, who stopped the breakthrough of the dungeon on his own, these guys were useless in real battles. The man turns his head and says that they will see each other on the other side, that Singhui is waiting for them. The young man raises his head and thinks that he has a long way to go. The girl stretches out her hands and states that from now on, Jin Jongdu is a B-rank user, and he thanks her. The young man draws his head into his shoulders and says that he is leaving, and thanks the examiner. Seo follows the guy with her eyes and asks Yang how Mr. Jongdu behaved, and the man replies to her that it has been a long time since he encountered someone as interesting as him. The guy looks at the blue streams of mana. The girl covers her face with her hand and declares that she also wants to fight Mr. Jong-do, and the teacher replies that he thought Seo was a born fighter. The man quickly leaves and declares that he had fun. The girl intercepts his hand. The teacher draws his eyebrows together, and the girl continues that the man mentioned that she did not visit him. She squinted her burning eyes and said that it had been a long time. Why don't they fight to test their disciples' skills? The man turns his head and says that he is tired, and Seo is surprised that it doesn't look like him, and asks why the master avoids the battle. She holds an axe in her hand and says that she is going to attack the master. The guy shifts his gaze to the side. Seyun raised her hand. Jean turns to the girl and apologizes for keeping her waiting, and she replies that she just came. She put her hand on her chest and thought that she was going on an expedition only with her brother, and that she should not show that she was nervous like a beginner. The protagonist raised his hand to his forehead, and the girl asked that we were moving. The young man raised his hand in greeting. He closed his eyes and thanked the main character for contacting the guy, and that he finally accepted him as part of his family. Jean crossed his arms over his chest and told the young man to stop babbling, and that they could work together a few times, and if he didn't like something, he could leave. Heshchik replied that he would never be able to do it. He looked joyfully at the girl and said that he was glad to meet her again, and that he was looking forward to working with her. Seyun shakes hands with the young man and says in surprise that he is also looking forward to it, and the guy asks to let go of his hand. The protagonist turns to the team and says that since everyone is ready, it's time to head to the dungeon that Heshchik got for them. The girl asked where it was. Jean looked at Seo in surprise and said that he wasn't talking. A glowing gate appears, and the guy replies that it's in Weizong Suwon. The gates radiate with a blue glow. The red monster attacks the guy. The main character raises his axe. He turns his head and thinks that the purpose of coming to the dungeon is not to clear him, but to give these two more combat experience. Monsters fly away from Heshchik's shield. Seyun strikes the enemy. Jean looks at the defeated creature. The girl is holding the monster's chest, and the main character thinks that she is good not only as a support, but also as a warrior-type monk. The young man looks at the protagonist in confusion. He turns his head and asks what Mrs. Seyun is staring at him, and continues that he could have presumably done something that might have upset her. Jean looks at the guy and says that he is quite thick-skinned. Both of them are thick-skinned. A red glowing passage appears. The protagonist stands in front of his team and says that this is the boss's room, and adds that he will try his best to watch without interfering, and that the two of them should try to bring him down. Heshchik raises his hand in front of him, and the main character continues that he thinks that both can win, and even more, and the guy asks to leave it to him. The young man pushes the aisle apart with his hands. A red monster with green hair appears. It flies up, descends to the ground, surrounded by a burst of mana. Heshchik covers himself with a shield. The creature throws its hand up. It deals a magical blow to the young man. The protagonist crosses his arms over his chest and says that if Heshchik blocks his blows from the front, Seyun can provide support, and the girl adds that she will hit the monster from behind. She raises her leg to strike, and attacks the creature with mana streams. A beam of magic falls on the monster's head. The creature crashes into the ground. Seyun turns his head and asks what his brother said. The main character puts his hand to his mouth and shouts that she can do what she wants. Students are standing near the portal. A guy in military uniform said that this is a great job. Heshchik, opening his mouth, said if the hero was going to return to the organization to resume his abilities. The interlocutor refused. Jean pointed his finger at himself and stated that he needed to take care of something, so could his teammates come back first. A young man with dark hair looks after the departing car and said that he sent his friends back. Shan, flying into the air, said that there was a stunning castle here and asked if they were spinning gacha here today. The protagonist, looking at the emperor in a kimono, replied that about the gacha. Did his partner remember the time when he asked to summon the strongest general? Shan held up a thumbs up and explained that yesterday he was thinking of General Zhao Zilong, not Zhang Fei. General Zhao was the strongest commander he knew personally. The hero, smiling at the top of his mouth, said that he understood everything. Multicolored confetti falls from the sky. The guy summoned the connecting gacha with the command. The Shang emperor clenched his head with his fingers. The hero said that the reason why he had summoned Zhang Fei in that gacha on the Songsu Bridge was not because Lu Shan thought of Zhang Fei as the strongest commander. The steel bridge stands under the rays of the moon. The protagonist added that the event happened because he was on the bridge. The commander of the army is facing a whole army of enemy soldiers. Jean explained that of course he would associate the bridge with Zhang Fei on the Panpa Bridge. Hearing about the arrival of Cao Cao's troops, Liu Bei left his wife and child and ordered Zhang Fei to lead 20 horsemen to guard the rear. None of the enemies dared to approach, so a clash of armies was avoided. Jean, looking at the papers of different colors, thought that this meant that all the binders he was loading with gacha must be influenced by his location and stories. The diamond card hovered in midair. A student in tactical uniform, holding a magic map in his hands, said that it was of diamond rarity. His eye was fixated on the magical object. He staggered from side to side and asked why there was no change. A man with a beard rose to a small height and said that the sight of a boast causes nostalgia. The window with characteristics indicates that strength and dexterity are weak, and sensitivity to mana is at a high level. Yun Yak Yong is a representative of the movement for real sciences in the 18th and 19th centuries. It was a movement of Confucian sages reformers, encyclopedists and enlighteners who fought for the development of applied sciences, and the student, putting his hand to his chest, greeted the sage and thought that the stats for the diamond card were slightly low. Zhang, frozen in front of the young man, said that the student's name means the way up, a great name, and the young man thanked him. An ancient Chinese temple stands under a blue sky. The old man said that they were lucky to be in the boast. Zhang, bringing his hand to his mouth, asked the hero if he wanted to look for the treasure hidden here. The protagonist imagined images of various valuable treasures in his head and thought that this was expected from a diamond card. The sage's spirit headed towards the high stone wall. He explained that when the king ordered him to build this place, he was so carried away that he added secret places. The guy, pointing in the direction forward, said that he was looking for the 7th block. His partner said that he was exactly what they needed. Zhang, opening his mouth, explained that he needed to use the found block as the center, find the 616 block on the right side and invest his power, then go to the 922 block. The hero turned back and asked if those numbers made sense. The old man, grinning, said that it was his birthday and the king's birthday. The protagonist, pointing to the wall, stated that he had found the right block. Young said that he needed to put his chi into the block. Jean put his hands on the right block and put his energy into the stone barrier. A yellow gate lit up nearby. A bright portal shone with an aura. Jean realized that this was a dungeon with treasures. A system window appeared with a text that the dungeon contained the gifts of the sage. The spirit of the sage raised his hand and said that if the guy passed the test of this dungeon, he would be able to take possession of the treasures. The man in military uniform, looking at the old man's spirit, said that he had left the treasure for the sake of his followers, and added that almost no one would be able to find such a place. The partner turned back and said that if the hero could find this place at such a time, then everything was fine, and hurried the hero to go inside as soon as possible. Under the influence of the magical power of the dungeon, they are transported to the treasure chambers. A huge blue monster stands with a wooden club. The dungeon guardian, unsheathing his mask, said that the hero would be able to pass the test of academic and martial arts if he defended the gate. Zhang, disappearing from sight, said that if the student received the award, he would call him back. He agreed. The hero looks at the system window with information about the raid reward. Information about the hero's skills is stuck in place. The protagonist, clenching his fist, remembered that this is a detection skill. This ability is used by dungeon crawlers. The genie realized that now it will be much easier to search for the gate. A club with metal spikes pierced the stone floor of the dungeon. The treasure guardian exudes a black aura of power and says that he will begin testing his academic skills. The moon illuminates lonely mountains with its light. The monster with the Chinese mask says that a single moonbeam shines over all the rivers that flow on this earth, and then adds that the rivers are citizens of this world, and the moon is yin-yang. Jean furrowed his brows and asked what the reference to yin-yang was about. He opened his mouth and said that the answer was King Jiangzhou. The hero concluded that if the question was from John, then the answer was obvious. A blue guard with a club slammed her on the floor and confirmed the correctness of the answer. The eyes of the monster mask flashed yellow, and he added that he would now test the student's martial art. The student's spear materialized in his hands like blue lightning. The guard ordered him to prepare for battle. A tactical sight appeared in the hero's pupil. The green circle for determining abilities headed towards the treasure guard, the Goblin King, level 40. Jean looked at his opponent and thought that if the king was level 40, his stats should be approximately equal to his. The monster rushed to attack. The hero's opponent raised his club for a blow and warned the opponent about the attack. The protagonist took a breath into his lungs. The spear-wielding guy let out a battle cry of a dark blue aura. The guard's legs buckled from the enemy's ability, and his attack power was reduced by 10%. Jean, swinging his spear, concluded that due to the difference in levels, his skills were not working properly on the guard. The goblin, dodging the swings of the spear, says that he can see all the hero's attacks. The guy, clutching the weapon in his hands, said that he should try to return now. A student in military uniform makes a quick stabbing blow. He explained that this is a green dragon maneuver. The wound on the thug healed quickly. He said that it was quite painful. The spear in the fighter's hands emits a combat glow. The monster parries the opponent's blow. His foot slipped backwards from such a collision. He froze in place. The hero quickly became close to him. The lord, swinging his club, said that going into close combat with a spear was stupid. A sword materialized in the hero's hands. He strikes the monster's body. The masked lord opened his mouth and said that his opponent had a strange weapon that looked like a goblin bat. A huge sword sparkled in the hands of the protagonist, who replied that his blade was much better than the goblin weapons. The sword bent to swing. Jean knocked the goblin's club out of his hands. The blade of the blade was quickly at the monster's throat. The latter, raising his palm up, admitted that he was giving up and the hero had passed the martial arts test. A black rift appeared in the nearby wall. The stone barrier crumbled, and the genie realized that this was a secret room. The protagonist entered a dark room. On the table are several books and an ancient typewriter. The student opened his mouth and said that he needed to summon Zhang when he received the reward. A ring with a choice of cards appeared next to the guy. He said that even though Zhang was a diamond card, he could still summon him. The old man appeared in the room and said that the hero had passed his test. He, frozen in the air, advised me to take the Manhwa Tong in my hands. The protagonist, picking up an old book, asked if it was a new skill. An image of 6 people with their faces covered appeared. The sage explains that after his children fell ill with smallpox and died, he again and again looked for a way to alleviate their suffering of people. As a result, he created this book. A student in a military uniform began to exude blue energy. A window appeared and it indicates that he has learned a new skill of tolerance. A whirlpool of the hero's aura and energy appeared. A system window appeared with information that the two skills were combined. He exudes a green light. The system says that the hero has acquired immunity to all diseases and poisons. Jean, pointing to himself, said that immunity would give him the opportunity not to die in dungeons for some unknown reason. There is a water surface stretching for many kilometers between the islands. The sage said that the next thing is bang nyek go. This is a book about the geography of Korea that he made while traveling or referring to other texts. The student picks up a volume about the geography of his country. The system window shows the text that Jean has learned a new ability. A blue-yellow sphere rotates in the middle of the room. The system informs that the two skills are connected. The student is presented with an image of the dungeon map and that he has learned the skill of viewing the map. The system window shows the nearest dungeons. All dungeons nearby are marked on the mini-map. You can turn off notifications. The guy's eyes sparkled with joy. He said that now he would not have to get into trouble when searching for the dungeon. The hero's hand reached for the wooden figure. An image of an inventory grid appeared in front of him. He asked if this skill would work like in a game. Jean picked up the stone. The stone enters the blue space of the system. The inventory displays information that one cobblestone is stored inside. The owner exclaimed that it really works, as he expected. Zhong, coming out of the portal, asked his partner if he was able to help him. He waved it off and thanked the sage. The old man, glowing with blue light, said that they would see each other next time if they were lucky. The student replied that they would definitely meet. The guy in military uniform touched the window of the system and talked about all the results of the day. The silhouette of a man pressed his hands to himself. The hero added that today he received absolute immunity, inventory, and a dungeon map. These are very cool skills. The protagonist, folding his hands, said that he understood how other skills worked, but it was not very clear how the map would help him. In the middle of the courtyard, a picture of the area appeared. The guy poked at the window of the system and realized that he was in the middle of the map. He, following the yellow mark, asked that the circles around them were dungeons. Jean turned around and said that he would find out everything by experience. The student approached the blue gate. They exuded a blue aura. The disciple said that he was right. He touched the flag that guarded the entrance to the dungeon and said that the dungeon had already been occupied. The hero, looking at the new map, explained that the green dot he checked on the way was a dungeon of rank C and the yellow dot on which he is now a dungeon of rank B. The protagonist looked away and thought that he had not seen it yet, but dungeons differ in the colors of the rainbow probably. He put his hand to the screen and said that it would be a shame if the dungeon he had been looking for a long time was already occupied, but he could open the tab with notifications. The guy pointed his finger at the window with the bell. Jean, clenching his fists, exclaimed that everything was fine. A system window appeared with a text that when a new dungeon appeared, an alert would emit a sound signal. The hero leaned forward a little and said that all the dungeons in the area would be his. A thunder spear pierces a green goblin. The protagonist checked the corpse of the defeated enemy with a spear. A black sphere fell out of the monster's body. The system window informs that a poisonous blood ball was received as a reward. The hero grabbed it in his hands and thought that he didn't really need it, but since he had absolute immunity, he would still take it just in case. The teammates raised their fingers up and said that not only was Jean capable of clearing the D-rank dungeon, but he was also not able to clear the D-rank dungeon. He thanked them. Heschik, with his mouth open, asked if his friends had any plans after they finished. The protagonist, opening his mouth, stated that he had plans to train. The sister added that she had no plans. A warrior in heavy armor put his hand on the armor and said that it could hang out with him, because there was a training room with mana reality at home. The hero, raising his shoulders, asked his comrade if he really had such rare equipment, who confirmed its presence. The blonde guy in the suit pointed at the blue gate. He concluded that this guy had a lot of money. Heschik, putting his hand behind his head, explained that he was embarrassed, but he lived with his brother, who earned good money. Xian closed her eyes. The warrior with the shield said that his brother wanted to meet the girl. Jean opened his mouth and said that as the leader of this team, he thought it would be a good idea to meet a family member of one of the members. The short-haired student closed his eyes and said that he would arrange the trip as soon as everyone was ready. A black limousine pulled up to the sidewalk. The hero's squad gets out of the car. Heschik explained that they have arrived. The leader of the group looks at a huge skyscraper and says that his blonde friend really lives in this house. He, looking ahead, replied that the entire high-rise building was his house. Friends are going upstairs in the elevator. The hero thought that what could Heschik's brother do? They tumbled into the apartment of a guy in a black t-shirt. A man with a pigtail came out to meet them and greeted them. He opened his mouth and declared that he was Heschik's brother. The protagonist, bowing, said that it was a pleasure to meet him. The hero's eye twitched, and he thought that the brother of the Heschik was called Kang Hee-jong. An image of several silhouettes of people with red eyes appeared. Standing in armor, Jean said that the man with the scythe is one of the 8 SS class hunters. Siyun turned around. Heschik replied that his brother was SS class. A guy with dark hair leaned against the ear of the young man who played the role of a tank, and said why he didn't tell about it. Why he didn't tell about it earlier. He replied that his brother didn't want to feel uncomfortable. Jean, putting his hand to his mouth, whispered that after all, the brother of the blonde guy was an SS class user. Zhong directed his gaze forward. He put his fingers to his chin and said that he had already met the protagonist somewhere. The hero, turning away for a moment, wondered where such a person could have seen him. A man with a pigtail approached a guy in a shirt. Their eyes met. The SS rank hunter clasped his hands together and asked the other party if he was a professional light path player. He grabbed Jin's hand, who asked how the man knew his nickname. He explained that he was a fan. Heshchik, frozen in place with surprise, asked about the nickname of the hero. Seon said that she knew that Jong was special. A professional hunter pointed to the apartment and told the guests to go forward and change clothes in the living room. On the table there is a service with tea and snacks. Young, sitting with Seon on the couch, explained that during Game 3 of the spring finals of Season 202, he killed an enemy while on the verge of defeat. Saenun confirmed that the highlight is Jin, but she personally thinks that during Summer Season 21 he was in his prime. Jin shielded his face from shame. The brother of the Heshchik added that then in the summer the hero had an excellent winner rating, but he lost in the final. A guy with blonde hair, munching on an apple, asked the shirt youth that he had once been a wrestler, who explained that when he was younger, he was an unknown professional player. A man with a yellow pigtail got up from the sofa and was indignant. Players sitting at computers, the SS class user said that while others to win, the protagonist made lavish performances for the public, that he registered as the first member of the fan club. Jin clicks his finger on the keyboard. The dark-haired youth covered himself with his hands in such shame, and asked him to stop. Seon, putting her finger to her mouth, said that she had created this club. The hero asked to stop. The girl looked at her watch and noticed that it was already late. The partner, leaving the living room, said that she would leave the company. Heshchik offered to call a taxi home. Jin looked at the thoughtful Jong. The hero's interlocutor began to bow and says that he could not demonstrate his gratitude. He just wanted to say thank you for saving his brother's life. The protagonist waved it off and added that he was just lucky. A red aura enveloped the SS rank hunter. He stated that the guy in the shirt was polite. He would take the training into his own hands and make sure that his brother didn't add to the trouble. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that he never thought he would meet Jong. The green sight grabbed the body of the man sitting on the sofa. Jin thought what stats such a hunter could have. A system window has appeared with information that Heshchik's brother is all-round strong and has a level 3 game. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and thought that a level 3 game was strong. The system blinked in front of Jin's eyes, explaining that his communication skill recognized Jong's game. Red and yellow streams of energy tend to leave the guy's body. He closed his eyes during the course of the talent communication event. The blonde girl hovered in the air. She opened her mouth and said that she and the genie had not seen each other for a long time. She walked through the air and said that in order to be able to talk to the genie, she would have to stop time for a while. Winry, placing her hand on her chest, explained that she was glad to meet the student in the shirt if she stayed even a little longer. The hero's body shattered into pieces. The protagonist, leaning back in his chair, asked about his body. Winry held out her hand and explained that it was because of his third level of communication. At the moment he was in the stage of greatly increasing the level of play from the second level to the third. A drop of sweat slid down Jin's cheek. He asked in surprise what she was saying now, that his talents were growing right now. He put his finger to his temple and added that it wasn't good. She stuck out the finger of her right hand and told him that his talents were attached to him from birth, and would be with him until his death. The protagonist closed one eye from the pressure. She noted that while the fact that his talents were changing, it could mean that his fate was changing drastically while they were talking. He stared at her, and she concluded that although it was not something that a human body could easily withstand, the girl was holding a pendant in her hand and said that was why she would give it to him. The pendant swayed on the girl's arm. She said that as long as this necklace was on him, it would take over the reboots of his body, for a while. The guy took the pendant in his hands. She noted that it also gives a slight increase in luck. He clarified that then this was all he had to do. Winry floated in the air in front of him and replied that yes, there was also a spell in the necklace. He didn't have to worry about being stolen. She bowed and added that after a while, she would find a safer way for him to go through the process of leveling up. Young sat with his hands on his lap and said that for a fan like him, it seemed like a dream. The guy stretched out his hand and said that based on what he already knew, he was also talented in video games, and noted to himself that since he had a third-level game. The young man wondered why he didn't try to be a professional player. He thought that when he was among the players of his level, he would be able to feel something special. He looked at him in surprise. He lowered his head down and replied that he had actually played games himself, but he liked to watch other people pass. The interlocutor of the main character turned his gaze to him and added that even now, when he is forced to play role-playing games, he is just troublesome to play them. He put his fingers to his face and clarified that he wasn't an SS-level user. The guy spread his arms and explained that even if he thinks that loving games and being pros at them are two different things, the protagonist agreed with him. Maps hovered in the sky. He looked up and noticed that if he looked, there were 2 golden cards. The young man kissed his pendant and said that he knew that the necklace was just a miracle. Shin retorted that he was giving all the laurels to the necklace, and it was all thanks to him. He grabbed him with his hands and replied that of course, his Shan, let him give him a kiss. The servant of the main character exclaimed that no, don't. The angel of the White Nightingale put her hand to her chest and asked for forgiveness as she interfered with their time together. Jean rushed to her and replied that of course he was glad to meet her. Her support skills could be very useful when they were in a dangerous situation. if it cost a little mana. He was sure that he had enough for everything. The girl folded her hands. He put his fingers on his chin and noted that it was bad luck. He didn't have enough mana to launch the binding gacha. He threw his hands up and realized why he was sweating. He would just do it, and that's it. Sean looked at him. He shouted that he believed in him. He put his hands out in front of him and added that they were going. The protagonist's servant looked at his palms in surprise. The information window reported that Sean had increased the level to 3. The protagonist gritted his teeth contemptuously. He pointed his finger at him and asked why he was so disappointed. He had advanced. It meant that his abilities had also grown. The young man put his hand on the back of his head and said that he wanted to spin a free information gacha. Balls jumped inside the robot. A prickly sphere fell out of it. Jean looked at her dumbfounded. It broke into 2 parts. Sean opened his mouth wide in anticipation. He noted that this was madness. He ran abruptly away from the ball. The protagonist's servant continued to hover in the same place. An information window appeared in front of him, which said that in 3 hours, Seo would be in danger. He needed to save her. She was looking menacingly at someone. Sohn was sitting tied to a chair. The man reported that someone had secretly snuck into the controlled area and killed him. He stood in front of the girl and added that there were no clues. All the recordings from the camera had been deleted. He thought that someone did it from the inside. She pursed her lips and wondered if a spy could do it. It would be from a large association. The lady looked at the landline and asked how they were supposed to find the spy. The phone was on the desk. A voice from there said that it was at the agreed time to patrol the A-class dungeon. She immediately threw on her jacket and said that they would talk when she returned. The young man wished her to be careful on the way. The SUV was driving along the highway. The girl was holding a huge axe on her shoulder and noted that she needed to finish it quickly so that she could return and search for the spy. She walked along the edge of the forest. Seo's eyes widened in surprise. She lowered her hands and noticed that the mana was very dense. An explosion occurred in the distance from her. She gritted her teeth in anger and shouted that breaking through the dungeon was a trap. 3 people were standing at the explosion. She thought that they should have known that she was going to patrol this area and set up a dungeon breakthrough. The girl grabbed the walkie-talkie and stated that it was Obong's mountain dungeon. A dungeon breach had occurred, requesting immediate support. She rushed sharply in the opposite direction. There was an axe handle in her palm. She thought that even if it was a trap, she should take care of the monsters. If she didn't stop him now, they would immediately scatter around the area. A huge flash was burning in the middle of the clearing. Werewolves materialized in front of her. One of them stared at her maliciously. She grabbed her weapon with both hands and noted that the werewolf was a heavy target. The wolves immediately rushed at her to attack. They jumped on it at once. The werewolf swung his paw at her. The girl struck him with an axe. She instantly dodged the attack of the other wolf. Blood was flowing from her wound. She thought that they had the advantage in numbers while she attacked them one at a time. A monster jumped at her from behind. She swung her axe sharply. 3 monsters rushed at her. Seo brandished her weapon. She attacked surrounded by werewolves. One of them was standing in front of her. The girl sharply swung her weapon at him. Her powerful attack instantly struck the enemy. Wolf bared his teeth. She picked up her axe and said that here he was. A lanky werewolf stood in front of her. Saliva flowed from his mouth. The lady took hold of the handle of the axe with both hands and said that he was tall, of course, but he had only skin and bones. He did not eat porridge as a child. He swung his paw sharply at her. She instantly jumped away from his attack. The girl landed on one knee and noted that the only way to teach a crazy dog a lesson is to show them her love. She struck him with her axe. An axe protruded from the werewolf's head. She stood leaning on her knee and said that it was close. The guy was adjusting the glove on his hand. Next to him were the same masked people. He thanked her for the show. She really lives up to her rank as the guardian of the association. The girl looked at them out of the corner of her eye. She was surrounded by them. Seo instantly grabbed her axe and exclaimed, "Karma, this is a dirty game." The masked man spread his arms to the sides and asked again, "Karma, they?" The other said that she blames everything on Karma. He narrowed his eyes at her and added that they were just a group of anti-fans who wanted to kill Seo. The masked man was holding a knife in his hand. She stared at them and reasoned that this was not good. She had already made a request for reinforcements. Now she could only stall for time. People in masks stood in front of her. One of them asked if she was hoping for reinforcements. Naive. He waved a walkie-talkie in front of her and added to her to think for herself. There are also people in the association who hate Seo like them. The girl gritted her teeth. He continued that such an outcome promised her ever since she began to pretend to be a guardian of justice or something. So maybe they would start. She had to be careful even before she was pinned. The guy rested his hands on his waist and noted that there was no one here who could help. He lifted his head up. The main character opened his mouth and told him not to strain himself. He held a sword in his right hand and said that he was already here, had come to the rescue. The masked men looked at him and shouted what it was. He jumped to stab 3 enemies at once. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Seo and asked if she was okay. She replied how he got here. The young man looked away and thought, it was good that he was not late, and it was also lucky that the mana had recovered from the gacha, since it was already midnight. He turned to her and said that he was here to save her. She could interrogate him later, and now she needed to take care of the essentials. Jean looked around the battlefield. The corpses of werewolves lay on the ground. The eyes of the masked men glowed red. The protagonist took a fighting stance and explained that it seems that he is beginning to understand what is happening here. Looks, they have already stopped the breakthrough of the dungeon. Now we need to focus on escaping. She replied that it will not be easy. It seems that most of them are C-class, some of them are A-class. It seems that they decided to kill her. 3 masked guys were standing next to each other. Haimi clenched her hands into fists and asked, "He must have solved the abyss of trouble. They are doomed. Why did he come here?" The guy looked at her. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's face. He thought that judging by the situation, they were in an extremely uncomfortable position, and the leader was tired of the previous battle. Seo held onto his axe with both hands. The young man looked at his enemies and added that he had no choice but to load Haimi, who had fallen out of the guarantor. It would not be easy to deal with them. The girl stood with her back to Jin's back and asked him for forgiveness. If she had known that this would happen, she would have warned him. He looked at her from behind her out of the corner of his eye and replied that he shouldn't say that. Instead of apologizing, he would like to hear words of gratitude. He turned his head on her and added that when they got out of here alive, he had a plan to get them out of here, even if he didn't worry. The masky guys looked at each other. One clarified who it was. They had no guests planned. The other noted that he must be a spy of the highest rank. The red-haired guy was walking with his hands in his pockets and ordered him to close himself. He tilted his head to the fallen man. A black haze enveloped him. He said that he had dealt with 4 B-class people without them even noticing, assuming that he was C-class, and acting according to the plan. The masked guys started running around them. The main character clutched a sword in his hands and exclaimed that they were advancing carefully. One of them rushed at them with a knife. The protagonist put a sword in front of them for a counterattack. He stared at him dumbfounded. Jin looked up. Arrows fell from the sky on the enemies. He immediately rushed to Seo. The arrows hit the attacking guy. He fell dead with arrows in his body. The gang leader looked at him. The girl jumped in the opposite direction from the explosion. The guy gritted his teeth and noted that these crazy bastards. They were surrounded by masked people. The commander of their squad stood with his foot on the body of his subordinate and said that instead of dragging out a useless existence, wouldn't it be better to be useful? It was an honor to be able to die for the glory of his name. He raised his folded hands above him. He looked at the main character and added that whoever dies should also be satisfied with the result. He raised his sword above him and said that this was why talking to these creatures made no sense. The protagonist flew to attack them. The masked guy stared at him. It flew away from his blow. He turned back and shouted that he would clear the way. Let her follow him. Faster. Jin swept his enemies off their feet. He looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye and noted that if they continued to move in the same direction, they could find an escape option, so let her be careful. A masked man was flying at her with a sword. The young man struck him down with his sword. The enemy flew towards him from behind. Seo instantly struck him with her axe blow. Haimi pointed her finger at the enemies and exclaimed that once again, they were advancing from the rear. The protagonist flew over them, on one knee behind their backs. The girl looked at him and asked. His movements were light, as if he was floating in the air. He was doing gymnastics. He replied that it so happened that recently he had a real addiction to martial arts games. Trees grew in the distance. He said that the path was clear. He stood in front of the girl and noted that if they escaped, they were surrounded by masked people. One of them asked what they thought they were able to avoid their capture without even seeing through such a simple illusion. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. Their leader drew his sword from its sheath and said that they should forget about the hope of getting out of this place alive. Above them, Heishi floated in the air and said, "Whoever looks most like the leader must be giving orders to others." He looked at everyone and realized that then he needed to get rid of him first. He looked at the girl and asked her to be careful. He would take care of their commander. The guy jumped slightly. He jumped over the heads of his opponents directly to their commander. Jin held out his sword in front of him. He barely blocked his attack. The rest of the team watched him. He shouted what they were doing. Let them help him. Let them kill him while he was still holding on. The guys in masks ran to help. The protagonist put his hand with the sword to the side. Haimi opened her mouth at her enemies. Jin deftly dodged each attack. He looked at his opponents, who exclaimed that now. The masked men flew away from him abruptly. Their commander held his sword in front of him. The guy struck a blow at him. He blocked him. Jamie anxiously asked that he seemed to be running out of strength too. He was no longer as agile as before. Jin looked at his hand. Seo smashed enemies. The leader clarified that he thought he could kill him and save her in time. The girl gritted her teeth from the pressure. The guy did not rush to her abruptly. She fell to the ground. The masked guy swung his spear at her. Jin swung his sword. He swept the opponent off his feet. The young man gave her hand and asked if she was okay. He was sorry. He was not able to defeat their commander. As she replied that he was not worried, it was her fault. She could not give him enough time. Haimi looked at him pitifully and said that she didn't have any more time. She had more ideas, even if he didn't even dare to think about dying. The main character looked at his opponents. One of them lost his blade and remarked that maybe they should attack en masse, and the commander replied that they were not in a hurry. His eyes glowed from under the mask. He added that no matter what plan he thought he had, they just needed to put pressure on him until he ran out of powers. He breathed a sigh of relief. He stood surrounded by enemies and reported that it seemed to be the only opportunity he had left. He poked his finger at the floating screen in front of him. Sham looked at him with displeasure and asked if he had any talents for getting into trouble by chance, or if he just liked to seek adventures on his heels. The young man spread his hands to the sides. He added that God, not a day without fun. Perhaps he was guilty of a past life. The protagonist said that in any case, let him do a favor. He needs the strongest general he can think of. He rubbed his chin and said that he was talking about the strongest general. The guy put his hands out in front of him and shouted that he was counting on him. Maps spun in the sky. Various maps flashed before him. A green banner fluttered in the wind. Jean revealed that Zhang and Shan, the two already have a connection with each other. There is a chance that he will be able to get someone from the Shok dynasty. They need someone who can protect them while they escape from a large group of enemies. The girl held an axe with both hands. The guy clenched his right hand into a fist and exclaimed, there is only one person they can get. A robot hovered in the air. The young man held out his hands in front of him. He reached for the map with his right hand. The leader of the bandits looked at him in shock and exclaimed in bewilderment what was happening. He turned to his subordinates and noted that he had a bad feeling about it. Let them move away from him and attack from afar. The masked guy waved his hand as a sign of the start of fire. Wars shot fiery arrows into the sky. The girl held an axe with both hands. She looked stunned at the projectiles flying at her and realized that she would not be able to dodge them all. She needed to try to avoid hitting her vital organs. The arrows shattered on the tip of the spear. The main character brandished it to protect himself from projectiles flying at them. Seo stood behind him. The bandits looked at him in shock and asked how he blocked all their shells. The tip of the spear was shrouded in a bright aura. A fighting spirit appeared behind the protagonist's back. He turned his head back and told her to rely on him. He would protect her. Jin's opponent was holding a sword in his hand and asked what they were afraid of. They had a numerical superiority. Let them go and slam him. They abruptly rushed to attack the guy. Their leader stretched out his hand after them and shouted for them to stop. The young man stood in a fighting stance with a spear and said that sometimes, the best defense is an attack. He watched the enemy intently. The main character rushed to attack his opponents. One of them raised his sword above him. Two bandits jumped over the young man. He instantly knocked down one of them. The second slammed into the ground from Jin's powerful blow. He was surrounded by enemies. One of them stared at him and noted that he was now surrounded on all sides. One of the soldiers put his sword in front of him and exclaimed that he would kill him. The protagonist exhaled noisily. The fighting spirit took hold of his spear. The guy of the mask held on to his weapon and clarified what it was. The other was also perplexed, noting that he could not run away from him. All enemies instantly rose into the air from the attack of the main character. In the excitement of the battle, he opened his eyes and mouth wide. Blue energy flew out from the tip of the spear. A huge charge of aura flew at the enemies. A stunning explosion occurred among the mountains. The leader of the gang sat on the ground and wondered how he was. The bodies of fallen comrades lay in front of him. He shook his head in search of his opponent. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a flash of energy. The bandits rose from the swings of Jin's spear. Behind the commander, his subordinates were standing and asking, he was crazy. How could they fight against him? They would not be able to kill him like this. He slammed into the mask of one of them with all his strength and ordered him to collapse and listen. He spread his legs wide and declared that their mission was more important than a couple of lives. The leader put out his hand in front of him and ordered to kill Seo. Her main target was her. Blood flowed from the bandit's eye. He added that he could see their every move, so they had to die, but complete their task. 3 opponents rushed to attack the girl. Soaring abruptly blocked her path and asked her for forgiveness. A drop of sweat slid down her cheek. The young man put it on his left shoulder. He averted his eyes to the side and noted that he believed that taking a sword would be better than holding a spear in one hand. The main character was clutching the hilt of his sword in his hand. He instantly struck down his enemies with it. The blade plunged into the bandit's body. The guy looked at him dumbfounded and said that it looked like they were no longer human. A fighting spirit appeared behind him and said that the opponent's attacks were aimed at this woman. He looked at the young man with his blue eyes and asked why they didn't give her a lift to check it out. The protagonist turned his gaze to him. He threw the girl into his arms. She was lying in his arms. He asked her to forgive him. She asked again, to forgive why. Jean threw it up abruptly. He raised his head at her and told her not to be afraid. He gave his word that he would catch her. The girl spread her arms to the sides in flight. The bandits lifted their heads up. The guy put the sword in front of him and told them to prepare for a shake-up. The opponents of the main character raised their heads at Seo. A cloak of fighting spirit fluttered in the wind. The main character instantly swept through all the enemies. He looked at his hand. His fighting spirit remarked that it was incredible. The bandits fell to the ground. He raised his head up and noticed that it would probably fall somewhere here. His companion replied that he did not think so, he should retreat a little. The guy caught the girl in his arms. The comrade in arms reported that it looked like his time had come to an end. Jean looked at him and thanked him. Seo shook her legs. He asked if she was okay or her. She replied that she kind of understood that it was necessary to defeat their opponents, although she didn't quite like the fact that he threw her into the air. Information windows with the results of the battle appeared in front of them. He put his hand out and added that he was able to deal with all the remaining enemies. His girlfriend looked at him and replied that wow, he could not believe that he could do it. He thought to himself that he could do it, but not him. The defeated leader of the bandits lay on the ground. The main character said that he did not know what to do, so he decided to knock out the guy who looked like their leader. He asked if she had found out anything about Sun's karma, and a drop of sweat slid down her cheek. She stood in front of him and replied that it was a pity, but he had been killed by someone from the association, who asked him if he had been killed. The girl looked at him and stated that given everything that had happened, she could safely say that the association was a spy. An information window appeared above her head, which ordered to save San, who added that she could not. The guy looked at him and realized that the task had not yet been completed. He stood in front of her and asked her to leave it to him. The young man put his hand on his chest and said that as she might remember from that incident with Sun, he had a great way of identifying a spy. Seo and Jean were standing in the middle of the conference room. The president of the association looked around the room and said that almost a year had passed since they had last gathered for an emergency meeting. What was the matter? The guy was adjusting the glove on his hand. The girl replied that during her patrol, she was attacked by a group of 200 killers. One of those present jumped out from behind the table and asked again what kind of psycho had come. The werewolf put his arms out to the sides. She noted that they had artificially created a rift, and they also blocked the radio signal of her radio, so she was unable to request reinforcements. She pointed her hand at the young man and added that when she thought that she was about to give up her life, this hunter had joined the battle and saved her. She would like him to be present at their meeting as a witness. He shifted his gaze to those present in the room. The man in glasses held out his hand in front of him and clarified what it meant. It was for this reason that they decided to call them together and discuss what had happened. Seo stood in front of the audience participants with her hands down and replied that it was both yes and no. The fact was that there was another important detail that she wanted to discuss. One of them put out his hand in front of him and asked about an important detail. She watched each one closely and stated that the real reason she called this meeting was to catch a spy among them. Employees of the association were sitting at the table. One of them jumped up from his chair and asked what she meant by this. The other asked if she was ready to take responsibility for her words. The girl put her hands behind her back and told her that she had a sure way to find the spy. She gestured with her fingers and added that in order to use this method, however, there were 3 things to do, which she would now tell them. If they felt that they could not meet their conditions, they could refuse. The embittered man looked at her and noted what nonsense. The president of the association put out his hand in front of him and said that now he understood why she had called the meeting and what they should do. Seo raised her hand with her palm open and explained that first, they had to swear that they wouldn't talk about what was going to happen. The man in the white jacket folded his arms over his chest and said that of course they would have done it anyway. Jaina appeared behind the main character. She ran her hands through the air. All the participants in the conference looked at the girl and said in unison that they were swearing. She made a new gesture with her fingers and said that secondly, she wanted them to allow them to use their skills on them. Of course, these skills wouldn't cause them any mental or physical harm, so they didn't have to worry about anything. A drop of sweat slid down the man's cheek. He wondered if they could tell what kind of skill it was. The maroon-haired man slammed his right hand on the table and exclaimed that they were cowards. What did they care about? She said that the skill was not dangerous. He held out his hands in front of him and added that if Seo harmed them in any way, he would personally take responsibility for her actions. The president of the association raised his right hand with an open palm and said that it was interesting. He would agree. Because he was curious about what would happen next, he allowed. The rest of the audience participants also raised their hands and expressed their consent to hold this event. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. He put his hand on his chest and stated that all the conditions for using the skill had been met. Jane folded her hands in a peculiar way. She hovered over Jean. Seo closed her eyes and thanked everyone for their trust. Her last request would be quite simple. She opened her eyes and added that they just needed to be told that they were not spies. The man raised his hand and clarified that this was all. She replied that yes, that was all. The president of the association folded his hands on the table and said that he was not a spy. The man in the white jacket looked at the girl and also replied that he was not a spy. Another conference participant raised his hand and said that he was not a spy. He looked at his neighbor and noticed that he was the only one left. Let him hurry up and say this so that they could finish with this farce as soon as possible. Jane had her hands on Chan's mouth. Seo leaned her hand on the table and said that he still hadn't said those words because he couldn't say them. She was standing right in front of him. Spirit hair enveloped the man's face. She said that this was the effect of the truth room's skill. Everyone who had been used on this skill could only tell the truth. The girl shifted her gaze to the man and noted that he meant that he was the spy who sent people to her soul. The head of the information department, Chan. He was sitting in his chair. He opened his mouth and said that he couldn't believe they had such a skill. The man stood above his chair and added that they were really true. He grabbed the handle with the sharp tip. Chan waved at her and shouted that in his name. Chan was suddenly taken aback. The man dealt a crushing blow to him. Frowning, he wondered how the guy dared to attack his student. A notification popped up that the task was completed. Sitting down in a chair, Jean said that he didn't even know how, but he managed to figure it out. He remembered standing in front of Seo and telling him that this was an emergency, so they needed to find the spy as soon as possible, but he didn't think he wouldn't have enough mana to summon Jaina. Looking out the window, the protagonist added that he would also have to wait until midnight for his mana to recover. Holding out his hand, he stated that if it wasn't for the association ring that Seo's squad leader had given him, things would have been much more complicated. Imagining a ring, he told her that even the master of all weapons could not restore his mana, and this ring raised her value by as much as 2 points, thanks to which he was able to summon Jaina. The guy imagined how the girl handed him the object and asked him to be more careful with it. The spirit flew over him and asked if she could help him, to which she received a positive response and words of gratitude. Jaina listened with a satisfied look that Jean couldn't believe that with such an skill she had only been awarded a gold rarity. Her card should be diamond, after which the girl emphasized that she would say that he was just lucky. Taken aback, the protagonist asked. Spreading her hands, the spirit said with a mad look that she could not control the skill after activating it. Looking at the streams of pink energy, Jaina said that, for example, that girl used the Room of Truth as if it were her own skill. In other words, anyone could use it to their advantage. Besides, they would not be able to end the skill early if they activated it. If someone decided to take advantage of the moment, then she would not be able to help them in any way. Jean imagined being attacked by mysterious warriors. The spirit imagined the stranger pointing her finger at her and telling her that she had died when she activated the skill. As a girl, she considered her friend had called her a witch. Imagining a fire, she stressed that she could not say anything against it, so she was burned. The puzzled protagonist thought that next time he should be more careful with this skill. The president of the association watched him with a serious look. The stranger said with a mad look that Seo had survived. Looking at his subordinates, he added that she had not only survived, but that their killing squad had been smashed to smithereens. The surprised guys began to discuss that this could not be. She was able to lay them down after stopping the breakup alone. She should be squeezed like a lemon. The bandit with a tiger mask on his face pointed out that they would be able to calculate everything if their information was correct. Their plans could easily be ruined by even one unforeseen factor. Crossing her arms, the girl asked if the association was capable of something like this, and whether they had deprived Seo of communication with the headquarters. The head stood in front of him and assumed that something had come to her rescue as soon as she was done with the breakup, and it seemed to be only one person. The stranger imagined MC fighting and said that he could not identify this person as he was too far away. However, he was fluent with a spear and a sword. In addition, at some point, he became significantly stronger. The warriors looked at each other and said that it sounded like an S-rank hunter. They only thought of one person. The boys imagined a knight and said that it must be Zhong. Standing in a circle, they shouted that they thought that Zhong was not a member of any organization and was working alone. There was no doubt that only high-ranking members knew the plan. Raising his head, the bandit said that he did not believe it. It seemed to him that Zhong was just walking near Mount Abone. The man with reddened eyes asked if he thought it was a coincidence. He introduced the spirit and stressed that they had every chance of success. Energy began to spread from the head. With an enraged look, he said that no one dared to doubt him. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that she could not undo what had been done. She was more interested in what Seo would do next and what was the chance that she had caught one of the killers and would interrogate him. Frowning, Seo noted that he could confidently say that the blood seal had been activated in battle. Since all the assassins had lost their minds, Seo wouldn't be able to get any useful information. However, he was extremely annoyed that they had to show the blood seal. Their plan had failed, so they shouldn't have allowed the information to leak. Holding the phone in his hand, the stranger stated that he had heard that Seo had gathered all the high-ranking members of the association for a meeting, and since his informant was one of them, they would soon find out how it went. Standing in front of them, the leader added that due to an unforeseen SS rank hunter, they had lost an entire squad and were unable to kill Seo. He imagined the members of the association and said that now they would be on their guard. Squinting, he said that this was the worst possible scenario. Placing his hand on his thigh, the stranger asked if Wang could join them. Wang was standing in front of the table with test tubes. He looked at the photos of the protagonist. Squinting, the guy said it was Jean. He tore up the photos. He said that MC would definitely pay for his shame with his life. The surprised guy asked again. The head of the association sat at the table and said that maybe the others don't know, but he knows what the protagonist did. It was a room of truth, and he was sure that it was his skill, not Seo. Puzzled, Jean concluded that the man was aware. He introduced Seo and suggested that everyone in the association had a role depending on their predispositions. No one would believe that an aggressive girl like her had such a skill. It was no wonder that a man would suspect him. The girl winked at him when the director said that thanks to him, Seo was safe. Chan was tied up, and the man emphasized the fact that moreover, they were able to find the spy. Bowing, the head said that he expressed gratitude to him on behalf of the entire association. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that he should not be thanked. The man was suddenly taken aback and said about the ring. Surprised, MC put his hand on his chest. Taking off the ring, the guy noted that he forgot to return it after using the truth room. He would return it immediately. Smiling, the director noticed that everything was fine. The guy was shocked by what he heard. Stretching out his hand, the man said that Jean could consider him a thank you for today. The dumbfounded protagonist asked loudly if this was true. The head replied with a satisfied look that it was, adding that in truth, he thought that this ring was not enough to thank him. He stretched out his hand to him and added that anyway, he wanted to thank the guy again, because he hoped that they would continue to help each other. The protagonist shook his hand and replied that he agreed with that. A joyful MC looked at the ring and thought that he could not believe that he was able to get such a useful thing. He imagined Winry and emphasized the fact that he had not yet received the reward for his task. There was a smile on her face, and Jean wondered what he would be given this time. Sunlight enveloped the building. Drinking tea, the girl said that she had been waiting for him. Pointing his fingers at her, the protagonist noted that he was glad to see her again. She calmly admitted that she was not happy that they met with him so often. Surprised, MC wondered if he had done anything wrong. Getting up from the couch, Winry said that this was not so, it was just that materializing in his world took a lot of strength from her. He remembered how struck by the energy and listened to the fact that in Zhong's house, she had no choice but to appear in front of him. She imagined the cosmos and said that the true universe acts as an observer. Usually, it appears to people only in case of emergency. Looking away, Jean pointed out that if you think about it, they really see each other too often, to which he was told that it was because he was too often in such rare situations, including today. Remembering the projection with important information, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it represents something that is really important, in the opinion of the true universe. Perhaps Winry will tell him about it if he asks now. The girl was taken aback by the question of why the true universe gives him rewards for solving problems that he learns about from a lot of important information. Closing her eyes, she said that she couldn't tell him about it. If he got more influence, then she would definitely answer him. Putting her fist on her chest, she declared that she could say with full confidence that she would not harm him under any circumstances. Spreading his hands, Jean noticed that he realized that she did not want to talk because of her mischievousness, but because of his lack of influence, and then asked her to tell him how he could increase this influence. Winry imagined how the protagonist fights and said that there are many ways, but she recommends that he continue to level up. A blue aura surrounded the guy as she said that reaching a certain level should increase his influence. Closing his eyes, MC concluded that this meant that he just needed to level up, and sooner or later he would gain his influence. With a satisfied look, he asked what about the reward and whether it was possible to tell him, like last time, what he wanted. Folding his hands, the guy said that if possible, he would like to get something that would not demand currency for his use. He imagined tickets and stated that the buying system allows him to increase his mana level in the long run, but he is annoyed that it requires a lot of stats. He imagined the spirit and added that he liked that every 10th card would be guaranteed to have at least a golden rarity, because that's how he was able to get Hamey. The enthusiastic guy noted that he would still want something without such serious restrictions. Smiling, Winry replied that she understood him and would take that into account when giving out his reward. Pointing her finger at it, she noticed that before that, standing in front of him, the girl asked if he wanted to see what she wanted to offer him for his heroic deed. Squinting, she said that she assured him that he would like it. The enthusiastic protagonist shouted that it would be a reward that Winry herself praised. A light came from the girl's hand. She summoned 2 spirits and said it was a double invocation. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Stretching out her hand, she told Winry that the skill allows you to summon 2 personalities at the same time. MC was shocked by this. He imagined himself brandishing a weapon and emphasized the fact that this meant that he would be able to fight with a celestial halberd in his right hand and hold a serpentine spear with his left. He was suddenly taken aback. Pointing his finger at the spirits, the guy wondered whose characteristics he would get, because even if he could summon 2 personalities, he only had 1 body. Watching the warriors, Jean thought that it would be nice if their stats stacked up, but that would be too abominable. Looking at the status window, he listened to the fact that he would receive the highest characteristics of those that summoned personalities possess. Watching him, the girl added that this was not all. The main character shuddered at the words that, on top of everything else, he would get all their talents. She imagined the various warriors and said that if one of them had the 2nd and 1st level sword and spear skills, respectively, and the other had the 2nd and 1st level archery and spear skills, then he would also have the 2nd level sword and archery skills, as well as the 1st level spear skills. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand in surprise. Standing in front of him, Winry added that the same applies to his skills. The dumbfounded guy wondered what this meant, that he would be able to have as many talents as he wanted. However, even just getting the highest stats of each of the 2 personalities already sounded good. His eyes bulged out when an idea came to his mind. Imagining his assistance, Jean pointed out that if Yun's talent could get ingenuity, his skill of creating on top would add to Shan's luck. A lot of weapons appeared in his mind, after which MC came to the conclusion that in this case, he could potentially create a weapon that would have incredible quality. The enthusiastic guy asked if she was really going to give him such a skill, to which he received a positive answer. He was taken aback by the fact that Winry advises against using this skill too often. Looking at the screen, she noticed that double summon is an active skill that uses mana. She imagined the boy summoning Mordreds. The sky was surrounded by blue cards. The flow of yellow energy was directed at the protagonist, and the girl noted that if he summoned a personality and used a double summon, then after summoning a 2nd personality, the duration of the skill would be greatly reduced, so it should be used wisely. After introducing the skills, Jean wondered if he would be able to use this skill at all with the amount of mana he possessed. Closing his eyes, he emphasized the fact that such a strong skill should have corresponding limitations. With a frightened look, he asked if Winry thought that the restrictions for use were too high and if she could give him something and then listened that it had to do with the balance of energy in the universe and its conversion. She created a sphere of mana in her hands and noted that it was the best she could offer him at the moment, and hoped for his understanding, after which she clarified if Jean would agree to accept the double summoning as a reward. Squinting, the protagonist noted in his mind that this skill, of course, will use a huge amount of mana, but at the same time it will give him many advantages. Clenching his hands into fists, he cried out that he agreed. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that in this case, she channeled a ball of mana into him. The energy struck his body. Lying on the ground and shuddering in pain, MC asked her to be gentle next time. Winry said with a satisfied look that he should remember that the true universe would always keep an eye on him. The guys were playing a console. Jong defeated the protagonist in the game. Looking at him, Jean noticed that the guy said that he played badly, but in fact he would wipe the nose of any pro. Looking at the device, he listened to Jong think he was giving in to cheer him up, and then replied that he always gave his best when it came to gaming. Pointing his finger at the object, the protagonist noted that this thing haunts him. It was not there before, after which Jong said that his girlfriend persuaded him to put it there, although it bothers him a little. The red lights on the device came on. The children were surprised by what they saw. Blue energy surrounded the device. Covering his ears, MC screamed not to be told that she was about to explode. Frowning, Jong stated that it was McDowell. The girl came out of the portal and asked how the guy was doing. She cried out with a satisfied look that the Great One had honored him with her visit. The girl with a calm look asked to hurry up and bring her something to chew. Glancing at the protagonist, she clarified who it was. The enraged guy began to shout that he had asked Ellie to warn about his visits in advance, after which she asked if she could already use her interdimensional door, after which she again asked who it was, since Jong never lets strangers into the house. Jean stared at her silently. Pointing at him, the guy introduced him, noting that not so long ago, MC saved his brother during the exam. In addition, he followed his incredible esports career for a long time. Ellie crossed her arms and watched them. The protagonist is taken aback by the words that she is an SS hunter from America, Ellie McDowell. Jong imagined various devices and revealed that she was the one who developed the Awakener, VR, and distributed control system, and she introduced the ranking system to the global community. The guy glanced at the projection. Looking at her, Jong emphasized that she was the richest person in the world and also the first awakened. Stretching out his hand, Jean stated that he didn't know she was so young. Taking off her glove, the girl said that she had heard about him. She was pleased to meet him. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist replied that it was mutual. A surprised Ellie glanced at his bracelet. She turned to him with a serious look. Looking at the bracelet, the girl asked if he had received this bracelet from the treasure dungeon. Moreover, it was a reward for completely clearing the dungeon. Frowning, Jong asked. Jin's eyes began to glow. Blue energy surrounded the room, after which the protagonist received notifications that a concealment ring and a privacy shield had been discovered. Lowering his gaze, the young man assumed that she had a dozen defensive artifacts. Looking at the girl, he began to study her characteristics. Puzzled, MC thought that she had 17 talents, which was unbelievable even considering that she was a genius, and then wondered how she knew about the origin of his bracelet. Jong shut her mouth and told her not to be angry with her, noting that he would explain everything to him. He imagined how many projections appeared in front of her and told her that she was able to analyze any object in the world and find out what and how it was made. Looking down, Ellie listened to the fact that even she was not omnipotent. There were 2 items that she could not learn, and both of them were the reward for completing treasure dungeons. The girl was standing at the table. The guy imagined weapons and emphasized that he was talking about the crescent blade of the Green Dragon and Excalibur. He remembered how Ellie had noticed his bracelet and added that she had now come across another item that defied analysis, which was his bracelet obtained from the treasure dungeon. Puzzled, Jean said that he understood what was going on. Looking at him, Jong stated that he had one question for him. With a smile on his face, he said that he would like to ask the protagonist for a favor. If he wanted to refuse, he could immediately say so. Looking at him, MC noticed that he would listen to him. Jong introduced the men and said that since Jean had cleared the treasure dungeon, he must already know about the existence of creatures from other worlds. He imagined monsters and added that they had a theory that these creatures might know about the reason for the appearance of dungeons on Earth. Standing in front of them, the guy stated that they had been gathering information regarding this theory by questioning the inhabitants of the treasure dungeons. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist clarified whether it was possible to find out something, to which he received the answer that it was, but a geis, or, simply put, a ban was imposed on all creatures. He narrowed his eyes. Jong imagined the ritual being performed and noted that apparently someone had gone to another world and made a deal, providing Earth as payment and asking for the destruction of the human race. Jean was shocked by what he heard. Waving his hand, he asked not to say that this person was the head of Karma, after which he listened that he was their main suspect, although they had no direct evidence. Shaking his head, the protagonist thought that he would not have thought that there was such a crazy guild in the world. Jong imagined a horde of creatures and revealed that the monsters from the emerging dungeons were ordinary scouting squads sent from other worlds. In his imagination, knights fought orcs, after which he stated that hunters had repeatedly told of monsters whose intelligence was above average. Demons appeared in the city, after which the guy added that soon they would encounter much stronger and smarter creatures, so humanity would inevitably encounter the inhabitants of other worlds. The monsters were enveloped in bright energy. Surprised, MC wondered if they were really different from those who inhabited treasure dungeons. The guy imagined how the creatures collided and said that it was true. Some mercenaries whose orders were to destroy people, and others lived in treasure dungeons. Now they could say with full confidence that the second were their allies. Jean listened thoughtfully. Holding out his hand, he clarified why they had told him such important information. Frowning, Ellie cried out that they needed his help. Imagining the bracelet, she said that the artifacts from the treasure dungeons are weapons that are beyond their imagination, and since the protagonist possesses such an artifact, he must have an incredible talent that has been recognized even by beings from another world. She introduced the warriors and stated that MC could be an SS rank hunter like other artifact holders. The puzzled guy asked what exactly they needed help with. After adjusting his glasses, Zhong said that they would like him to continue to improve his skills despite the fact that they are dealing with monsters now, in the future. He imagined a huge monster walking through the city. Creatures flooded their world, while the guy said that they could be attacked by much stronger species, or creatures from other worlds, and then they would need his help. A light aura enveloped Jean. Smiling, the girl noted that therefore he could not hesitate and asked her for help. She would help in any way she could. Joan walked over to him and began to whisper that despite his behavior, Ellie was a very good person. The protagonist stretched out his hand. The girl was surprised. The guy said with a satisfied look that it was an honor for him to have such a comrade as her. She looked at him with a smile on her face. They shook hands. A portal appeared over the city. Demons stood in front of the gate. Smirking, the monster said that the time of humans had come to an end. Winry watched. With a calm look, she emphasized the fact that time was running out. The monster was waving a vine. Kong held off the attack. His shield cracked from the attack. Xian began to unleash a series of attacks to the point, shouting that they had almost slammed him, with little left. The vine flew at her with great speed. June covered it with his body. His armor shattered into pieces. Raising her hands above her head, Xian asked how the creature dared to touch him. She made a crushing blow to the monster. The guy said with a satisfied look that it was a great blow. He pierced the creature with a spear. The guys slew the monster and received notifications that they had cleared the dungeon in 3 hours. As a reward they were given 1 point of mana and strength. Kong said with a smile on his face that everything had gone well and no one was injured. The protagonist turned his attention to his shoulder. Standing in front of them, he emphasized the fact that it was no good. Pointing at himself, he said that he needed to update his equipment. The seller stood in the middle of the room and said that no one missed the promotion, because now there are discounts for novice hunters. Holding the potion in her hands, the girl said that if the hunters bought the potion, they would receive the second one as a gift. The blacksmith held the sword in his hands. As Jean walked through the store, he said that he had heard about the hunter's mall, but it was much brighter than he had imagined. Running away from them, Xian said that she would go shopping alone. Khan stood in front of him and asked if his comrade wanted to go to the gun shop. They noticed the scream. The dumbfounded guys said that there was solid garbage. The guys looked at each other, after which the guy invited the protagonist to look into the lottery shop. Imagining the equipment, Khan said that he could not believe that he would now instruct him. It was a store where you could find good goods at fairly low prices, so it was called a lottery shop. Most of the items were trash, but he had heard that you could find something cool there. The frightened MC replied that he didn't want that. He wasn't particularly lucky when it came to the lottery. He was suddenly taken aback. Holding his face, Jean wondered that if he used his research skill, then he would definitely be able to find something worthwhile. Holding the back of his head, he said that he would look once. Leaving in the other direction, the guy noted that in this case he would go to a gun shop. The doors of the store opened in front of the protagonist. He saw many different pieces of equipment. Looking around the shelves, MC said that it would be difficult to find anything useful among all this junk. Looking down, he was surprised. Holding the bracers in his hands, the guy said that it was already more interesting. A notification appeared in front of him that these were beautiful armlets, but nothing more. Holding the back of his head, he emphasized that if he checked everything, he would quickly run out of mana. The surprised guy heard a voice that asked to save him. Leaning over, Jean asked where the voice was coming from. Glancing at the shelf, he wondered if it was there. The ring began to glow and say that it was there. Jean looked at him. Looking at the ring, the protagonist reported that he heard the spirit in the ring begging to save her, so he approached. The ring began to tremble. The fairy appeared before him. Placing her hand on her chest, she introduced herself as Ixia, noting that she was one of the 13 pieces of armor created by the Golden Dragon, Lord Ixia. The surprised guy wondered if she was one of those animate objects that he had read about in fantasy stories. As he watched it, he thought that he knew that they really existed, but he did not think that he would find such an object himself. Squatting, MC asked why she called him great, and then listened that it was because he was God's gift from this world, that is, a dragon. Imagining a dragon, he asked again. Ixia began to cry, saying that she was so glad that she was able to meet such a great dragon as him, because she had already lost hope of getting out of there. Pointing at himself, Jean revealed that he was an ordinary person and didn't even know that dragons really existed. The upset fairy wondered if this meant that he would leave her there. Taking it in his hand, the guy asked if she wanted to say that if she wasn't a dragon, she wouldn't be able to use the ring, to which he was told that it wasn't. All he needed was to communicate with her and use the ring. But now she was in sealed form, so she wouldn't be of much use. Besides, it would be very difficult for a person to break the seal. MC looked down with a thoughtful look and clarified that if he did succeed, the enthusiastic fairy said that in this case, the ring would take its true form and a flash would appear. The protagonist looked at her with a smile on his face. With a satisfied look, he invited Ixia to come with him, because he promised that he would destroy her seal. The fairy began to cry at these words. She hugged the guy's face and asked how she could repay him. Standing on his shoulder, she asked if he had come there to get his equipment. With a wave of her hand, Ixia asked to be allowed to become his consultant, because she knew where the good equipment was. Placing the pieces of equipment on the table, Jean stated that he would take them all. Looking at the fairy, he asked if she had any skill for evaluating objects, to which he was told that she did not. She winked at him and told him that she just had good instincts. If he trusted her, he would be pleased. The guys looked at the equipment with a surprised look. Khan looked at his teammate and cried out that he was willing to bet that he was the only team captain in the world who buys equipment for his wards. Exhausted, Jean replied that he had done nothing but pick up their equipment, and then thought that he felt like his eyes were about to burst from overusing the research. Leaving there, the guys thanked him for the day. The protagonist frowned, saying that it was finally over. Ixia appeared before him. Looking at it, the main character asked what he should pay attention to before removing the seals. A notification popped up that the dungeon map skill had discovered a new dungeon. Looking at the map, the young man wondered if the skill he had learned at Weizong Castle had been active all along. He noticed the dungeon on the map and noticed that it was very close. He began to run, shouting that they would take care of the fairy seals a little later. The blue sky surrounded the construction site. Climbing the stairs, Jean noticed a portal. Messages appeared in front of the gate. It was a B-rank dungeon, a prison of the dead. Holding his chin, he read that his stats would be increased for the first 2 hours and said that it would be good to deal with it as soon as possible. Ixia flew next to him and asked if everything would be fine. After all, he had spent a lot of mana. A status window appeared in front of him. Placing his hands on his hips, the protagonist stated that he had become much stronger. Considering the stats obtained from the items, he could very well pass for rank A. Looking at the mana bar, he added that with so much mana, he could very well clear a B-rank dungeon alone. Looking at the fairy, the guy offered to deal with her seals before they found themselves in the dungeon. Touching her cheek, she told him that he didn't need to be too careful when removing her seal, because it would be difficult for an ordinary person to remove it, but someone equal in strength to a great mage would definitely be able to do it. Stretching out his hand, the guy noticed that he would try it. Examining the gauntlet, messages popped up that he had discovered the seal of the sage Ixia, and the process of removing the first seal began. Taken aback, Jean wondered if she had more than one seal, adding that it wouldn't be easy to remove all the seals with his research skill. Pink energy surrounded him. Looking at the hand, he read that the first seal had been successfully opened, and he had discovered the second seal. The fairy was shocked by what had happened. She watched him intently. Looking at the ring, the upset protagonist read that he failed to remove the third seal. To remove it, a special condition must be met. The yellow mana came from the fairy. Ixia's clothes began to change. She delightfully declared that she could not even think that he would be able to remove 2 seals at once. Her owner is incredible. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that she had excellent characteristics. Looking at the hand, Jean thought that it was as good as the cobalt gloves and the association ring combined, and given that it was constantly evolving, it could be assumed that it would become much stronger with time. His gaze fell on the talent of intuition. Covering his mouth with his hand, MC asked if it was an item that gave him an additional talent. Ixia flew up to him and told him that he couldn't use it because it was her own talent. Standing next to her, he asked if it was the sixth sense, to which he received a positive answer. Pointing her fingers at her head, the girl stated that she used this talent to help him choose equipment in that store. Armor fell out of the inventory. Inspecting the armor, the guy asked if she was sure of its quality, after which the fairy said that it was. Her sixth sense is rarely wrong. He began to study the breastplate through research. Studying the characteristics of the armor, Jean highlighted the fact that in total, these items would be worth 5 million won. His eyes fell on the ring. He threw him aside and told him that Ixia had already helped him find a lot of good things. Placing her hand on her chest, the fairy sighed, while the protagonist reasoned that of course, her talent is not perfect, it works like Shan's luck. Since she has a development scale, then, he believes that this talent will become more accurate as Ixia develops. Putting on the armor, he said that it was excellent. MC was standing in front of the portal. Frowning, the fairy said that she had a bad feeling. He should be ready for battle as soon as he entered the dungeon. Streams of energy emanated from the portal. Holding the spear in front of him, Jean heard that he needed to be careful. The monster pounced on him. The guy pierced the creature's head. His eyes shone brightly. He waved his halberd and noted that the girl was right. Pointing her finger forward, Ixia reported that there were opponents there. The monsters were moving towards him. They began to run into battle. The guy prepared for a collision with them. MC shouted with a smile on his face that it was time to try out his new skill. He made a powerful lunge and shouted that it was the blow of a roaring tiger. Looking at the corpses, the protagonist noticed that it was a powerful ability. The upset fairy said that the good was lost. Folding her hands, she looked at her master. She pointed her finger at the dead monster and asked if he would mind if she ate this corpse. Jean began to absorb the energy from the monster. The body of the undead disintegrated. A joyful Ixia wished herself a bon appetit. She absorbed the pink mana. There was a smile on her face. The girl wiped away her tears and noticed that it was delicious and it was great for her to eat for the first time in a long time. Looking at the ground, MC reported that she had eaten all the corpses without even leaving any bones. The guy paid attention to the progress of the fairy's development. He looked at the screen with a surprised look and cried out that the progress had indeed increased. Smiling, Ixia said that if the scale was full, He would be able to remove the third seal and then it would become even more useful. Holding the halberd on his shoulder, Jean replied that if they did, they would feed it to the hilt. He repelled the monster's attack. Waving the halberd, the guy emphasized the fact that his nose was about to fall off from the smell of rot. The undead ran at him. The demon opened its mouth wide. The blue beam destroyed him. Standing over the dead man, the protagonist ordered him to close his mouth, because he had already said that he stank terribly. He swung his spear when he saw the creatures running at him. The guy with glowing eyes made an attack. Blood began to splatter from the monster. The demon caught the halberd and began to hold it. A dumbfounded MC stated that he thought one punch would be enough to have him, but he didn't have enough strength. A sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of his blade, he sliced through the undead. Looking to the side, the guy said that there was a lot of food ahead of the fairy, so she should chew more thoroughly. Glancing at the creatures, he added that there were more and more of them. The protagonist took a deep breath. He began to scream as he used his tiger roar skill. The monsters were frightened. Jean rushed at them and noted that it was a green dragon maneuver. He directed the flow of energy into the creatures. The demons scattered to the sides from the powerful attack. Lowering his halberd, MC said that combining skills makes him much stronger. Ixia began to eat the corpses. The guys stumbled upon the gate and came to the conclusion that it was the boss's room. The dumbfounded fairy asked if there was anything tasty there. Shan appeared in front of them and asked how the young man was doing. He looked at the fairy with a look of surprise. She hid behind the owner's head and cried out that she had seen a ghost. Smiling, Shan asked to be allowed to introduce himself, noting that he was an emperor from the Shu dynasty. Crossing his arms, Jean thought that not only had he destroyed his empire in just 20 years, but he was also boasting. Shan was taken aback by the question of how his empire was doing today. He cried out with a frightened look that the young man had called him because he wanted to use the lottery, and then asked him to proceed. A joyful Ixia said that she could help them too. Standing in front of the projection, MC replied that he would press the button when the fairy spoke. The guy pressed the button at her command. The cards were spinning above them. He saw the golden card and emphasized that it fell on the first try. Closing her eyes, the girl noted that her intuition never fails. A bow appeared in the protagonist's hands and Tristan's personality was uploaded. Looking at the gate, Jean listened to the fact that the person was willing to give his life for his victory. Opening the doors, a monster appeared in front of him. The guy was preparing to make a shot. The demon stared at him. He rushed into battle. The arrow was enveloped in a golden aura. A powerful shot hit the boss. The monster fell to the ground. Smiling, MC said that he felt like he had summoned a hero too strong for such a dungeon, and he was not mistaken. The guys left the portal. The guy noticed that Siyun was calling him. Putting the phone to his ear, he asked how she was doing. Jean was suddenly taken aback. Ixia flew behind the guy's back. Asking if he was going to meet someone, he said that he would meet Henim, who helped him get back on his feet. So he is like a father to him. It was he who got him a job in the guild sales department when he quit the pro scene. Jean walked past the dark silhouette. He turned, looking at something. The fairy looked in the same direction as the boy, asking what was wrong. The hero looked in bewilderment. Asking Ixia if she felt it, she asked again. The young man, closing his eyes, went on, saying that she should forget they had just come out of the dungeon. So all sorts of things were imagining. The fairy said that if she felt anything, she would immediately tell her. Someone was looking at the guy's back. The man crossed his arms, saying that he had come, not Dusty. Jean held out the package, apologizing to him, said that he should have met him much earlier. Wondering if such a person should meet a guest, the gentleman asked him to be silent, adding that he could at least write to him since he had become a hunter. The man crossed his legs, asking if he had assembled a team, and since Cyan was part of his team, he was simply obliged to meet him. But instead the hero went to some Shik, Chun. The young man smiled as he took the bottle out of the box, assuring that he wanted to see him first. But their team was so busy that he didn't have time at all. Jin poured from the bottle, suggesting just a drink and relax. The characters laughed with their eyes closed when the hero said how talented Siyun is as a rising star, and she helped him out a lot. The man noted that his daughter is just a treasure. If only he knew how hard it is to refuse the guilds that invite her to their place. He poured alcohol on the young man, saying that even if he was not a worthy guy who helped their family, he would still reject their proposals. The man pointed with his finger, asking if they were still meeting. The hero spat out all the contents from his mouth. The master crossed his arms, telling her that she was no longer a little girl, and as a parent, he should support his daughter, not judge her decisions, but still. Jean jumped up from his seat, shouting that he had known her for 10 years, since he was a child. She was like a little sister to him. The man got up from the couch in anger, asking if he was cocky, or if his Siyun was not good enough for the hero to consider her as a woman. Mother and girl froze. Looking at what was happening, the woman said that it looked like he got drunk again, and would try to calm him down, suggesting that his daughter go for a walk with Jean. The couple was walking along the embankment. When the lady apologized for the fact that her dad is sometimes carried away, the hero replied that she should not sweat. He should have visited them much earlier, realizing that it was rather his own fault. The young man handed her a pendant, asking her to take it. He scratched his neck, saying that it seemed to him that this necklace would suit her. It was quite cute and, in addition, increased perception by 2 points. Siyun was happy, hugging him, saying that she would cherish him. A woman approached the couple, apologized, clarified whether she was a Saint Seiun. The two heroes prepared to attack, turning to the lady. The young man spread his arms to his sides, reasoning that he hadn't noticed her at all. I'm sure she's a high-level hunter asking for research. Information about the girl appeared in the system window. The stranger grabbed her sword, saying that it seemed that he did not know about them. But here they were, they had heard about him. The girl was surrounded by warriors, saying that she would go with them. At the moment when Seiun shouted that she could not contact the association, the guy grabbed her hand, exclaiming for her to give her hand. Jean tensed up when there were reports that the saint's blessing had been discovered. Luck was greatly increased, a binding lottery. The hero thought that if only he was lucky. A card appeared in front of him. The guy exclaimed that it was gold, and excellent. A whirlwind of energy swirled around the map. The opponents looked at the scene in surprise. The lady commented that his chi had suddenly become stronger, ordering him to be killed. The young man struck two villains with a weapon. His hair was blowing in the wind when someone announced that he was the strongest warrior in the service of Fin McCool. The man crossed his arms while holding spears, introduced himself as Dermot Yue Dubney. The guy stared wide-eyed when the identity of the dropped character appeared. He looked at the fighters behind him, clarifying whether they were made of karma. The girl grabbed her sword, asking her not to compare them to these fanatics. Jean grabbed his spear and pointed it at them, saying that it was strange to hear this from them, wondering if they were not doing what they were doing now. The opponent slowly took her sword out of her holster, explained that they needed the help of the saint. If he did not want someone's blood to be spilled here, then let him put down his weapon. As the guy looked ahead, a notification appeared that the saint's welfare skill had been used. Their physical stats had been enhanced. She realized that it seemed that there would be no peaceful solution. The fighters rushed into battle screaming. The spear burst into flames of magic. The young man made several swings, using the Gate Durg, which ignores the resistance of the opponent's magic. The lady closed one eye, protecting herself from the hero's attack. The characters were fighting in the air when an unknown person exclaimed that he had opened. The warrior swung his sword with a shout, wishing for Jean to die. He raised his hand up, repelling the attack. Several spears rushed to attack, the hero using Gay Bide. Opponents deflected magical blows with a spear, which inflict incurable wounds. Two attacked the guy from behind, exclaiming that they needed to surround him. A bright light flashed in the heat of battle. In the hands of the young man appeared two swords, Moraltak, Bahaltak. The main character brandished them, repelling new enemy attacks. The woman opened her eyes wide, thinking about what kind of monster he was. Jin's eyes glowed red as he swung his spear, her opponent thinking that he was gaining distance with the red and yellow beams of energy that followed them. But as soon as they got closer, he immediately attacked them with two blades. The guy deftly brandished two swords, repelling each of their attacks. Behind the hero's back stood Seiun with a cross. When her rival realized that she could not find his weaknesses, Jean narrowed his eyes, saying how strange. He stared at the empty street, reasoning that shouldn't at least one person have passed through here in all this time, had they set up an ambush beforehand. But to create such a big trap, you need a powerful catalyst or a person to support it. One soldier was sitting behind a bush when the main character wondered where he was. He swung his weapon in fury, shouting that he had found it. His eyes glowed red as he said he thought he was waiting to jump out of the bushes and take Cyan, but in fact he was maintaining the barrier. The woman turned, exclaiming that he had found him. Let him be careful. The young man rushed forward, saying that it was too late. The red trace of the weapon was directed towards the enemy. The big bang scattered rocks and pieces of earth to the sides. Rin looked up at the flow of energy, realizing that it was a barrier. The main character grabbed the girl's hand, shouting that she needed to run. The criminals opened their eyes wide, exclaiming that someone should stay and restore the barrier, and the others should give chase. The characters tried to catch their breath while standing in the park. Jean was adjusting his tie, not understanding what was happening. He scanned the empty area, reasoning that they had been running for an hour and still hadn't gotten out of the park, asking if they had erected another barrier on top of the first one. The guy was holding a tie in his hand, asking questions about what kind of guild it was. They had spent a dozen resources to catch it. If there were any guesses, Seiun didn't have a single guess. An unknown person was sitting on a pole, talking about what he had found. The stranger jumped down from the lantern when the young man shouted that if he needed Seiun so much, he should invite her officially. Someone tilted his head to the side, asking again, told that he had no idea who he was. The monster held out his hand, claiming to have come for Jin's head. A magic ring appeared around the hero, from which he was shocked. The girl stretched out her hands, conjuring a magic cross, activated an impenetrable shield, warning the guy. A huge magic hand attacked the young man. Seiun picked up the disoriented hero, which was noticed by the stranger, who was surprised that she was able to block his blow. Jean gritted his teeth, thinking that it was a dark aura. He was definitely out of karma, activated the study. A magic pendant hung on the enemy's chest. The system said that he had discovered a mythical artifact. Due to the interference of the artifact, some of the information would be hidden. The hero was stunned by the information about the magical artifact. The notification showed a description of the opponent. The opponent pressed on the pendant hanging around his neck, after which a message appeared that unauthorized use of the skill had been detected and the opponent's stats had been greatly increased. The monster stared across from him, saying that his artifact had worked, asking if he had any scouting skill. Jean stared at the scoundrel, realizing that the skill time was almost over. and his aura was much scarier than Rin's. The masked stranger looked inquiringly. The main character thought that he had at least SS rank. He noticed that his aura had become weaker. Jean opened his eyes wide, not understanding. Vaughn sent a magic hand to attack, offering to check. The young man was confused when the emperor asked him to do something behind his back, replied that he did not have time. Siyun conjured a huge magical dome in an attempt to protect it from the monster's hand. The girl put out her hands, defending herself, ordered to run away from there. The guy stretched out his hand to the side. A notification appeared that the saint's blessing had been discovered and the luck was greatly increased. He shouted to the girl that it was too dangerous. A huge hand reached out to him. The young man's eyes lit up with a yellow light. He lowered his head as the gold card landed in front of him. The guy watched menacingly ahead. Vaughn looked into the distance, saying what he thought. The aura became stronger. Jean aimed his bow, blazing with energy. The magic splash along with the arrow headed towards the enemy. All the energy hit the ball, and an explosive arrow notification appeared. The masked scoundrel looked through the defense, realizing that he was an S-rank archer. Vaughn spread his arms to his sides, saying that he understood how his opponent was able to stop that gap, and yet he was unable to break through the opponent's barrier. Behind the protagonist's back was a Saho warrior who asked that he had survived being hit by a deadly arrow, which is curious. The boy shot arrows at the ball when Vaughn wondered if he had realized that it was useless. The ice arrow began to freeze the magic ball. Ice settled on the walls of the ball. The villain was interested in the fact that he could not break through the barrier, so he decided to close it inside, thinking that it would help. Jean was pulling the bowstring as his weapon burst into flames of energy, giving the affirmative answer that no, he was sure. The guy aimed with a bow. The skill of the saint's blessing was used. The girl stood and prayed to God, listening to the words of gratitude. He saw ice in front of him. He understood that the case smelled fried. The main character radiated energy from his hand, exclaiming about the arrow of the divine archer. A whirlwind of energy swirled, heading towards the criminal. Vaughn clenched his teeth, swearing. The blast wave spread around, sweeping away everything in its path. A drop of sweat appeared on Jin's face as he reasoned about what he had to hurt him. From the dispersed dust, Vaughn appeared, stretching out his hand to the side. The scoundrel held the pendant in his hand, asking how he dared to make him use his artifact again, threatening to slam them with a single blow. Jean watched as the girl fell to her knees exhausted, realized that the skill was over again, calling out to the girl. The opponent frowned, wishing for death. Rin struck from behind the scoundrel, screaming about the 7-star sword, the 7th form of the Big Dipper. The lady pointed to the defeated criminal using dark magic, wondering if he was human. Jean raised his hand, explaining that it was the assassin who had been sent after Siyun. Vaughn got to his feet, wondering who they were. The girl swung her sword, carrying out an attack, noticed that they were the first to come for the saint. A huge hand began to swing its fingers in all directions when he asked not to interfere with him. The young man shouted, leaned his hand to his face, asked them to hold out a little longer, and he would soon help them. The guy clenched his fists, throwing his head higher. He knew that he couldn't defeat him on his own. He had to use the binding lottery while they were fighting, and this freak was quite injured. He needed to get a golden card and then they could defeat him. The emperor was surprised to look at the guy when it was said that Shan's level had been raised to 4. The hero looked out the system window, asking why now, claiming that he no longer had mana. Vaughn grabbed his mask. He screamed when his hands were heading in different directions. Rin slipped from side to side from the villain's punches, asking how much more time he needed. The lady looked away, saying that she was already at the limit, and whatever he was up to, let him do it faster. The main character fell to his knees, clutching his head, realizing that he could not forever pull out diamond cards at the right moment, calling it nonsense. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand, saying that he had spent all the tickets he had saved for a rainy day, but he had only received standard cards. He urgently needed to spend a couple more items before the gold guarantee, but he had no mana left. Rin heroically continued to fend off serious attacks from her opponent. Siyun shielded herself from the blows, listening to the fact that at this rate they would all die. Jean rose to his feet, wiped his face, and said that he had no choice. He reached for the pendant around his neck, explaining that Winry had said that the human body couldn't withstand an increase in talent. And that sounded, of course, lousy. The hero abruptly tore the pendant from his neck as he continued to speak. The guy stared menacingly ahead, claiming that the attempt was not torture. A vortex of energy could be seen above his head. The air current began to raise dust into the air around the young man. A powerful energy spread upwards. It pierced Jean while he couldn't hold back the pain and screamed. The radiations were coming from above. The guy wondered if it was the energy of the earth, or the universe, how an ordinary person should withstand such an amount of energy. The girl looked at what was happening, asking a question about what was wrong with the hero. The magic receded, and Jean asked the girl again. He clutched his head. I don't know if it was all this, saying that he was ready to risk his life. But everything went easier than he thought. In the system window, it was said that he had fulfilled the requirements, and the process of a sharp increase in the level was launched. The young man looked at this information inquiringly. Siyun was frightened as she watched him vomit blood. He knelt, clutching his head in pain, screaming. His friend asked him to pull himself together. Jean rolled on the ground, beating his chest, thinking that this was the energy of the universe. Winry's necklace was supposed to soften this process, but he had no idea how much. The pendant was lying on the ground, The young man thought that if Winry hadn't given it to him at Chun's house, he would have already been torn apart. Vaughn was accumulating magic in his hand. He stood in front of Rin, wondering if this was a side effect of using black blood, reasoning that he had gone berserk since he had completely forgotten about his goal. Jean was lying on the ground, clenching his teeth, someone speculating that something strange was happening to him. There was a question about whether his inner energy was out of control. The masked villain was holding a ball in his hand, reasoning that the hero tried to use something like black blood, but screwed up, and that's great. Vaughn stared at Jean. 4 hands rushed to attack, after the command of the villain. Siyun sat next to the hero as magical hands flew at them. The girl spread her arms to her sides, closing her eyes. Rin was worried, yelling for her to use the shield. The red magic dissipated from the palm of his hand. The young man tried to defend himself from this attack. Vaughn was perplexed, seeing this picture before his eyes. The guy guided his palm using the awakening of dragon's blood, which required being in critical condition to activate, told the girl that everything was fine, and she could now take a break. In a systematic message, information was received that the talent level has been successfully increased. A notification popped up that his achievement was recognized as one of the rarest phenomena in the history of the universe, and therefore a reward would be given. A card appeared in front of the guy. It was a ticket for summoning a black card. The man crossed his arms looking to the sides, against the background of the knight and the deity. It was said that the personalities summoned by the black cards had a higher rank than the personalities of the diamond cards, gaining the ability to summon a mythic-level personality. The young man tore up the ticket. A lot of cards appeared around. Vaughn was watching what was happening, saying that his aura had changed. It was unstable, but very strong. Wondering what he was using, he claimed that he had to report it to the guild. Rin struck at the enemy, asking if he had forgotten about her, replied that he was tired of her. He grew a large ball in his hand, explaining that her time was up. The scoundrel attacked the enemy, ordering them to disappear. The hero held a bow in his hand. He took aim, pulling the bowstring. Vaughn grabbed the mask, laughed, asked what kind of battered bow it was, explaining that he had made a mistake, he had not become stronger. Jean concentrated on releasing the arrow from his hands, the magic hands protecting him from hitting the target when the masked scoundrel wondered if he could defeat him with this stick, calling it naive. The opponent defended himself behind the ball, shouting that he would have to shoot 100 arrows just to scratch his barrier. The arrow hit the defense clearly, causing it to crack. The barrier shattered into small fragments, throwing the villain aside. Siyun looked at the scene in surprise. Rin opened her eyes wide, not believing her eyes. The opponent lay at his feet, asking what he had done. Jean took aim again, explaining that he had fired a normal arrow. The man, enveloped in energy, said that now he can shoot even a monkey with his eyes closed. A notification about the status of the person appeared. Pulling the string of his bow, Jean declared that he had no chance against him, so he had to lay out who he was and what he wanted. At the same moment, an unknown person in a mask asked if he was not interested and why he was hiding his face. As he continued to aim in front of him, he heard his opponent tell him to think that if they didn't know each other, he wouldn't wear it. Directing his gaze forward, the masked man used a jump. A moment later, the protagonist was greatly surprised when his opponent disappeared from the battlefield. The man looked around menacingly in front of him, asking where he had gone. Then he pointed his finger at the flash in the middle of the trees. At this time, the masked man was walking through the park and noticed that it was great, and now he was using the teleport skill and would move to the guild. Suddenly, an arrow appeared out of nowhere. She hit the ground next to the masked man and pushed him away. Lying on the ground, an unknown person asked what it was. Trembling with fear, the masked man wondered how he had been able to figure out where he had gone, and whether he had a monstrous level of mana perception to be able to track him down. At that moment, Jean was pulling the string of his bow and telling him not to move until his opponent knew that he would definitely be an obstacle in his way. Releasing a huge amount of internal energy, the unknown person asked if he was really taking him for a fool, and thought that even if he died, he would definitely take him with him. A moment later, the masked man rushed forward and said that if he was interested in what was under the mask, he should try to take it off. Looking menacingly in front of him, the unknown man wished his opponent death. At the same moment, the guy made a shot from his bow, destroying the enemy. He looked straight ahead with calmness in his eyes. The protagonist looked at the corpse of the masked man and said that he did not know it and fell for such a cheap trick, so he still had to train. Suddenly, Ixia, pointing her finger at the amulet, declared that it had a terrifying aura. Taking it in his hand, Jean remarked that it was worth taking with him, because it looked like a mythical artifact. Looking at the fairy, the guy noticed that she was divided into 2 parts, and asked when she had time. A moment later, the protagonist fell to the ground. While he was lying unconscious, voices began to be heard in the area, which said that they had found him and he needed to be put on a stretcher and be careful. Out of nowhere, a system notification window appears, notifying him that his lottery skill has been changed due to the improvement of the game talent. While the lottery was spinning its roulette, the system notified that now he can choose what information he wants to receive. A huge number of cards fell down, and the system announced that now, using the binding lottery skill, he could get black cards. After a moment, Jean opened his eyes. Then he tried to get up and felt pain as the Ixia asked the master if he had finally woken up. Looking around the room with a huge number of shelves of books, the guy asked where he was, and his familiar explained that Seo Yoon and the masked girl had brought him there, and the former had been keeping an eye on him all the time until she had been called outside a couple of minutes ago. Holding his stomach, Jin was glad that his girlfriend was okay. Imagining the image of an archer in his head, the guy stated that the power of black cards was truly incredible, and that guy in the monkey mask, who most likely had SS rank, couldn't do anything against him. Visualizing the cards of the two great warriors, the protagonist said that if we were to compare the heroes with each other, then the Diamond Lee Sanji would not be as good as some other personalities, and in the future he could summon much stronger heroes. Remembering the levels of his heroes in the system window, Jin noticed that apart from Zhang, who was not meant for battle, the level of all diamond heroes was not higher than 99, and only Lee Sanji, summoned from the diamond card, was level 178, so it can be concluded that the level 99 is the maximum for diamond cards. Visualizing the images of his two characters, the guy stated that this meant that someday he would be able to summon a black Luba or a black Siegfried. At the same time, two girls came into his room, and one of them asked how he was feeling. Placing her hand on her chest, she apologized for not having had the opportunity to introduce herself and said that she was a member of the Korean Martial Arts Association of the Big Dipper, Ryu Seirin. Looking in front of him in surprise after hearing this, the protagonist realized that if she was from the Korean Martial Arts Association, then she was enlightened. Looking at the girl in the kimono, which she was clearly worried about, Jean thought that the initiates lived away from human society, and wondered why she needed Seo Yoon. Suddenly, after bowing, Rin asked for the Lady Saint, because she had cured the protagonist as promised. A moment later, Jean was very surprised when she asked to save their mistress. Then the girl in the kimono asked her guests to go to another house. After a moment, she opened the door inside. At the same moment, the guy looked in surprise in front of him. A beautiful girl was lying on the bed, and Rin was telling her that she was their young mistress, and she was the next heir to the Big Dipper clan. Holding out the statuette in front of her, the girl in the kimono asked to take it, and the saint asked what it was. Looking at the girl lying unconscious on the bed, Rin explained that he didn't know the details, but before falling into a coma, the young mistress said that their clan's problems would be solved if they handed the statue to her. Looking thoughtfully at the statuette, the protagonist noticed that it had some kind of familiar aura. A moment later, he used research on it, and the system showed that it was a skill stone that, when used, grants the user the strongest healing skill. Seeing this, Jean was extremely dumbfounded, said that it was a full recovery skill stone, and finally understood why they needed Seo Yoon. At the same moment, the statuette in the hands of the blue-haired girl sparkled, and the system announced that a hunter with the holy talent had been detected, and the skill was transferred. Pointing his finger forward, the guy asked if the mistress was always sick and asked to find Yoon while she was chained to the bed, and the girl standing next to her explained that the young mistress was famous for her excellent health, but once she collapsed unconscious. Imagining the image of the heiress of the clan in her head, Rin said that the young mistress was a priestess, able to predict the future, and she knew that she would fall into a coma. Throwing up his hands in surprise, the protagonist wondered that since she knew in advance, why didn't she prevent it? And the girl in the kimono said that she did not see the future at will. Her predictions were accidental introductions. Visualizing how the young mistress was afraid of monster stories, Rin said that before falling into a coma, she saw the beginning of the invasion of a monstrous earth. Hearing this, Jean was very surprised. Remembering how the heiress of the clan spoke at the meeting, the girl in the kimono explained that she immediately summoned the elders, to whom she announced the need to unite with the rest of the hunters to prevent the seizure of land. Visualizing the old men staring in displeasure in front of them, Rin stated that they were strongly opposed to her proposal, the species wanting to fight on their own, believing that the hunters from the outside would be a burden. Standing in front of her unconscious mistress, Rin concluded that someone attacked her during the meeting, causing her to fall into a coma, and she has no proof, but thinks someone from the opposition did. While the heiress of the clan continued to lie unconscious on the bed, the girl in the kimono asked to save the young mistress, because if it began, they could join other hunters and fight back the monsters. Looking at Rin standing in front, Jean asked if their young mistress had said when exactly the invasion would begin, to which he received a negative answer and an explanation that no one but herself knew about it. At the same moment, a yellow projection appeared above Yun's head, and she agreed to help. Stretching her hand out in front of her, the blue-haired girl claimed that she had figured out how to use this skill, and how the saint would do anything to save her life. Yun used her magic on the young mistress, and the others, seeing this, were glad that the magic had worked. At this time, a huge amount of energy was floating around the girl lying in bed, and Rin noticed that her condition was stabilizing. The saint continued to use her magic and trembled with exhaustion. Suddenly, she noticed that the light from her hands began to fade and said so. Immediately afterward, Jean called out to Nightingale and offered to lend a helping hand, stating that he was choosing her. At the same moment, the angel of the white nightingale appeared behind the blue-haired girl and used the nurse's help skill, and the system promised that it would increase the healing power of allies in the radius. At the same time, Yun was very surprised, because she felt a sudden surge of strength. Then, the magic emanating from her palm became stronger. It instantly enveloped the body of the young lady of the clan. Covering her face with her hand, the girl in the kimono asked what was happening. At the same moment, the Saklana got out of bed. Immediately after that, her assistant ran up to her, and was glad that she woke up, saying her name. Looking at the saint with a smile on her face, the heiress thanked her for her help, and she explained that it was not worth thanking, because she should thank her for the new skill. Hearing this, the young lady suddenly remembered something. A moment later, the protagonist was very surprised when she said that she was grateful to him too, and he reflected that she knew him and Yun, so she really had the gift of prediction. Holding out his hand in front of him, Jean said that he was extremely uncomfortable asking her that right away, but it was said that she had predicted a massive invasion of monsters into their world, and asked if she could elaborate on it, to which she agreed. Taking out her smartphone, the girl was surprised that so much time had passed. At the same moment, the guy was very frightened as the heiress of the clan said how long it was left until the monsters attacked, and he himself thought that it was more likely 500 days or 50, so he should start preparing as soon as he heard her answer. With her mouth slightly open, the heiress of the clan began the countdown. At the same time, the protagonist was very surprised when she finished, and asked what she was talking about. Suddenly, a huge number of system notification windows appeared next to Jean. Noticing this, the guy was very dumbfounded. At this time, on TV, the news anchor said that many faults appeared around the world at the same time. With his arms folded to his chest, the protagonist listened as the man announced that the cause of the phenomenon was unknown. However, they invited a world-renowned professor and experienced hunters to investigate it, while he said that now was not the time for it. Remembering in his head the image of the heiress of the clan, who strongly recommended resting with them until he fully recovered, Jean stated that there was nothing he could do because he had to sit there, so he needed to gather information. Putting his hand out in front of him, the guy called for an info lottery. Looking at the prize drawing machine, the protagonist concluded that it was time to test the updated lottery, and was sure that he could find out something about the invasion of monsters. Looking at Sean, Jean noticed that he was counting on him, and he replied that he felt safe there, so he thought his luck would work even better. Pulling the lever, the guy said that he was starting. At the same moment, the balls in the lottery began to spin. The protagonist of the task did not observe what was happening and noticed that his nerves were naughty, like the first time. A moment later, the roulette gave out a purple ball, which immediately began to split. Then, out of nowhere, a system alert appeared that asked to destroy Ditartaron. Looking at the system's alerts in surprise, Jean said that he heard notification sounds, but no information appeared, and asked what it all meant and what kind of monster it was, since he had never heard of it. Imagining a blue portal in his head, the guy realized that it definitely had something to do with the new dungeons. Suddenly, he was struck by an incomprehensible feeling, and the protagonist concluded that he was not limited by time, which meant that he did not need to kill him now, but for some reason he was very uneasy. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the United States and the city center. There were military personnel near the portal, who said that a whole bunch of dungeons had appeared nearby, and they were lucky with this, and this is only B rank, so you need to quickly clear it and go to the next one. As he raised his hand to the gate, the man noticed that it was a great plan. A moment later, two guys found themselves in the middle of a cave. Suddenly, an arrow hit one of them and killed them. Looking at his ally who had flown away, the man asked what it was. Then he looked away in fright. Seeing several skeletons armed with bows in front of him, the soldier asked where so many monsters came from. At the same moment, they fired their arrows. Immediately after this story, they are transported to Paris, France, where the man opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was a trap. In front of the warriors who begged for mercy were goblins. Meanwhile in Tokyo, Japan, other monsters tore a man apart while his allies said their healer was dead. Being surrounded by monsters, the man noticed that something was wrong with this dungeon, and they had not encountered anything like this before. At the same moment, the monster opened its mouth wide, gathering misfortune. Suddenly, the landline rang. An employee sitting at his place in the office was extremely dumbfounded and asks if less than 30% of the hunters sent back alive are really sentient monsters. At the same moment, a man with white hair appeared and stated that they should declare a state of emergency and alert the guild to the situation. With his serious gaze forward, the president of the Korean User Association ordered to tell them that entering dungeons that appeared after 9 p.m. was strictly forbidden. Then he turned towards the head of the squad CO and addressed her, and she immediately began to listen to him. A moment later, the black-haired girl nodded approvingly as her boss said that they should study these sentient monsters and make instructions. Imagining several mad hunters in his head, the president of the Korean User Association noticed that it was necessary to gather high-ranking hunters and create teams to clear the dungeons, and his subordinate took the order. After listening to her superior, CO suddenly thought that high-ranking hunters had their own cockroaches in their heads, and wondered if they could get along with these teams, and realized that she needed to find a strong hunter who could be trusted. At the same moment, the smartphone in Jin's hands rang, and he was surprised that it was the head of the squad while she stated that she knew that he would be that person. Answering the call, the guy heard the voice of a girl with black hair, who greeted him and explained that she would like to invite him to join the team to clear new dungeons, while he thought that it was just the right time, because he wanted to know more about these dungeons. The protagonist was then taken aback when CO said that she would tell him the details when they met, and they would pay him 10 billion won for this task. Scratching her neck in puzzlement, the head of the squad noted that she knew it would not be enough, and that he deserved much more, but this was the maximum they could offer. At the same moment, Jean, delighted with the huge amount of money, declared that it was more than enough, and asked where he could go. Jean looked away in surprise when someone called out to him. In front of him, he saw Seo and a few other hunters as she said that since everyone was assembled, she would start briefings. Specialist Guild members A-rank support Yu Shijin and Tank Kim Soyeon looked ahead seriously as the squad leader revealed that it was an A-rank dungeon with a quest type. At this time, the members of the KMN Guild, S-rank Tank Jin Chang-hu and A-rank DD Kim So-ha, listened with expressions of complete seriousness as the black-haired girl explained that under normal circumstances, each of the people gathered had easily dealt with such dungeons, but they could not guarantee the same now, so they should try to act more carefully. Spreading his hands to the sides, Seo assumed that it seemed that a passenger had crept into their ranks, and asked that they were not going to take a B-rank hunter with them. After all, safety was paramount. Suddenly standing in front of the protagonist, Seo stated that rank is not an indicator of skill, and she personally vouches for it. As who scolded so, he and Sure said that they didn't have any more questions. Taking the battle axe in her hands, the head of the squad concluded that in such a case, everyone needed to prepare to enter the dungeon. A moment later, the guys teleported inside the dungeon. Looking in front of him, Jean was very surprised. Seeing 3 doors, the guy asked what it meant. With a look full of seriousness, Young noticed that they were lucky, because in such dungeons it was not easy to guess the content of the quest. But now he definitely needed to go through these doors. Showing 2 fingers, a girl with black hair explained that there are 3 passages in front of them, so she offers to divide into teams of 2 people. Suddenly, the swordsman raised his hand up and interrupted Seo when she said that members of the same guild should know each other's fighting style better, so it was better to split up like that, to which Seo retorted that he would like to be on the same team with her. At the same moment, someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was who was leading his guildmate away and hoped that he would behave much more seriously in battle. Looking at Jean, the head of the squad heard her being asked to continue and thanked her for it, saying that in that case, she would team up with him and hope that they could split into teams on their own. Then each team stood near their door. A moment later, they opened the doors, and a girl with black hair announced that they needed to start exploring the dungeons. At the same moment, the guy covered his face with his hand from the bright light. Going inside the door, the guys found themselves in the forest, and the protagonist asked where they were. As Seo surveyed the environment, she assumed that he must be confused since this was his first quest-type dungeon, and explained that these dungeons were very different from the others, so she thought they could be considered separate worlds, much to Jin's surprise. Imagining the image of a ferocious monster in her head, the head of the squad said that they use some of these dungeons as warehouses, although in fact they are the gates through which the monster invades their world, but they still do not know the reason for this phenomenon, because in dungeons such as Clearing, monsters strive to kill hunters at all costs. Listening to all this, the young man imagined the confrontation between humans and demons and mused that these dungeons were somewhat similar to treasure dungeons, the inhabitants of which sought to endow hunters with weapons to resist the invasion, while the girl with black hair continued to say that it seemed that the monsters from there were seeking to take over the land and prepare the hunters to fight others. Pointing her finger upwards, Seo concluded that this was why these dungeons looked so unusual, and the key was to be prepared for anything and make informed decisions. A moment later, an unknown monster appeared in front of the guys. Then, several more monsters appeared, which looked like monkeys with painted faces. Taking up her battle axe, the head of the squad ordered to prepare for battle and explained that, despite the goals of the dungeon, the monsters there were not at all friendly. At the same moment, one of the monsters opened their mouths wide and addressed their warriors, while the research skill revealed that they were the Kamka, a small tribe living deep in the forest and loving to fight, as well as honoring the gods of the sun and moon. Raising its paws up, the monster declared that it was necessary to fight not for life, but to the death and take everything into its own hands by victory. Looking furiously in front of them, the monkey shouted that they needed to throw away the shackles, because they would definitely get what they wanted. Watching them puzzled, the black-haired girl assumed that it did seem to be inhabited by sentient monsters, and thought they were trying to say something, but it was a pity that she did not understand them. At the same moment, the leader of the tribe with a fierce look declared that it was necessary to start their mortal battle. After a moment, everyone around was extremely dumbfounded, looking at Jean, who asked what they meant, saying that they would definitely get what they wanted. Looking at the guy in surprise, Seo asked if he understood their language, to which he explained that it was like it, and suggested that perhaps it was because of his talent for communication. Smiling broadly, the chief of the monster tribe said that the person understood their language, and explained that they had come there to gain power, so he was going to tell how to do it, while the system was notifying him that he had received information about the task through the communication skill and the game skill. For the convenience of obtaining the information would be displayed in a separate window. Looking at the monsters in front of them, the protagonist saw a notification from the system about a quest in which it was possible to defeat the tribe, collect the souls of the sun and moon, and destroy the shackles of souls. Taking up his weapon, Jean told the captain that this battle seemed to be part of their mission, and she remarked that it was nice, because, to be honest, she was not very good at working with her head. A moment later, the guy rushed forward at great speed. Putting a shield in front of him, the monster asked to try to defeat him. At the same time, the protagonist struck the enemy with his spear. After taking damage, the monster was knocked back. Suddenly, Jean was behind his opponent, using the green dragon's maneuvers. He then struck a huge number of blows with his spear, using the barrage of attacks from the ferocious tiger. Immediately after that, the guy squeaked in displeasure. Opening its mouth wide, the monster declared that it had fast and heavy blows, but it was much stronger. Taking a blade from his inventory, the protagonist was going to see how he would block it. Immediately after, Jean began to make a huge number of lunges with his sword. Hiding behind his shield, the monster called his opponent a stupid warrior who had never met death, and was going to repel all his attacks with one simple spell. At the same moment, the guy managed to pierce the opponent's shield with his blade. Smiling broadly, the protagonist explained that he seemed to be very proud of his shield, but his weapons were not simple either, as long as the system alerted that it was a strong and green sword, whose attacks had a chance to ignore the enemy's armor. As he collapsed from exhaustion, the monster leader asked if he really relied too much on his shield. Grabbing his protective artifact, Jean remarked that he would take it for himself, and asked the captain to hold on, because he would soon come to the rescue. At the same time, he noticed how the girl with black hair easily destroyed all the monsters in her path, and noticed that it seemed that his help would not be needed. At the same time, the guy called Ixia, and she asked what the master needed. Looking at the corpse of the defeated monster, the protagonist asked why she was so nervous and if she would be able to eat these corpses, to which the fairy replied that she was not too hungry now. Jean looked at her menacingly, and noticed that it was somehow suspicious, and if you think about it, she was too stingy with words today. Opening the Ixia status window, the guy stated that he wanted to see her characteristics. Suddenly, the protagonist was very surprised that the development progress was 51%, because last time he barely went up 1%. Looking guiltily in front of her, the fairy apologized to her master when he ordered her to tell her quickly. A moment later, Jean was very surprised when Ixia revealed that, in truth, she had eaten that guy in the monkey mask. Looking at her dumbfounded, the guy asked if she was a cannibal, to which she replied that, of course not, and she just felt a strange aura from him, so she wanted to try a little. But before she had time to notice, she had finished the last bite. Remembering the image of the masked guy exuding sinister energy, the protagonist mused that he had a human aura, and it was the same demonic power that Rin was talking about. So if Ixia was able to absorb his body, then there really was some demonic energy involved. Pointing his finger down, Jin remarked that she didn't have to worry, and it was even better, because now Karma would not be able to get his body, and asked why she didn't eat these corpses, to which the fairy explained that she would eat them immediately. Using her magic, Ixia wished herself a bon appetit. Suddenly, the guy saw a purple crystal fall to the ground. Taking it in his hands, the protagonist saw an alert from the system that it was the soul of the sun and moon, which was a crystallized energy located in the bodies of the representatives of the Kama tribe, and said that it meant that they just needed to kill all these monsters, and then the souls would gather themselves. Smiling happily, Jean declared that it would go faster, and so he left the corpses to Ixia, who replied that he could count on her. The system window showed a map of the area and notified that he was approaching his destination. Jean was pointing to his ally, saying that they were there. The guys were on top of the monster settlement, while the guy explained that this was a village of the Kamka tribe. Pointing her thumbs up, Seo stated that it was unbelievable that he found her so quickly, so she wouldn't be surprised if she actually turned out to be a task type of dungeon specialist, and the protagonist said that they got there so quickly because she instantly dealt with all the enemies in their path. Looking at the unknown obelisk emitting purple energy, Jean assumed that it was apparently the shackles of souls that needed to be destroyed. Looking ahead, the captain of the squad noticed that it looked like there weren't many monsters down there, but there might be traps around the village, so you had to look around properly, and the guy was planning to destroy the obelisk before going down to the village. Immediately afterward, the protagonist would take out his throwing spear from his inventory and explain that she should provide it to him, while the black-haired girl asked how they would destroy him from there. Jean then swung his weapon to throw it. A moment later, he threw the spear forward with great force. At the same moment, she was destroying the obelisk with great force. After the blow was made, the spear returned back. After catching him with his hand, the guy could not believe that he managed to do it in one roll, while the system notified that he had successfully destroyed the shackles of souls. At the same time, the guys were enveloped in unknown blue energy, and the system explained that due to the successful completion of the task, they would be moved to the next location. Suddenly, the hunters appeared in the middle of the palace hall. Pointing her finger at the magical spheres, Seo told her to look there, and the protagonist asked what they were. Watching their allies fight with these magical orbs, the squad leader explained that they were teams from Specialist and K-Men, and it seemed that they had finished their part of the mission and were able to observe the others. Immediately afterward, Jean looked thoughtfully in front of him, using his research skill, and received information about the altar of the Kamka tribe, the use of magic and spells on which can affect the dimensions inside the steel ball. At the same time, the guy took out a character card and noticed that, fortunately, he had an acquaintance who would help him figure it out. He then invoked Zhang's personality, who remarked that it was very interesting. Pointing his finger at the altar, the man in glasses offered to try to direct his energy to the altar, and then do the same with the crystal balls. At the same moment, the yellow energy surrounded the magic ball, and the scientist noticed that this was excellent, because now it could affect what was happening inside. Looking thoughtfully ahead, Jung noticed that he felt like they had missed something, because it seemed like they needed some kind of catalyst to make a change, and Jean said he had something in mind. He then placed a magic stone on the altar, and the system announced that the level 3 communication and game talents had been activated, so the information was simplified for the user to understand. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of the guy, notifying him of the rates of the altar of the Kamka tribe, and he finally understood how everything worked. Looking towards Seo standing next to her, the protagonist stated that he had figured out how to use the altar, much to her surprise. He throws several magic stones at him. Jin said that the altar is able to affect their allies and enemies depending on the number of stones used, and if you put enough of them, you can interfere on your own. And the captain of the squad noticed that she understood everything, and therefore, this was how this dungeon worked. Looking at the magic sphere, the guy was going to try to activate the altar and help the team from specialists. At this time, Yun was healed and wondered what was happening. Throwing its opponent back, the tank declared that it felt a surge of strength. Happily watching what was happening, the girl with black hair noticed that it worked, and her ally asked her to look ahead. At the same moment, the guys were surrounded by monsters, and Sure asked what was happening, and when they managed to come, abruptly throwing magic stones in the direction of the protagonist, Seo stated that she did not think that ordinary buffs and debuffs would help them, and therefore she needed to prepare the altar and send her to them, and he said that he would do it immediately. Lying on the magical altar, the squad leader asked if it was safe, to which she received a positive answer from Jean, whom she asked to trust him. A moment later, only a trace of violet energy remained. At the same time, the girl with black hair found herself on the battlefield with her allies, who asked how she ended up there. With his hands on the altar, the guy was glad that they were able to ease the pressure on the team from specialists, so now he needed to help the other team. Looking in front of him, the protagonist was very surprised that it was the same there. At this time, his allies from another group were attacked by a huge monster with a shield, looking menacingly in front of him, who stated that he would do his best to block his attack and create a gap in the defense, so he should try to inflict as much damage as possible, and Seo agreed with this plan. A moment later, the huge monster rushed to attack and shouted loudly. With the help of its shield, the tank blocked the enemy's attack, continuing to restrain his opponent, who gave a signal to his ally. At the same moment, the swordsman attacked from the side and struck the monster's leg. Smiling happily, Seo said that after this, he would definitely not be able to move. At the same time, the monster turned in surprise in his direction, and the swordsman could not believe that he did not have a single scratch. Immediately afterward, Seo rushed forward with great speed and asked if he really thought that was all. Delivering a huge number of blows with his blade, the swordsman wished death to this huge ape. After the damage received, the monster only yawned from boredom. Noticing this, Seo was beside himself with rage and called his opponent a bastard. Clenching his hand into a fist of displeasure, Jean noticed that he had applied all the buffs and debuffs, but it was still not enough, and if only he could get to them, things would be different. Watching the battle progress through the magic sphere, the guy said that it would take 10 more stones, and he couldn't figure out where he could get them. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the magic stones on the monster's artifact. Looking admiringly in front of him, the protagonist stated that there were such people in his shield. He then took out the defensive artifact of the monster he had defeated. Noticing how the energy of the yellow color was absorbed by the magic sphere, Jean was glad that everything worked. At this moment, the monster was throwing the swordsman back with its paw, looking menacingly in front of him, who asked what he was doing and declared that he had to hit his heart. Wrapping himself in his own inner energy, Seo claimed to be the rising star of his guild. With an expression full of rage, the swordsman added that this was why some A-rank monster would never defeat an S-rank hunter. Then she kicked the tank aside. After that, the monster raised a shield above his head, preparing to strike him. Noticing this, Seo was very frightened and asked not to do it. Suddenly, a man jumped out from behind him and said that there was no need to stand like a pillar. It was Jean who was swinging his spear and using the green dragon maneuver along with the ferocious tiger attack. By releasing his inner energy, the guy received notifications from the system that he had successfully combined skills. At the same time, the protagonist sent a double lunge of a dragon and a tiger in the form of animals in front of him. After receiving a blow, the monster fell to the ground. Watching in surprise, Seo asked how he did it, since he was only rank B. Reaching forward, who remarked that it was an incredible blow, and added that as far as he understood, he was not a member of the guild. Standing in front of Jean, the tank asked if he could join them, because with their help he would be able to unleash his full potential, to which he responded with gratitude and was forced to refuse, because, in truth, he plans to start his own guild. Watching the joyful guy, the swordsman thought that first Seo and now his eldest were acting like he was special, but he was only B rank, so everyone should only look at him. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Seo stated that they should only wait and soon see what he was capable of. A moment later, flashes of blue energy appeared in the hall with the altars. Looking around in surprise, who asked if these were the altars and crystal balls he was talking about, to which Jean replied that it was true, and it seemed that the specialist team didn't have much of a problem. Placing a few magic stones on the altar, the young man noticed that it would still be much faster if he helped them. A moment later, the protagonist disappeared from the hall with altars. So was silent and looked in front of him with displeasure, until he noticed that every time they met him, this guy managed to prove that he was much stronger than he looked, and they should definitely recruit him. Suddenly, several flashes of blue energy appeared in front of the guys, and the tank said that they had finally arrived. Smiling broadly, Seo stated that it was very good that no one was hurt and asked if anyone had any comments, to which the others gave a negative answer. At the same moment, the protagonist was very surprised when the squad leader asked him what their next step was in such a case. Puzzled as he watched the boys, who seemed to be sparkling with joy, Jean mused that they were looking at him as if they were expecting something special from him. But he really didn't know what to do next, and assumed that he needed to explore the altar again. At the same moment, a bright yellow energy appeared near the altars. Hiding behind her battle axe, the girl with black hair ordered everyone to prepare for battle. In the middle of the room, yellow energy continued to flare up. The guy looked in surprise in front of him, covering his face with his hands. Suddenly, a huge gate appeared in front of the guys, and they realized that this was the boss's room. At the same moment, the protagonist noticed one more altar, while Seo said that everyone was probably already pretty tired, so they needed to set up a camp and leave the boss fight for tomorrow. At the same time, a system notification window appeared in front of Jean, notifying him of the abilities to increase and lower the boss's level using this altar. Pointing his finger to the side, the guy told the captain that he had checked the altar that had appeared, and they could use the moon and sun souls to change the boss's level. Looking at the rest of the team, the black-haired girl was sure that everyone present wanted to take a risk to get a better reward, but their main goal was to gather information, so they should avoid unnecessary trouble, and Sure agreed with this. Smiling broadly after hearing this, Seo stated that everything was decided, and they would fight the boss tomorrow, lowering his difficulty, and in this case, it remained to decide on the order of the guard, and that was all for today. Then the narration of the story is transferred to the moment when sparks from the flames were carried around the hall. They came from the fire, next to which the guys slept. Jean covered himself with a blanket and said that he could not sleep, assuming that he was simply not used to sleeping in dungeons. Getting up from the floor, the guy was surprised that the guys fell asleep, and he didn't want to wake them up, suggesting that perhaps it was worth practicing a little with a spear on the sidelines. Looking around, the protagonist wondered where the guard was. Looking at the empty bed, Jean noticed that only one person was missing. Suddenly, he was taken aback when he saw Seo opening the boss's room with the help of the altar. Moving his hand aside, the guy asked what he was up to, and asked him to take his hands away from the altar. Turning sharply back, the swordsman asked if he really thought he was the coolest, and told him to break off, because he himself could do everything that he could. As the doors to the boss's room slowly opened, So said that he was a little nervous at first, but if he lowered the boss's level, he would be able to take him down alone. Taking his blade out of the scabbard, the swordsman told him to look, because now he would show them his true strength. At the same moment, he was hit by a mace. Then he flew into the wall, flying past the guys. As Seo slammed into the pillar, an unknown voice stated that it respected his desire to face the test for great power. It was a monster who held a weapon in his hands and added that fools who could not distinguish between recklessness and courage were not worthy of his strength. With his mouth wide open, who asked how he dared to attack his comrade. Rushing towards the opponent, the tank used a blow with its shield. With a deft swing of the mace, the monsters managed to repel his attacks. Attacking the opponent from behind, Seo stated that they were left with no choice, so they would have to defeat the boss now. At the same moment, the monster used its weapon to forge a battle axe. With a deft swing of the mace, he managed to slam the commander of the squad into the floor, and he told him to fight, throwing away his fear. Dumbfounded, Sure noticed that this couldn't be the case, and he easily blocked the attacks of the two S-rank hunters, while Yun noticed that this monster was too strong. Looking at his system notification window, Jean explained that apparently So used the altar, and instead of lowering the difficulty, he only made the boss stronger, and the support asked what they should do then. Holding a talisman in his hand, the guy said that he could only hope for luck. Using a magical artifact, the protagonist stated that since this medallion was able to repel negative energy, he might be able to ward off bad luck from it, and the system notified that the blessing of Geshna had been used, which repels negative energy. Then, a huge number of different cards began to appear around the gene. Turning abruptly to the side, the monster noticed something amazing. He saw an unknown vortex of pink energy and noticed that it was excellent. He felt the spirit of a warrior in it. A moment later, a young man shrouded in dark red energy appeared from the vortex. At the same moment, Lubu appeared behind him and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the system announced that his level had been increased by 1. Suddenly, another system notification window appeared, notifying that the black card skill had been unlocked as a reward, and it was the summoning of the red hair. A moment later, a horse appeared in front of the protagonist. Without hesitation, Jean jumped on it. Once on horseback, the guy received notifications from the system that a riding skill was being used, which increased his stats when he was on horseback. At this time, the dungeon boss was smiling broadly, saying that he had an incredible aura. As the horse rushed forward at great speed, the monster told the great warrior to attack. Immediately afterward, Jean would approach him and swing his spear. Then the guy struck at his opponent. After taking damage, the dungeon boss flew back. Suddenly, he slammed into a metal door. Who was on the battlefield, was extremely surprised by the appearance of the horse and asked if he had the skill of summoning. Sighing heavily, Seo noted that she knew that 10 billion would not be enough. Getting back on his feet, the monster stated that it was a great blow, and it was really strong. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the monster asked to attack and show the strength of his spirit to free them. Hearing this, Jean swung his spear again to strike, and the system announced that the weapon master had perfectly reproduced the relic. The boy would then perform a punch that the dungeon boss would dodge while the system alerted that the mounts and the user's stats had been boosted. Swinging his mace, the monster said to get rid of this annoying horse first. He then pointed his weapon forward at great speed. Suddenly, the horse trampled his mace to the ground, which greatly surprised the monster. The horse then headed the dungeon boss. After the blow he received, he was thrown back a little. At this time, the horse looked at him menacingly. After everything that had happened, the boss of the dungeon trembled with displeasure and stated that this was not an ordinary horse at all. At the same time, the protagonist made another lunge with his spear. Holding on to his severed arm, the monster noticed that this was not the end. A moment later, he managed to grow a new limb. Rising into the air above his opponent, the dungeon boss declared that he had not lost yet, and asked him to fight and show him his fighting spirit. Enveloping his weapon in purple energy, Jean said that he would obey him. At the same time, the guy sent souls towards the enemy, using a wall of cursed spirits, and the system notified that the spirits had cursed his opponent, lowering his defense and stamina. Striking the monster with his spear, the protagonist stated that now it would all end. Then, it swept forward at great speed, piercing the enemy. With the help of his cat, he imprinted the dungeon into the wall. With a spear in his chest, the monster declared that it was simply unbelievable. He then transferred the blue energy to Jean, saying that he deserved this power. At the same moment, the guy looked at himself in surprise when the system notified that he had obtained the Conk Morale skill and his stamina had been increased by 20 points. And he himself was very surprised by this. Looking at his defeated opponent, the protagonist asked if he could ask something, and he explained that the winner was free to get whatever he wanted. Remembering the alerts from the system about the destruction of Ditartaron, Jean asked if he knew who it was. While in front of his opponent, the dungeon boss would remark that he couldn't believe he heard the name and ask why he was looking for it, and the boy would explain that he had to destroy the creature. Trembling with pain rushing through his body, the monster explained that this was a truly great task, and his dungeons were nothing compared to him, although he would definitely cope with it. Visualizing huge hordes of skeletons led by a lich, the boss of the dungeon said that he was the ruler of the Cosanto archipelago and the patron saint of the dead. Recalling the image of a skeleton in a robe and crown, the monster explained that he was the archlich, the king of the undead Ditartaron. When the guys got out of the dungeon, Seo declared the mission complete and expressed great gratitude for their help. Looking at Jean, who asked to be allowed to thank him for saving him, and also asked to accept an apology from their guild and from him personally. And he explained that there was nothing wrong with this, because the main thing was that they were able to do without losses. Looking at the bandaged Seo, the guy hoped that he would recover very soon, and he noticed that he was very sorry. Suddenly, the protagonist was approached by the group commander and asked if she could ask him to come to the association tomorrow, and he asked if it was to update the mana clock. After a moment, he was extremely dumbfounded when the girl with the black hair explained that this was true, but they also needed to reconsider his quest reward, since this dungeon had been given a rank, and he thought they should pay him as for completing the highest rank S dungeon. And Jean couldn't believe that he would really get such a high rank. With a snide grin, the group commander remarked that he needed a good rest before that, so she assured him that they would prepare everything for tomorrow, and the guy thanked her. The black-haired girl then pointed her finger at So and told him to remember to write a letter of apology when he was discharged from the hospital. Immediately after that, the story is transferred to the next day to the building of the User Association in Korea, from where the sounds of congratulations were heard. The girl handed the magic watch to Jean, saying that he had passed the exam successfully, so he was promoted to a rank, and they updated their watch according to the new rank. Looking away in puzzlement, the guy expressed his gratitude. Looking at the huge number of people who were held back by the guards, the protagonist noted that it was hoped that next time such events would be held in a more private setting. At this time, unknown people were giving their names and the guilds they represented, asking if he could spare time for them, as their guilds offered very favorable conditions. Turning back, Jean noticed that they were much noisier than the ones who had come for his girlfriend while the girl had asked to be taken to the VIP room. A moment later, the guy sat down on the couch, saying that there would finally be peace, and Ixia noticed that it was a great job. Looking at the fairy who sat on his head, the protagonist said that lately he had been running a lot and forgot to check his stat window, and she noticed that then he should do it now. After a moment, a window of character status appeared in front of him, and Jean noticed that with such characteristics, he could very well pass for S rank. Remembering how Lubu said after the battle that his time was up and disappeared, the guy noticed that looking at this skill, he remembered that disappointment again. Then he imagined the image of a horse and sparkled with joy, asking to be rewarded with the summoning of a red hare so that he could use the horse. Remembering the system's notification window announcing the green dragon maneuver skill he had acquired, Jean noticed that he already had this skill. Sighing heavily, the guy said that now the skill requires less mana and deals more damage, but it is still somehow disappointing. Opening his inventory, the protagonist examined the steel chain and the corpse of the chief of the Kamka tribe. Looking happily at the system's notification window, he noticed that this was the most pleasant thing. Looking at the system alerts describing Konk's morale, Jean concluded that his mouth was watering when he read about ignoring the experience penalty, and had never heard of it. Either it was some unknown mechanic to mankind, or someone did know but preferred to keep the information secret. Smiling broadly, the guy noticed that no matter what, he would now be able to level up even faster. Looking at the system's notification window, which contained information that a new dungeon had appeared near the provincial border on July 30th, 2030, the protagonist stated that this was the icing on the cake, because the event he learned about from the golden capsule after summoning Shang would happen tomorrow, and it was time to start preparing for tomorrow. Suddenly, the narratives of the story are transferred to an unknown dungeon. The robed sorcerer held a red magic ball in his hand and claimed to have decided who would use the last blood jade. Unknown people stood in front of him, and the woman noticed that they still did not know where the monkey was, because he was the only one who knew how to create blood jade, to which the sorcerer replied that the bear was just busy looking for him. A man in a green suit asked where the mission would take place this time. The man in the robe continued to hold the red crystal in his hand and warned that this time they would face monsters whose strength was unknown. Looking menacingly forward, the sorcerer declared that they would have to go to Dokdu.at the same moment. The image of several islands shrouded in water arose in his mind. The narrative of the story is transferred to Kangwon-do Chorwon, when Jean was standing near the river and noticed that it seemed to be there. Noticing a cloud of blue energy, the guy said that this was the entrance. Looking at the portal, the protagonist saw a notification from the system that this was the doppelganger's lair, and all the information about it, which surprised him greatly. Imagining a person looking in the mirror in his head, Jean asked that it was a monster that could completely copy his opponent's abilities, and noted that he had never heard of hunters encountering doppelgangers, and it was most likely a new monster that appeared after the second disaster. The boy then looked towards Ixia, who was flying beside him, and asked if he could copy his equipment, to which she replied that in her world, they could only copy skills. Imagining two different genies in his head with and without artifacts, the protagonist stated that this was great, because in this case, it would be a battle between hunters of rank A and rank S. Plunging his hand into a ball of blue energy, Jean stated that he needed to go forward. A moment later, he was transported to the dungeon. Looking around in surprise, the guy asked if there was really no one. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed his reflection in the water when Ixia said it was underneath him. With a deft movement, he managed to dodge the opponent's lunge. As Jean struck the water with his spear, he knew where his opponent was. Suddenly, a doppelganger appeared in front of him, saying that he was glad to welcome him to his lair. The clone stared furiously in front of him, saying that he had already looked at the information about him, and now they were equal to each other. Without listening to him, the guy soared into the air above his opponent. Then he struck the phantom with his spear. Directing his serious gaze forward, the protagonist declared that he would finish him off in the blink of an eye. With a snide grin, the doppelganger told him to try. The two warriors then crossed their weapons with each other. After that, they jumped back. Landing on the ground, the clone was about to use the maneuver. At the same moment, his opponent was in front of him faster, using the green dragon maneuver. With the help of his spear, the phantom managed to repel the opponent's attack. After taking damage, he was knocked back. Looking at the original Jean, doppelganger didn't understand what was going on. His mouth wide open in displeasure, the phantom asked why he could not strike. At the same moment, the guy shouted loudly using the tiger roar skill. After taking damage from it, the clone was knocked back again. It landed on the ground with great force and flew back. Doppelganger lay on the ground while the protagonist approached him and noticed that he didn't seem to understand yet. Using the research skill on his opponent, Jean bought him to check everything himself with the help of research, and then he noticed that he would have guessed it himself. Looking in front of him, using the research skill, the clone was greatly surprised. A moment later, the guy sneered snidely when the phantom asked what other communication skills were, and the phantom noticed that he knew so, which meant that he hadn't been able to copy his talents after all. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, Doppelganger asked how he dared to mock him, since it had never happened before. Spreading his hands to the sides, Jean asked Ixia why he was so furious, since this talent did not even help him in battle, and she assumed that it was all his pride, and she would also be surprised if she met a monster that she could not eat. With his menacing gaze forward, the clone told them to be silent. After that, he rushed to attack, using the ferocious tiger move. After a moment, his spear flew to the side. Then it landed behind him. Looking frightened at his opponent's weapon near his head, the doppelganger declared that he hated all these objects, and asked if he could not fight without them. And Jean asked what he was proud of if it was a life-and-death battle. Bringing the blade of the spear to the neck of his opponent, the guy noticed that he was too talkative for the monster, so he should just die, and the monster stopped him. Suddenly, the protagonist was very surprised when the phantom explained that he was there not of his own volition. The clone raised his hands. The protagonist asked if he was forcibly placed in this dungeon, to which he explained that he would tell him everything, only asking for mercy. Immediately afterward, Jean put away his weapon and thought that this was his chance to find out more about the monster invasion of the earth. At the same moment, the doppelganger grinned mischievously. Pointing his finger forward, everything told the owner that he was lying. At the same time, the phantom summoned Shan and said that it was too late. With his arms outstretched, the clone summoned a huge number of cards. Dumbfounded by this, the guy was very dissatisfied. Doppelganger, with a mad expression on his face, declared that they would never bow down before people. Suddenly, the guys were very surprised when only an ordinary card was drawn. After all that had happened, the fairy began to laugh, and Jean thought that he was even sorry that he had to copy his luck. At this time, the clones stared in surprise at the system's notification window, which announced that its level had been raised by 1 due to Shan's identity. Then the guy plunged his spear into his opponent and said goodbye to him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a system notification window appeared announcing a new level, and the protagonist couldn't believe that he had leveled up after a single battle. A moment later, Jean was extremely dumbfounded when a huge number of system notification windows appeared around him, announcing an increase in the level. Happily looking out the status window, the guy could believe that he had raised 10 levels at once, and noticed that it was simply the best skill. Suddenly, an unknown blue sphere rolled towards his leg. Taking the ball in his hand, the protagonist noticed that he had already forgotten about the stone. Suddenly, the narratives of the story are transferred to the pier. A huge number of Korean soldiers were lying on the ground. Other soldiers stood in front of the blue portal and said that it appeared, and each time they are surprised at how accurate his predictions are, because they always know where the next dungeon will appear. Holding the walkie-talkies in his hands, the man confirmed the presence of an SS rank monster. Suddenly, the sphere in the man's hands began to melt, and he said that it was time to start. Red energy suddenly began to seep out of the portal. The person in front of him remarked that it was excellent, and they didn't know which master would come out of the dungeon, so it was better to run away, which his ally agreed with. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared and ordered them to stop. He used his purple-colored magic on people and lifted them into the air. Holding out his hand in front of him, the monster asked what it meant that they dared to disturb him, and only he decided to rest before invading the human world. Clenching his hand into a fist, the skeleton destroyed people and declared that they had ruined all his plans. As the monster sat down on the ground, he noticed that there was nothing he could do about it. Standing on a cliff, the skeleton claimed that it was a pretty good place. With his hands out in front of him and releasing his energy, the monster was about to have fun. Suddenly, ghostly ships appeared in his head. A moment later, they fell into the water. Looking at his ghostly fleet, the skeleton noticed that there were ships, and all that remained was to recruit a crew. Releasing his purple energy from his hand, the monster ordered him to rise up, swallowed up by the depths of the sea. At the same moment, bubbles began to appear in the water. Then a skeleton emerged from there. The monster stood on the cliff and watched his subordinates climb onto the ships, and told them to come aboard. Holding out his hand in front of him, the skeleton declared that he had spent too much energy, and if he had known what awaited him, he would have asked for the blessing of the Geas. The denier shook his head and remarked that if he thought of it, he had been weakened by the damned contract to begin with, and if it hadn't been for him, he would have been able to fight at full strength. By punching the skeleton of a man in a soldier suit, the monster claimed that it was all because of them. Suddenly, he will notice that it is above his head. In the sky, the skeleton saw a bright light and noticed that someone was watching him. At this time, at the Korean Information Bureau, people were watching the skeletons through screens and stating that unknown monsters had appeared in Dokdo, and their numbers were growing rapidly. They could not contact the island's unit. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the man in military uniform asked what kind of nonsense was this, and if there was a rupture in the dungeon, when suddenly someone called out to him. Seeing several ships rushing forward through the water, the soldier claimed that they had spotted the Japanese self-defense forces. The captain of the ship looked through binoculars and announced that these monsters should not be allowed to get close to the shores of Japan. With a snide grin, the man said that they would help them deal with these creatures, because this would allow them to learn more about the new monsters and get their hands on their remains, and in addition, this was their chance to regain Takashima. At the same moment, the skeleton notices the approach of warships. Looking furiously in front of him, the pirate noticed that this was his first opponent. Suddenly, he released a blue mist from his mouth. At the same time, the voice of a man was heard from the warship, asking where this fog came from. Pointing his finger forward, the guy called out to the captain. Through the mist, the silhouettes of ghostly ships could be seen as the soldier announced that something had appeared in front of their ship. The monster watched from the shore and laughed mischievously. Spreading his hands to the sides, the pirate noticed that when faced with the unknown, he could not control his excitement, and they would take everything from them: food, money, treasure, and even their lives. Looking menacingly in front of him, the monster asked to see the greatness of the ruler of the Kasanto archipelago. When the Japanese warships were completely destroyed, the skeleton laughed loudly. Looking at Seo walking next to him, Jean asked what had happened, because he had 40 misses from the bureau, to which she replied that they were in an emergency, and they would inform him on the spot. Then the guys went to the office of the president of the Korean User Association, and the squad leader said that she had brought the hunter Jean. Noticing SS rank 9 user waving at him and remarking that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and believed that they were in the same boat, the guy asked if he had come too. Standing in the middle of the office, the protagonist noticed that he had the feeling that he had seen him somewhere. The man in military suit looked at him and remarked that he was pleased to meet him, calling himself Go-sung, the Minister of Defense of Korea, and noticed that the rumors about his exploits had reached the highest ranks, and they said that he was a very capable guy. Hearing this, Jean was very surprised and remarked that he was also pleased to meet him, thinking that it seemed that something really serious had happened. When everyone took their seats, the president of the Korean User Association said that since everyone was assembled, they could start, and asked to look at the screen. At the same moment, Wooden ships were shown on the projector screen. When the image of a skeleton pirate flashed by, the man noticed that as they could see, unknown monsters had appeared on the Dokdo archipelago. Noticing this, the guy was very dumbfounded and realized that it was him. Imagining the image of this monster in his head, the agonist mused that it was Archlich Daitartaran, while the president of the Korean User Association said that the association had concluded that this monster appeared as a result of a rupture on the island of Dokdo, so they must destroy it before it reached the Korean peninsula. Visualizing warships at sea, the man said that it was originally planned to launch an airstrike on Dokdo, but they could not do this without finding out the status of Japanese troops, and in order to avoid conflict between the states, it was decided to resort to the help of hunters. With his hand on his heart, Jong stated that he could not ignore such a threat to the earth, so they could count on him, and Jean noted that he was also in business. Closing his eyes, the guy mused that the help of the military in killing Diatherton would be just right. Putting his hand in front of him, the president of the Korean User Association explained that they were planning to attack the enemy from two sides, putting Jung and Jean at the head of the detachments, and the guy who heard this was very surprised, to which he received the answer that his candidacy was unanimously elected. At the same moment, Ixia appeared next to the protagonist, who stated that he would be appreciated and confident that he would cope, and he thanked her. Clenching his hand into a fist, the Korean defense minister announced that they would evacuate the population of Ulleungdo and in an hour would begin an operation lasting about 10 hours, and if the monsters on Dokdo made their move, then he would use the armed forces, so they should go to the port of Gangneung as soon as possible. Raising his hand, Jean apologized and explained that he needed to prepare and would immediately follow them as soon as he finished his business, to which Kwa said that it was okay because he had been presented with a fait accompli after all, so he understood such a demand. A moment later, the guy surprised the man with glasses when he asked if there were any forges nearby. The protagonist would then go inside an unknown room and notice that they were running out of time. As Jean inspected Ellie's forge, he stated that he had never imagined that there was such a room in the basement of Jean's house. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jung appeared asking if this was a workshop, and the guy explained that it was something like that, and he was going to forge swords, so he needed help. Putting the photos on the table, the protagonist stated that it was necessary to get down to business. Noticing these images, the scientist asked if they were the same. Looking at the photographs of the swords, Chung noticed that they were the twin blades of the great commander of the Joseon dynasty, General Yi Sun-sin, the twin blades of a dragon. Smiling broadly at what he heard, the protagonist concluded that as soon as he learned that they would be fighting at sea, it immediately dawned on him, and asked who came to mind first when the conversation turned to naval battles. Imagining a warrior in armor in his head, Jean concluded that he would create Yi Sun-sin's twin blades to summon him into battle, and victory would surely be theirs. Jung watched Jean melt down the legendary steel flail and noticed that it was an excellent material imbued with chi energy. Smiling, the guy stated that they had to give their best, and for this they needed not only straight hands, but also luck. He then used dual summoning and summoned Emperor Shang while the system announced that it was the first time he had used dual summoning, so the mana cost was nullified. Looking at Shang, the scientist asked who it was, because it looked very majestic, and he was about to answer, when suddenly the protagonist said that he would explain everything later, and now there are more important things to do. Then he struck the workpiece with a hammer. Jung watched Jean wield the blacksmith's hammer and explained that he only had one chance, so there was no wrong with it. Suddenly, Ixia held out her hands in front of her and said that that was enough. Immediately after that, the scientist pointed his finger at the water tank and explained that now he needed to dip it in it. Listening to him, the guy shoved in the input blank. Raising his hand up, the emperor asked that his luck helped, and said that they believed in him, so he could do anything. After some time, the protagonist had double blades in his hands, and he asked if that was all. Using his magic on the blade of the sword, the scientist explained that he was not ready yet, and he needed to engrave something on the blade. Looking at the sword, which is shrouded in blue energy, Jean mused that the dragon's twin blades contained a strong spirit, and one day he swore to protect the lands and seas of his homeland. The man looked menacingly in front of him and added that he had unshakably carried this oath through the centuries. Suddenly, the guy was very surprised when a huge amount of blue energy burst out of the blades, and the system announced that he had successfully forged a legendary artifact. At the same time, everyone began to rejoice at what had happened, as long as the system placed that he was the one person who created the legendary item, so he would be given a reward. Suddenly, the narrative of the story was transported to the moment when fighter jets were flying through the sky. The pilot, sitting in the plane, contacted the Alpha and asked if he had managed to detect the target, and the Alpha replied that the fog was too dense, so he needed to lower the altitude. A moment later, the soldier was very surprised as he received the order not to descend until they had spotted the target. Suddenly, he noticed a pirate standing there at the stern of the ship. Standing his hand in front of him, the skeleton asked if they really thought that he would miss them in the air. Using his purple-colored magic on the fighters, the monster stated that no one was allowed to cut through the skies, the king would show. Trying to get out of his plane, the pilot stated that they had been caught, and he could not go outside. A moment later, the fighters were blown up, and the pirate watching just laughed. The ship continued to sail on the sea as long as the skeleton claimed that the sea was their only way. With a snide grin, the monster concluded that it was time to test what was stronger than their metal trough or his ghost ship, and wished for a battle. At this time, the general of the Korean army announced that the number of dead was only growing, and they could no longer stand idle, so the threat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, Jong listened as he was informed that they were starting to suppress fire, and when it came to clash, the hunters would come into play. With his mouth wide open, the man ordered all the ships. The ships then headed forward when they heard that they needed to head for Dokdo. Then the ship plunged into the fog and reported that they were entering it, and nothing could be seen there. The soldier in charge of the ship concluded that the radar was not working, and communication was interrupted. The captain of the ship stared menacingly in front of him and ordered to slow down and keep a distance, as well as shoot at everything that moved. Suddenly, the soldier pointed his finger forward, telling the captain that an unknown ship was on the horizon. With a frightened expression on his face, the man announced that this was an enemy, so he needed to open fire. Immediately after that, the cannon began firing in front of it. Her attacks fell on the ship in front. The captain looked through his binoculars as his subordinates declared that their ship was sinking. After a moment, the man was very dumbfounded. Looking at the wrecked vessel, the captain declared that it was a Japanese ship. On the other side, another ship was approaching the warship, and the soldier was telling the captain that there were unknown people on the starboard side. Smiling broadly, the skeleton called the humans stupid and noticed that they had fallen for such a simple trick. As people began to fly around the captain's cabin from the sudden collision, the monster said that they had amused him enough, so it was time to take their lives. At the same moment, a ghost ship rammed a Korean warship. The hunters took out their weapons, told them to retreat and were going to detain them. Seeing this, the Archlich clapped his hands, saying that they were fighting to the last and it was very noble, saying to listen to his command. Suddenly, a huge number of skeletons appeared behind him, and ordered him to prepare for battle. A furious glance rushed forward. He added that there was no need to take prisoners. Immediately afterward, the skeletons rushed to attack the hunters. At this time, another Korea warship was passing by, and 0 people were watching what was happening. Looking through binoculars, the soldier explained that their ship was being boarded, while Jong stated that they had to help and ordered them to move forward. At the same moment, shells hit them. Hiding from the shots, the sailor explained that this was impossible, because they were under fire, and first they needed to get out of the fog. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the guy with glasses declared that if only they could get closer, things would be different. At this time, on the ship, the hunters continued to fight desperately against the skeletons. The monster leader watched everything that was happening, sitting on the corpses of people, and said that they should sink the flimsy vessels, and then split the squadron and shoot one by one. With a simple grin, the Archlich added that he was simply invulnerable on the water, and their sacrifices only made him stronger. A moment later, a skeleton looking through a telescope told the captains that he had spotted a boat. Looking at the boat in the middle of the sea, the monster noticed that it was all true. Lowering the spyglass down, the skeleton explained that he had already won, and the boat would not turn the tide of the battle, so he needed to forget about it and keep an eye on the other ships. At this time, there was Jean on the boat, who hoped that he was not late, and it would be nice to sail closer to that ship. After a moment, he jumped abruptly away from the ship. Noticing the landing of a stranger on board the ship, the soldier asked who he was. With an expression full of calm, the young man gave his name and explained that he was the leader of the squad that had been delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Releasing a huge amount of blue energy, he stated that he would take command of the ship. Noticing his aura, the guys were greatly stunned by such power. Looking at the protagonist with twin blades, people felt that he would lead them to victory. Suddenly, the old warrior opened his mouth slightly, saying that he missed the waters of his homeland very much. Then he drew his blade and appealed to the barbarians to encroach on his native seas. Towering over Jean, Admiral Lee Sung-sin declared that he would not allow them to set foot on the ground, either dead or alive. Suddenly, a protagonist's status window appeared, which contained their stats. The gunship was shrouded in blue energy, and the system notified that naval combat and tactics were activated, and now during the battle on the water, the attacking power, durability and mobility of ships will be increased, and the damage taken will be halved, and the scouting skills of opponents will be disabled. Then, the wars on the ship were also shrouded in blue energy, and the system alerted that leadership had been activated, which increased the trust of the allies and strengthened their abilities. Looking at his twin blades, from which blue energy emanated, Jean was delighted and received alerts from the system that the twin dragon blades had resonated with the leadership talent, and the stats of the allies were further enhanced. The admiral pointed his blade at the ghost ship and stated that the enemies were close, so he must attack immediately. Looking in front of her, the Ixia told her master that she thought it was a trap. Glancing at her happily, the young man reflected that it seemed that after reaching level 3, she had learned to predict the enemy's intentions. Suddenly, the protagonist looked at Song in surprise, who stated that there was no difference in it. With an expression full of seriousness, the admiral explained that in a naval battle, the one whose ship is stronger wins. Unleashing his inner blue energy, he explained that if he wanted to win, he had to believe in his ship. Covering his face with his hands, Jean said that the ship had sparkled. At this time, the skeleton looked through a telescope and told the captains that an enemy ship was rapidly approaching them. At the same time, the bow of a ship with a cannon appeared from the fog. At great speed, Kobuk Song sailed through the water, having been summoned with the help of a skill. Looking in front of him, the pirate laughed, saying that it meant that humans did have taste, and decided that they would seize this vessel and make a ghost ship out of it. He sent his ship forward. The Archlich gave the order to attack. At that moment, fire was gathering in the bow of the ship Kore. Noticing this, the pirate gritted his teeth in displeasure. A moment later, Kobaksong fired a flame. Immediately after, the ghost ship caught fire and set fire to the skeletons on board. The Korean ship went straight to the enemy ship and did not completely destroy it. At the last moment, the pirates managed to jump off it, and they shouted about their ship. Using his walkie-talkie, Jean called himself the second squad and explained that they had sunk an enemy ship. So he asked for a report on the location of the rest of the enemies, and the system alerted him to a communication skill that ignored communication restrictions. At the same time, the soldier on board the ship used a walkie-talkie, saying that the third squad did not see anyone. Jong also used his walkie-talkie, says that the fourth squad is on the line, and they were attacked, but the enemy disappeared into the fog, so they lost sight of him. Suddenly, the admiral of the Korean fleet, being on the ship's ship, said into the radio that this was the 5th detachment, and he saw the enemy, asking what the instructions would be. Looking at the sonar, he took the order to report the coordinates, and explained that this was impossible, because the radar did not work. Hovering in the air above Jean, Sun asked him to calm his mind and concentrate on the energy of his allies. After a moment, the guy opened his eye and used the leadership skill, which allowed him to find the locations of his allies. Waving his hand to the side, the protagonist ordered this squad to increase the distance with the enemy ship, and then start firing from the main caliber guns, and added that they would immediately arrive at them, saying that they needed 15 degrees to the northeast. After that, the Korean ship quickly headed forward by sea. After some time, he sailed up to the place of the battle between the two forces, and Jean stated that he saw the 5th squad, and there were as many as 2 enemy ships there. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, the guy ordered to swim between them and prepare for a collision. Immediately after that, their ship crashed into 2 enemy ships at once. After taking damage, skeletons on ghost ships fell to the floor. The protagonist waved his hand, giving the order to start shelling. At the same time, his ship began firing from all its cannons at the opponents. Then the ship's hatches opened, and an order was given to all the hunters on board to board the port ship and get rid of the remaining enemies. Suddenly, the warriors began to go to the skeleton ship, receiving orders to go forward. They deftly wielded their blades and destroyed the monster, while Jean told him not to spare anyone. Jumping on the ghost ship, the guy concluded that he would deal with the right ship himself. A moment later, he landed aboard the ship. Enveloping his sword in blue energy, the protagonist turned to the sky and asked to hear the oath of his blade, from the swing of which rivers and mountains tremble. Then Jean swung his blade and asked to be struck, sprinkling his ground with the blood of his enemies. At the same moment, the ship's mast began to fall down. Immediately afterward, the ghost ship was destroyed. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a pirate appeared, releasing his dark purple energy. With his mouth wide open, he was called the Lord of the Seas and declared that everything in the water belonged to him, so they were unevenly the Great Ditartaron, from where the skeleton got its hands on dark purple energy and asked to see its true power. By directing a huge ghostly ship towards the protagonist, the Archlich used the wrath of the Lord of the Seas. A moment later, a ship with a dragon's head appeared from the portal. Then he fell to the water. After what happened, a huge amount of spray sprinkled Jean. While on board his ship, the pirate declared that he would never lose a battle at sea. Looking menacingly ahead, the skeleton remarked that if he sank that boat, victory would be his. I steered my ship aside for Korea and remarked that I had to try again. Ixia looked in front of her puzzled and did not say that this was some kind of madness, because in the sea it fuels excitement, and the guy noticed that everything was correct. Directing his doubtful gaze forward, the protagonist reflected that if it were a turtle ship, it would be easy to sink it, but such a huge thing would be impossible to sink in one volley, and there was only one way. Holding out his hand in front of him, Jean ordered the soldier to change course after each hit and maintain a high pace, keeping his eyes on the radar, otherwise they would get lost completely. Enveloping himself in the inner energy of blue color, the guy asked to leave the rest for him. The ghost ship was already catching up with the Korean ship, and the pirate declared that it was useless to escape. The skeleton was on the bow of his ship, asking if they wanted to hide in the mist, noting that he would chase until they breathed his last, and even if he had to swim to the end of the world, he would do it. Suddenly, the Archlich's vessel came as close as possible to the enemy, and he said that he would take their vessel into his hands and turn it into a ghost ship. With a snide grin, the pirate noticed that they were caught. At that moment, his ship hit the rocks. Looking down, the skeleton was very surprised. Near the side of his ship, he saw a huge number of rocks. The Archmage looked around dumbfounded and did not understand anything. At the same moment, he realized that his ship was moving between the islands, and asked when they had managed to swim into the space between the mountains. Looking menacingly in front of him, the pirate declared that this could not be, and they lured him there by swimming through a fog they could not see through. Looking at a map of the area with the system, Jean noticed that he didn't need to look outside to know where to swim. Standing on the bow of his ghost ship, the skeleton explained that they were just rocks, and his ship would break them in no time, and then they would belong to him. Smiling broadly, the guy said that there were many myths in the sea where he could take it, but there was a special reason why he chose this particular place. At the same moment, the Archlich noticed that his ship was stuck between the rocks. Looking discontentedly in front of him, the pirate thought that because of these mountains, the currents in this strait were especially strong, so he had planned it from the beginning. With his menacing gaze ahead, the skeleton called his opponent a bastard. Enveloping his ghost ship in dark purple energy, the Archlich declared that he would kill it, even if he had to use all his strength. While on the ship of Korea with her master, Ixia told him that he was about to get out of the trap, and he told him not to worry, because he had taken this into account. Drawing his twin blades from the scabbard, the protagonist used the change in the current. A moment later, a huge number of waves began to rush the pirate's ship, which greatly surprised him, and the system announced that this was a skill for changing the current, which was being used to its full potential. With his mouth wide open in displeasure, the skeleton asked if it was also his doing, and called him a corpse, because he was going to finish him off. At the same time, Song rose into the air, saying that his time had come to an end, and the protagonist remarked that it was an honor for him to fight with him shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly disappearing, the admiral wished the young man good luck. At this time, the fairy looked at her master and asked what they should do, because they could deliver the final blow while the skill was active, the time of which had come to an end, to which he replied that he could not cope with them alone. Summoning his lottery skill, Jean remarked that perhaps another hero would lend him a helping hand. A moment later, the lottery would draw the tongue with the card, and the system would notify that the choice of combination had detected the black card summoning ticket, and ask if he wanted to use it, to which the guy immediately agreed. The fairy looks admiringly at her owner, asking what it is, and he explained that this is a reward for the world's first legendary man-made artifact. Imagining two heroes of the swordsman archer in his head, the protagonist stated that he wanted to use the card of Mordred and Tristan. Looking admiringly in front of him, Jean said that among Western heroes there was no one more famous than the Knights of the Round Table, and since he had used a black card, perhaps a person associated with this legend could help them. Looking at the roulette skill that pulled out two black cards, the guy noticed that it would definitely help. A moment later, yellow energy flashed on the ship. Noticing this, the pirate was very surprised. Looking ahead, the skeleton asked what this incredible flow of mana was. At the same moment, the protagonist was holding a blade in his hand, shrouded in golden energy, and the system promised that the master of the weapon perfectly reproduced the legendary relic, so the Excalibur skill was unlocked. With an expression full of seriousness, Jean said that this legendary sword was capable of defeating any monster with one hit. Imagining a knight in armor in his head, the guy noticed that only one hero summoned with a black card was worthy of wielding this sword, while the system showed his status window. Dumbfounded, the archbishop looked ahead that the case was rubbish and she had to run. Being on his ship, which was just stranded, the pirate asked him to sail away and move at least a little. Holding his head, the skeleton wondered if he should abandon the ship, but he realized that he was his pride, and the Lord of the Seas could not abandon his ship. Holding out his hands in front of him, the archmage cursed his opponent. At the same moment, he created several magic circles in front of him and asked to attack and kill him if he could. Using the protective magic of the barriers, the pirate declared that as long as the ship was with him, he was invincible. Jean looked at him menacingly, saying that he would do as he said. Then the guy swung his blade and directed the energy cut towards the opponent. Noticing this, the pirate was greatly stunned. In an instant, a bright yellow light illuminated him. This same energy cut divided the ghost vessel in half. After the blow, the skeleton crumbled and said that he could not believe it. A moment later, everything around was enveloped in yellow energy. After everything that had happened, Jean sighed heavily and said that he was finally done. Suddenly, the guy saw the system notification window, notifying him of a new level and an increase in mana and agility by 1. A moment later, the protagonist stared dumbfounded at the system's vast number of notification windows announcing a level up, and asked if he could level up by killing monsters from the rift. Smiling broadly, Jean noticed that he had raised only one level of that horde of cobalt, and this was thanks to Conka's fighting spirit. Ixia, who was flying beside him, told her master that she thought the time for summoning the ship was about to end. A moment later, the guy fell into the water in the middle of the wreckage. Then he would come out and ask if she could have warned him sooner. At the same moment, the protagonist noticed the people aboard the ship who were jubilant that they had won and survived, and remarked that they were so happy to win that they didn't even notice him falling into the water. Suddenly, Jean noticed his opponent's hat falling from the sky. Catching it, the guy asked if it wasn't a lich's hat. Then a system notification window appeared in front of the guy, notifying him that this is Di Tartaron's Tricorn, which gives 1 mana and 2 perceptions, and he mused that these are good stats. But he can't walk around in such a hat. After a moment, the protagonist noticed that he already had a headband in his hands, and the system notified that with the help of 2 effects, it was able to take the form of any headdress or neck accessory of the user's choice. Admiring such an artifact, Jean noticed that now he was wondering what he could turn it into. Suddenly, Winry appeared behind him, remarking that she was also curious about what his choice would be. Noticing a smiling girl, the protagonist called her name. Jean took his hand out of the water. Then he climbed completely aboard the ship and noticed that he somehow figured it out. Suddenly, he noticed Winry fly up to him and asked how long she had been there, to which she replied that today was a special occasion, so she did not take her eyes off him for a second. Taking out an unknown amulet, the girl explained that she was very surprised that he did not notice the loss of his precious pendant while fighting such a formidable opponent, and the guy assumed that he seemed to have dropped it during the battle. Scratching his nose in puzzlement, the protagonist expressed his gratitude as Winry explained that it was extremely difficult, but it performed well. Looking at his friend, Jean asked that since the game talent level had risen to level 3, he should return the pendant to her, to which he received a negative answer. Holding the amulet in her hands, the girl said that it would be useful to him in the future, so she insists that he keep it with him. When summoning a black hero card, Winry asked that if she was not mistaken, he had not yet received the reward for summoning a black card, to which she received a positive response. Holding 2 different cards in her hands, the girl said that theoretically, the reward for summoning a black card is no different from the reward for a diamond card, but on the occasion of his completing an extremely important task, she would give him a special reward. Summoning a tape measure behind her, Winry begged to see it. A moment later, out of nowhere, a roulette with prizes appeared. Looking ahead in surprise, Jean asked what the wheel was. Pointing to the roulette with her hand, the girl explained that he had the opportunity to get a new talent, and with the right luck, he could even get a level 3 talent. Then the guy waved his hands when his girlfriend told him that there would be only one attempt, and the talent he received would depend on the panel that the arrow pointed to. Pointing his finger at the level 3 panel, the protagonist asked why it was so small, and what luck you need to have for the arrow to point to it. With a big smile, Winry remarked that he had to understand for himself how big the difference between the level 1 and 3 talents was. Looking at Jean, the girl noticed that if he was not satisfied with this, she could give him a standard reward, and the master replied that he chose the wheel. Then he walked over to the roulette wheel and said that it meant that the reward depended solely on his luck, in which case he had a solution. Immediately afterward, he would summon Shan and Ixia, who would immediately appear. Looking at their familiars, the protagonist told them to listen carefully that they had to gather all their luck and get their hands on a level 3 talent. Then he took up the tape measure and said that he would start spinning now. At the same moment, Ixia's eyes flashed sharply. Pointing her finger forward, she told the owner to twist now. Jean watched anxiously and asked for what he wanted. At this time, the roulette was spinning at great speed. Shan and Ixia were also watching the wheel in anticipation. Suddenly, the roulette began to stop around the 3. Noticing this, the guy was very scared. A moment later, the needle still pointed to the number 3. After the incident, the protagonist and his subordinates were delighted, and the system notified that he had received the leadership level 3 talent and was given an additional reward for getting into a negligible percentage. Shan put his hand on his chest and asked how he felt, and he was telling him to believe in his luck. Suddenly, the system's notification window appeared in front of him, while he noticed that he had no doubts about it, and said that he needed to check his stats window as soon as possible. Looking in front of him, the guy was very surprised. The protagonist looked out his status window and was very surprised as Shan asked the young man what it was. In the talent column, he saw luck in 2 levels and 3 level leadership, while the emperor noticed that he looked very worried. At the same moment, Jean was very angry, asking what it was and why he had it. Then he began to shake his familiar and asked for his talent back, and he said that he did not understand anything, and asked what had been done to him at all. Suddenly, the guy looked at Winry standing next to him, and asked if it was a bug and why his talent ended up in Shan's hands. Holding out her hand in front of her, the girl asked why he didn't cancel the summoning of the person and check again. Upon hearing this, the protagonist cancelled his assistant's summoning and opened the status window. In the talent column in the system window, he noticed the leadership and asked if he was really there. Looking out the status window in surprise, Jean noticed that he didn't understand anything, and asked if it was not only he who got the talent, but also Shang. Remembering how roulette gave him an additional reward for hitting a negligible percentage, the guy asked if this was the very additional reward. Remembering how he fought with Shan in the dungeon, the protagonist remarked that this is not bad, because leadership works very well when it comes to group battles, and in addition, he can also summon the Emperor, and since it does not require a lot of mana, the situation becomes even better, because leadership and good luck are the best combination. At the same moment, Winry used magic on Jin's amulet, saying that she would finally give his pendant another stabilizer. After finishing sending her energy into the pendant, the girl shouted that everything was ready, and now people would only be able to see 3 of his talents. Suddenly, the guy heard the bosun's voice from the loudspeaker, who thanked everyone for the work done. As the warship slowly approached the city, a voice from the megaphone added that they would soon arrive at the port. A huge boar opened its mouth wide and roared. Then he quickly rushed forward. The guy covered himself with his shield and told his elder to watch carefully, because now he would show him the result of his hellish training. With the help of his artifact, he managed to repel an enemy attack. Seeing this, Jean and Yoon were extremely delighted. The guy watched as level 38 he restrained the boar, and pondered that in the time they hadn't seen each other, he had raised as many as 20 levels, and his efforts had not been in vain. At the same moment, the guy with the shield noticed 2 more monsters approaching. With the help of his artifact, he tried to parry all 3. Turning back, he asked his allies for help. Immediately afterward, the protagonist used Shan's summoning, and Shan was glad that he was about to enter his first battle. Putting his hand out in front of him, the Emperor used level 3 leadership. A moment later, The blue-colored energy caught up with he and Yun as the system promised that the bond between him and his allies would be strengthened. At the same moment, the guy with the shield felt lighter and asked what was happening, noticing that his strength had suddenly increased to him, and the system was notifying him that the characteristics of his allies had been increased. At the same time, the saint began to destroy monsters with her fists. After killing the enemy, the girl with blue hair was happy that her body had become much lighter. Putting his hands on his belt, Jean watched what was happening and noticed that the result was obvious. At the same moment, Shang sneered mischievously, saying that no one could stop him now, and asked for the next opponent to be served. Shan held out his hand in front of him and told his soldiers to go forward. At the same moment, he and Yun walked towards their opponents. I painted with a shield destroyed every monster in his path, telling them to get out of the way. The girl with blue hair also did not spare her opponents with the help of punches. She deftly dealt with every monster in her path. Joyfully watching what was happening, Jean noticed that it was not for nothing that she was called a saint, because the undead literally died from a blow, and he felt that today they would clear the dungeon much faster. Immediately afterward, the guy took out his blade and noticed that it was possible that this was the synergy of the new talent and the dragon's twin blades, while the system was notifying the Atlanti that if the user had a level 3 leadership talent, the characteristics of nearby allies were additionally increased. The protagonist used his research skill on Yun and said that it looked like they had already exceeded the level, and was going to check just in case. Suddenly, he was extremely stunned by what he saw. Using the research skill on the blue-haired girl, Jean didn't believe that she was already level 27. With a look of surprise in his eyes, the young man looked at he and also used the research skill on him. A moment later, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded, noticing that he had leveled as many as 7 levels in just one day and was now 45. Immediately after that, Jean opened his status window, because he couldn't believe what was happening. Suddenly, a system appeared in front of him in the notification window, announcing Konk's morale, which was spreading to the current groups. Looking in surprise in front of him, the guy noticed that this was very surprising. At this time, the guys who noticed his incomprehensible reaction asked what was wrong with him. Looking happily at he, the protagonist asked if they had been checking their stats for a long time, to which he replied that he would not say so right away, wondering if there was something wrong with them. With a snide grin, Jean said that they should try not to be surprised when they check what surprised the guys. Pushing his allies to go forward, the guy said that they would find out about everything later, and now they needed to finish off the remaining opponents as soon as possible and go to the boss. The monster screamed in pain due to the attack of light. He used his shield to destroy opponents. A guy with a shield and a girl with blue hair deftly fought against the monster. The saint struck with her foot at the opponent. Jean happily watched what was happening, while the notification of the system notified when a new level had been reached. Suddenly, out of nowhere, several system notification windows appeared, notifying him that he had reached the limit of his stats and the current user class did not meet the requirements for further skill development. Looking at the notification window of the system with surprise, the guy stated that it was not to say that he did not expect something like this, but this message drove him into a stupor. Immediately after that, he called the lottery and asked if it could tell him a solution to this problem. Following the signs that say he has reached his destination, Jean came to the portal. Immediately after that, the guy used his exploration skill on it, and realized that it was a special dungeon created for one person. At the same moment, memories arose in his mind at the roulette wheel, which advised him to take part in the class trial, to reach the required level for promotion, while he himself said that, apparently, this was the very dungeon for promotion. Looking at the watch on his wrist, the guy said that it was 10 a.m. 27 minutes? Looking at the portal in front of him, the protagonist stated that he had not worn a wristwatch for a long time and did not know how long he would have to spend in this dungeon, so it would be better to leave the electronic watch at home. With a puzzled look on his face, Jean declared that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He then reached towards the portal and said that now was the time to start. A moment later, he was in the sky, which he was very surprised by. Looking down in fright, the guy asked what was going on. Seeing only clouds around him, the protagonist asked how he did not understand it at all. He continued to fall down and scream loudly in fear. Suddenly, Jean was caught in a cloud. At the same moment, the guy got stuck on it unconscious. A moment later, the protagonist pointed his spear at the unknown bird. Holding a weapon in her hands, the protagonist asked who he was. At the same moment, the bird, pointing at itself with its wing, stated that it was excellent, and aimed the weapon at a suspicious creature in an unknown place was the right decision, but it had nothing to fear, and asked him to lower his weapon, because it was going to tell everything he needed to know about. At the same time, Ixia appeared out of nowhere, telling her master that she did not think he was lying. The parrot flapped his wing and expressed his gratitude, asking to be allowed to introduce himself, and said that his name was Swift Runner Grandel. He had been instructed to instruct him before he began the test. Looking away, the protagonist asked what kind of place it was. While on the cloud, Grandel said that they were above the heavens and were currently flying to the holy ridge of Delapar, where they would be tested. Imagining images of the strongest warriors in his head, Swift Runner explained that only those who had reached the limit of their abilities and met certain requirements could take part in it, and they were gathered on this ridge to find out who was worthy of promotion. Handing Jean a red crystal, Grandel asked him to take it and remarked that it would be useful to him. Looking around in surprise, the guy wondered what the test was, to which Fast Runner said that they had already arrived, so he could see everything for himself. In front of them was a huge flying island, and Grandel claimed that it was the holy ridge of Delapar. Seeing him, the protagonist was greatly delighted. Immediately after that, the bird pushed him off the cloud and wished him good luck. At the same moment, Jean began to fall down at a tremendous speed. He landed in the trees in the middle of the forest. In his hands there was a magical red stone that created a barrier around him, and the guy noticed that he thought that he was going to die. Looking at the crystal in his hand, the protagonist asked if he had put a protective barrier on it. Suddenly, Jean saw fireworks in the sky. As soon as a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, announcing a special mission that Delapar's challenge was about to begin. The guy stared in surprise in front of him as the system promised that all users who completed their tasks would be awarded a special title, and the assigned title would have a huge impact on the user's further development. At this time, an unknown swordsman was sitting on a tree branch. The huge wolf bared his teeth as the system announced that only one would be awarded the title. In the middle of the forest, the knight started a battle with an orc. The elf looked back menacingly. With a smile on his face, the protagonist stated what this battle royale meant. As if he was enveloped in flames, he received notifications from the system that the game had begun, and the level 3 talent of the game was activated. With a look full of enthusiasm, Jean received alerts from the system that all the stats were arranged, and noticed that it was only getting more interesting. Jean made his way through a field of tall grass. With the help of a red magic crystal, the guy created a projection of the island on which he was located, and said that here was the mountain. Looking at his visual projection, the protagonist noticed that thanks to the dungeon map, he could see his location, but since the others did not have such abilities, they would most likely go to the nearest hill. With a firm grip on his weapon, Jean remarked that if he did, he would just be waiting at the foot of the mountain. Remembering the alerts from the system that he had reached the limit of development, the guy concluded that if his stats weren't limited by the system and tripled as they should, then he wouldn't even have to sit in ambush. Suddenly, Ixia appeared out of nowhere, calling out to her master. Pointing her finger at an unknown glow in the middle of the field, the fairy said that she felt someone approaching him from behind, and the protagonist asked if it was serious, and not from the side of the mountain, but from the back. Looking at the surrounding area, Jean stated that he did not feel anyone there at all, and Ixia simply asked him to trust his intuition. Suddenly, a ferocious wolf appeared from behind a bush. Putting the spear in front of him, the guy said that he was so excited, and this is an ordinary wolf. Suddenly, Ixia was greatly frightened when she noticed the beast approaching them. A moment later, Ixia was telling her master to protect himself. With a deft movement of his body, the protagonist managed to dodge the lunge of the beast. Then he jumped back and regrouped. Immediately afterward, Jean used his research skill and asked what kind of wild wolf it was. At the same time, a status window with its characteristics appeared next to the beast. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the guy said that he was too naive, but who knew that beasts could also take part in the test. Baring his teeth, the wolf noticed that he had good intuition for a human, and the rest of the participants would simply wave their hands when they saw a beast like him. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the wolf noticed that she would not help him anyway, because if he just allowed himself to be bitten, everything would be much easier, but now he could not even count on mercy. Enveloping his blade in blue energy, the protagonist asked if he had ever heard of the Day of Dogs. Lowering his sword down, Jean was about to see how quickly he would deal with it. Hearing this, the beast rushed to attack with great speed. Seeing his actions, the guy prepared to attack with his blade. A moment later, the protagonist made several attacks with his sword, using a double lunge of the dragon and tiger. Noticing this, the wolf jumped sharply and used acceleration. He ran forward at great speed, destroying everything in his path. The beast made its way through the branches of trees and bushes. Stopping in place, he used transcendental regeneration to heal his wound. Looking menacingly in front of him, the wolf noticed that this man was quite good. Suddenly, Jean found himself in front of the wolf, and used his spear skill. Behind him, there was only a trace of yellow energy. With the help of its teeth, the beast managed to block the attack with weapons. The wolf held the protagonist's spear in its mouth. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, he asked what kind of power it was, and if he was really a human being at all. Jerking his head sharply to the side, the beast declared that if so, he would simply break his weapon. A moment later, the wolf noticed that his teeth were damaged. Immediately afterward, Jean enveloped his fists in blue energy. Standing in a fighting stance, the guy asked not to hold a grudge against him, because having a lot of weapons is also such a skill. At the same moment, the beast soared into the air over the opponent. He made a cut with his claws, which the protagonist deftly evaded. Jean then struck back with his fist. After the damage received, the wolf coughed up blood. After that, he was thrown back with great force. Suddenly, the beast landed on its paws. At the same moment, a guy appeared behind him, who was preparing to strike with a blade. Grinning mischievously, the protagonist declared that victory was his. Sitting on top of the defeated opponent, Jean is surprised when the latter asks to kill him. Hearing this, the guy got off him and gave a negative answer, explaining that he did not plan to kill from the very beginning. At the same time, the wolf was delighted when the protagonist asked if he was right that during his first attack, he aimed at his shoulder, not his neck. Looking at the nature around them, the beast stated that it tried not to kill living creatures unless it was about foraging, and they were all interconnected and part of the same system, so it did not want to upset this balance, and Jean remarked that it sounded beautiful. He stretched out his hand forward. The guy asked that he had a crystal and blue stones, and asked to give them to him. Spitting out all his jewelry, the wolf asked the man if he was a thief. Examining the blue crystal in his hand, the protagonist stated that it was nothing compared to his life, and the deer he had recently killed had also dropped this blue stone, and asked if he knew what they were used for. Sitting across from him, the beast told him that it was a property stone, much to Jin's surprise. Imagining a house in the middle of the forest in his head, the wolf explained that it was a currency that was used to exchange in abandoned shops that randomly appeared on the island, and if he was not mistaken, it could be used to buy some items or useful effects. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy noticed that it sounded good, and thank you for the information, and the animal noticed that there was nothing special about it. Looking at the red crystal, the wolf said that anyway, he needed to take this stone and use it to leave the dungeon. With his arms folded to his chest, the protagonist hoped that he didn't want to fight him again. Coming closer to him, the wolf offered to unite and, of course, was going to cede victory to him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a notification window appeared asking that the community had recognized him as strong and wanted to follow him, and if he agreed, while the beast explained that taking one of the places of honor would be enough for him. At the same moment, Ixia began to smile broadly and told her master that she did not think he was lying. Immediately afterward, Jean agreed to accept the offer and pressed the button to accept. A moment later, magic chains formed around the boy and the wolf, and the system announced that the hierarchy had been established and the forest guardian Tinya had tied himself in a bond of subordination to the hunter Jean. Smiling, the wolf asked the man to love him and welcome him, because until the end of the trial he would do everything he ordered. He pointed his finger up. The protagonist noticed that it was excellent, and in this case he was going to say his first order. At the same moment, he grinned mischievously. After a moment, Jean began scratching the beast's stomach and told him to lie on his back so he could talk to his furry belly, and he asked to let him go. Then the guy began to sniff the wolf's fur, noticing that this smell was simply incredible. Someone was watching the guys from behind a tree while the protagonist continued to squeeze the beast. A few pieces of the island began to fall down. Feeling incomprehensible tremors, Jean asked if it was an earthquake. As the wolf gnawed the neck of a man from an unknown tribe, he noticed that over time, some parts of the island began to break off, and the boy said that all they had to do was go closer to the center. Looking at the knight who was chosen on the mountain, the protagonist noticed that the poor guy was doing well. The beast looked menacingly in front of him and asked if they were going to attack him now, and the protagonist asked him to slow down, because if they went now, they would give away their location. Suddenly, a huge arrow appeared out of nowhere. It hit the knight's helmet. After the blow received, the warrior began to look around and asked where the blow came from. Looking happily in front of him, Jean declared that they had been caught, and it seemed that someone was on the other side of the forest, and the wolf noticed that he was right. With a smile on his face, the guy explained that it was not difficult, and asked why attack a stupid knight who was climbing a mountain when you could go out to the archer who had taken the bait. After that, he rushed forward with his companion. At this time, an unknown archer was on a tree branch and continued to shoot his arrows. It was an elf who was pulling the string of her bow and assumed that his armor seemed to be much stronger than she thought. As she fired another arrow, the yellow-haired girl said that she was just delaying the inevitable. Suddenly, a wolf appeared behind her. With a deft movement of his paw, he managed to destroy the branch on which the elf was. Falling down, the girl aimed her bow at her opponent, calling him an impudent dog. At the same moment, she noticed a person next to her and asked if there was one more enemy. A moment later, the archer was struck by Jin's spear. Lying on the ground, the elf coughed up the dust. Pointing his weapon at her, the guy said that if life was dear to her, then she should give everything she had. Using her beauty, the girl asked to take pity on Mr. Hunter and let her go. At the same moment, the protagonist with a furious expression on his face stated that she should turn out her pockets or go to wolf food. Hearing this, the archer was greatly puzzled and clucked in displeasure. Using her red crystal, she had to leave the battlefield, and at the end she called him a goat. Upon hearing this, Jean trembled with displeasure and declared that he would show no further mercy to the elves, and the wolf remarked that it seemed to make him very angry. Suddenly, spiked grenades appeared out of nowhere. They fell on a knight who was on the mountain, who asked what it was all about. Suddenly, yellow energy flew across the sky. It hit the knight's body with great force. The armored man stood on the mountain while he was attacked from all sides in various ways, and the beast, watching this, noticed that he even felt sorry for him. As he moved forward, Jean remarked that this was their chance, and they had to take down all the archers while they were busy with the knight. Holding a bag of blue crystals in his hands, the guy only asked to see how many property crystals they had taken out. Looking at the map of the area in the notification window of the system, the wolf told the man that it was already quite dark, so he offered to spend the night somewhere, and he asked that it was not easier to set up ambushes in the dark. Then the boy suddenly thought when the wolf declared that he was truly strong, but a hunter who was constantly chasing his prey fell off his feet before he could catch up with the prey, so it could be considered a stepping stone on the way to their victory, as long as he noticed that it really made sense. Slowly walking forward, the animal said that he just had a good place in mind, and asked the man to follow him. After some time, the guys came to the cave, and the wolf said that this was the place, and said that he had been living for more than 100 years, so finding caves was not a problem for him at all, and the protagonist noticed that it was a pretty good place. Jean bent down to crawl inside, and asked that he did not think that the passage was too small, because he would somehow squeeze through, but he was much larger than him, to which the beast replied that he did not have to worry, because everything was thought out. Suddenly, the wolf soared into the air. His paws gradually began to turn into hands. His whole body was more like a human's. A moment later, the beast was enveloped in a bright blue glow. After all that had happened, the wolf only grinned. Looking in front of him, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. He covered the obscene places of the beast with his hands while he said that in this guise he could easily crawl into the cave. Looking at Jean, who was looking for something in his inventory, the wolf asked why he was so panicking, since she was always naked, and wondered if the wolves in his world wore clothes. Then the guy threw clothes in her direction and told her to put them on. With an expression full of surprise, the protagonist said that he had completely forgotten about its polymorphism. Immediately after that, I felt that the story was transferred to the moment when the sun was shining in the sky. Coming out of the cave, the she-wolf stretched and asked the man if he had rested. Jean gave a positive answer with a very tired look. Looking at the unknown liquid, Tanya asked what it was. Taking a closer look at this unknown red footprint, the guy said that he wanted to know where the rest of the participants were going, so he spilled some paint in advance. Opening his map of the area, he said where the tracks led. Noticing a stripe on his map, the protagonist concluded that they led to the river. Smiling broadly, the she-wolf said that she could smell water in the distance, and several creatures gathered there, and Jean noticed that it was fine, and suggested that he take them by surprise. Then the guys approached the river, hiding in the bushes. Looking around, the guy noticed that now they needed to be quiet, and they needed to find the enemy and immediately attack him from an ambush, when suddenly Tanya told the man to look. Looking to the side, the protagonist was very dumbfounded. Looking at the huge house in the middle of the woods, Jean asked if it was a store, and noticed that it was now clear why everyone had gathered there. Looking out from behind the bush, the guy said that there you can find objects that can turn the whole course of the game upside down. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed an unknown rustle in the front. Then he saw the leaves on the side stirring. Looking away, Jean wondered if he had imagined it as the she-wolf began to growl. Suddenly, the guys felt a strong shaking, and Tanya stated that the island had begun to collapse again. At the same moment, a goblin ran out of the bushes. Then a ninja girl appeared from there. Several people headed towards the store at great speed, which the guy immediately noticed. At the same time, a huge number of arrows flew out from behind the bushes. On the other hand, the sorcerer used his ice magic. All of these attacks focused on the first place and destroyed everything around them, while the she-wolf asked the man if they shouldn't also join this battle. Pulling his hand aside, Jean said that he should forget about the store, because it was too dangerous, and Tanya was sure, because it meant that one of the participants would get hold of a strong weapon. Looking at the archer who was very close, the guy suggested that he deal with the archers first and noted that, of course, he was not going to yield to them without a fight. With a big smile on his face, the protagonist asked to trust him, because he just had a plan, and the she-wolf said that since he was so confident in his abilities, she would help him. The dog quickly runs away from the magical explosion. She rushes at the enemy. The man looks at Tanya angrily, and says that this dog is so fast. The young man cuts off the head of the enemy and declares that another one has been defeated. Arrows fly over the ground. Jean dodges them in the air with lightning speed. The young man leans forward a little and says that there is no end to enemies. The masked man puts his hands on his belt and exclaims that the player will not be able to dodge arrows forever. The young man confidently repelled the arrows flying at him with a spear. The hooded man fires his crossbow and wonders why he is fighting them off with his spear. The beast furiously attacks the hooded man. The enemy points the crossbow at the animal and wishes it death. Streams of mana surround the young man. The axe released from the protagonist's hands overtakes the enemy. Jean stands in front of the she-wolf and hopes it was the last striker, and she asks what will happen next. The guy peeks out from behind the trees, and the dog asks what he will observe, and then attack the winner, who replied that it is too risky. Glowing eyes look through the bushes, and the young man continues that he is more than sure that they are not the only ones sitting in ambush, and Tanya asks what the guy's plan is. He confidently raises his spear and says that everything will be seen now. The main character focuses his gaze. The spear flies swiftly forward. The house is shattered into pieces. Zombies look at the destruction in bewilderment. The player stands in a stance after throwing a javelin. He looks furiously at the ruins and declares that if he doesn't get the house, then no one will. The protagonist quickly turns around and says that they need to run, because they must have been seen. Zombies look around in surprise. They attack each other. Jean watches in surprise and asks what he is imagining. A young man stands in front of the building, and is perplexed that it is another store. The building is in a green forest, and the dog asks what was awkward and what those guys were fighting for. The guy carefully opens the door and asks that Tanya stand on the stirrup and that he needs to look around inside. The young man throws his hand with the dagger forward. A pentagram lights up on the floor of the room, and Jean says it's kind of empty. The protagonist carefully raises his hand and says that the same altar was in the Kanka dungeon, and asks what stones to throw to him here. A list with prices for consumables appears. The player carefully examines the list and declares that he needs to find something useful. The young man focused his eyes on the screen. There is also information about a special stone. It speeds up the process of destroying the island. Tinya raised her nose. She smelled something in the forest. The dog bared his teeth and thought it was an earthquake, and that there had been the same time between them before. The animal instantly turns to the young man and says that something is wrong. Jean confidently raises his finger up and claims that this is his handiwork. The protagonist turns to the she-wolf and says that they need to head to the river, and that he will tell you along the way. The green island rises in the ocean, and the guy says that they are now located approximately near the center of the island, so they do not risk anything even in the conditions of accelerated destruction of the island. Tinya slightly opens her mouth, and the young man continues that this gives them a chance to get into a great position to eliminate the rest of the participants running to the safe zone, and the animal replies that this is smart. The main character looks at the beast with excitement, and adds that if they occupy the space by the river, they can easily get rid of the remaining enemies. Fireworks explode in a clear sky. The number 8 is shown among the clouds, and the young man announces that there are only 8 participants left. He strodes forward and exclaims that events are moving too fast, and that he has seen at least 7 people by the river. The player moves forward rapidly and commands the animal to hurry. An unknown creature lies on the ground. The young man puts his weapon forward. The green monster bares its teeth. The huge monster holds a mace in its paw. Its status is the Lord of Trolls Jinshu level 99, Mana 137, Strength 109, Agility 119, Perception 98, Stamina 97. The protagonist looks at Ur in confusion and muses that he is much stronger than him, and asks himself if the increased stats are a trait of the troll race, and continues that he has a very dangerous aura. Troll lowers his hand and says that he is another person, and for him this is a disappointment. He looks fiercely at the young man and says that boredom is mortal, but nothing can be done. A vertical pupil flashes in his eyes and he asks what a guy tastes like. The young man rushes forward with lightning speed, and Tinya tries to stop him. He furiously throws his spear forward, a double lunge of a dragon and a tiger. The young man points his spear at the enemy and thinks that he has no other choice, and that he must win. The troll bares his teeth. The monster activates Delarf's special armor skill. Jean rushes forward in confusion. Information appears on the screen that from 1 to 5 skills will be blocked. The binding lottery is blocked. The combination selection is blocked. The green dragon maneuver is blocked. The double lunge of the dragon and tiger is blocked. The troll furiously swings his mace and shouts for the guy to die. Yor strikes with glowing eyes. A red-hot mace approaches the young man. Red mana hangs in the air. Tinya bares her fangs. She rushes to the troll. The protagonist flies back. A blow from a red-hot mace knocks the animal back. She falls to the ground. The young man furiously throws his spear forward. Bundles of mana attack the green monster. He deflects the attack and growls that this is all a human is capable of, and adds that he is pathetic. Jean attacks furiously. He flies away from the troll's blow. The main character approaches the enemy with the last of his strength. Your blow sends stones flying apart. The overlord raises his hand for the next blow. The main character puts a weapon in front of him. The troll intercepts the spear. The young man holds his weapon with the last of his strength. The monster lifts it together with a spear in the air. Ur unclenches his paw. The player tries to get up after falling, and the overlord says to fight to the death. A crystal appears in the young man's hand. The green monster looks at the young man and asks him what he is giving up after everything he has been through, and that it is a disgrace, and continues that he is not ashamed to look his comrades in the eye after such a defeat. Jean looks at the enemy. He enthusiastically shifts his gaze to the crystal emitting energy and declares that he will defeat the troll. The crystal is destroyed, and the map view and return functions have been added. The protagonist stands with concentration to absorb the essence of the fast runner Grandel. The player runs forward. The skill's supersonic speed has been obtained. The troll bows his head and asks that Jean wants to continue fighting. He swings his weapon and roars that the young man will regret his decision. There is information about the new capabilities of the game participant. Communication level 3. Thanks to the talent of the game level 3, skills can be combined. Mana rays radiate from the screen. The troll's eyes glow with rage and malice. He throws the mace forward with all his strength. Ur looks ahead in bewilderment. He turns around and asks that the guy teleported, and adds that it was a surprise for him, and that he did not expect that the young man was a magician. The green monster licks his fangs with pleasure and says that he gradually begins to like their battle. He attacks the protagonist. Jean holds out a spear in front of him, a mountain dragon maneuver ability. Streams of golden mana are everywhere. A burning ball of magic crashes into the enemy's chest. The troll lord opens his mouth in surprise. A cloud of magic envelopes the young man. He shifts his astonished gaze to his weapon. He has developed a speed that cannot be achieved with his current stats. As a reward for overcoming the limits of his capabilities, the skill Divine Speed has been unlocked. This is an outstanding achievement. The youth will be given a reward. Tinya rises from the ground with the last of her strength. The protagonist gently puts his hand on it and asks if everything is fine with it, and that it needs to rest. The dog replies that it is fine, and that it was very risky, but that its body will recover in the blink of an eye, and that there is no need to worry. The protagonist opens his eyes wide and asks why she did this. Tinya lowers her head slightly, and says that although Jean is strong, even he will not be able to defeat the Lord of the Trolls alone. A young man is reflected in the eyes of the she-wolf. The troll rises in the torrents of black and red magic and roars to make the player run. The monster's mace knocks the protagonist down. He falls to the ground. The blast wave scatters the stones to the sides. Jean falls on his back. Tinya cautiously approaches the troll lord and is surprised that this cannot be. No regeneration can heal such a wound, and asks what this power is. The troll lord narrows his pupils vertically and says that the beast has penetrating eyes. He bares his teeth contentedly and says that if it weren't for his partner's time manipulation skills, then his life would have come to an end. The monster puts his hand on the gaping wound and continues that thanks to it, he can roll back the time of his body at the moment when it has not yet been damaged. The dog, grinning, asks what this crazy skill is. The monster confidently approaches the guy sitting on the ground and growls that he takes back his words, and continues that the man is truly a great warrior. Yuar bares his fangs in anticipation and declares that the guy is strong enough to eat him. Yuar throws his mace forward with all his might and exclaims that he will tear the protagonist apart. Tinya grinned and realized that she still couldn't move. The protagonist's hand stops the opponent's mace. The young man lowered his head and asked what the troll had said there. The enraged monster holds a weapon in his hand, and the guy asks that Yuar will tear it apart and eat it. Jean looks at the enemy with delight. His stats have increased due to breaking the speed limit. The main character, concentrating all his strength in his hands, deals a crushing blow to the enemy. He stands disarmed. Jean triumphantly crosses his arms in front of him and says for him to try to tear him apart, his stats arranged. Fear played on the subconscious of the monster, who looked up and did not understand what kind of energy it was. Jean towers over the creature and sarcastically asks where the troll who wanted to devour him has gone. Red energy envelopes the blade. With one swift jerk, the young man cut through the enemy. A dark liquid gushed out of the creature's body. The troll looked up in horror and said that he could not see anything, and then assumed that something had pierced him. The hero swung and asked if the monster wanted to eat. The guy hit his opponent on the back and told him to bite it. Jean struck a series of blows to the point. Shrouded in anger, the guy turned around and seriously stated that it would make him regret his time management skill, to which the troll asked him to stop. The frightened wolf put his paw on his muzzle. The emaciated monster lies on the ground and asks to be killed. The blade pierced the creature's body. The hero stands on the body of a defeated opponent. Jean looked away in shock and realized that it was Tinya, who assumed that this was the end. The excited guy took a step and wanted to know how she was feeling, and noticed that she could already move, and her friend replied that although she could move, she was unlikely to help him in the battle. The dog holds the crystal and says that he gives up. The annoyed young man grabbed the stone and told her not to give up, but just sit there and rest. Jean turned around and said that he would deal with the rest himself, and then added that it would not take long. The hero made a rapid leap upwards. Clouds surround the picturesque flying island. The number 6 appeared in the sky, and the man was surprised to notice that there were only 6 participants left. The red-haired man put his hands on the rocks and said that he would go forward when someone else flew out. The monster turned abruptly due to the feeling of danger. The guy knocked out his opponent's weapon with one clear movement. The blade approached the man's throat. A murderous aura envelopes Jean, who remarks that it is useless to fight in this situation, so he must surrender. The frightened monster picked up the stone and said that he would never be this shame and his mercy. The hero looked at the disappearing opponent and wanted to say something. The guy threw a serious look to the side. The surprised participant stands on a branch and cannot understand how the young man noticed him, because he hid his presence. The long-haired man recoiled and shouted that he was too strong. Jean raised his weapon to hit an opponent who wanted to run away and strike when a good opportunity presented itself. With one swing, the hero neutralized the enemy and shouted that there were still 3 opponents left. The long-haired man lies on the ground. Someone is rapidly approaching the silhouette. The man looks away in bewilderment. Curly turned and, with a hint of horror in his voice, asked someone to stop. The guy runs forward and realizes that there are already 2 participants left. The young man looked sharply to the side. The arrow flew past the swinging Jean. The girl looks at the approaching shadow with horror. The hero missed the archer and said that there was only 1 participant left. The opponent hit a tree. The enemy took out a stone and declared that he was surrendering. The blow knocked the crystal out of the girl's hands, and the guy wanted to know who had given her permission to do so. A murderous aura envelopes the young man, who rolls up his sleeves and says that he has some accounts to settle with the elves. Fear filled the body of the opponent, who began to cry after the guy said that if anyone was to blame for this, it was only one of her relatives. Number 2 appeared in the sky. Jean walks over and notices that everything is ready, and the wolf says it's incredible. The interface appeared behind the hero's back, and Tinya tried to understand what inconceivable force allowed him to commit such madness, to which the guy replied with ignorance. The dog sits and thanks the young man, because thanks to him he was able to take second place without unnecessary problems. And Jean said that he should thank her, and then added that they would see each other outside and there he would say his name. A friend squeezes a stone and says goodbye to the young man. The hero looks enthusiastically at the fireworks. A system window appeared and told that he had overcome the class tests. The frame hangs in the air and explains that he took first place, which is an incredible achievement for which he will be given an additional reward. The guy raised his head contentedly and said that he couldn't believe that he had won. An image of people with a goblet appeared, and the young man regretfully remembered that he had only taken second place so far, and the interface said that he would be moved to the reward hall. A happy genie stands and understands how the winners feel. The hero's body dissolved into space. The guy appeared in front of the majestic castle. The bird raised its wings and shouted that it was unbelievable, for he had indeed won, and the young man knew it was Grandel. An old friend hugs Jean, who reveals that he is the first participant from his family who managed to prevail in this ordeal, and the disgruntled hero asks to let him go, otherwise he will suffocate. The friends are standing opposite each other, and the guy wanted to know what reward he was entitled to for passing the test, to which the bird said that only the winners are honored to be in this place. The friend showed a thumbs up and noticed that he, as his partner, would also receive the award. Grandel pointed to the door and told Jean to rejoice. The light reflects off the white walls of the building, and the bird tells him that the reward awaits him behind